Hello and welcome to Sit and See. I'm Dr. Jared Jones. Research specialties, ancient systems of meditation, the cognitive science of meditation, Buddhist philosophy, and the philosophy of science. I'm here today to do another open Q&A. These have been quite popular. If you have questions about Buddhism, or to the degree that I understand them, the Chinese internal arts, etc., this is your opportunity to ask someone who has studied Buddhism to some humble depth, let's say, as an actual scholar. I am, in fact, a PhD. Don't just have this here for the internet. In addition to this, I've been a Tibetan Buddhist practitioner in the Gelug lineage for about 21 years, and the Gelug are amongst the most scholarly people on earth, but certainly amongst the Buddhists, they tend to be the most maybe not the most scholarly, that's maybe not the right word, but they tend to be extremely scholarly people. And therefore, I have a few opinions on Buddhism that might be helpful to you. Over the years, I've trained with a number of lay people in particular, trying to understand how to train as a Buddhist in the modern world. And that journey has taken me through Chinese internal arts and into Taoist practices as well, which share a huge amount in common with Buddhism at the level of tantric practice in my very, very humble understanding of Buddhist Tantra. So, here we are again, my friends. Here we are again on a live stream together. You may be listening to this later. You may be listening to this live. We've got a few people on the stream. Welcome, Ty. Ty has apparently been here since I had 100 subscribers, and in the last 48 hours or so, we hit 3,000 subscribers. So thank you all for being here. If you're seeing this later because you've recently become a subscriber, glad to have you. You can put your questions in the comment section if this video is just hanging out and you happen to watch it later. I'm happy to answer questions in the comments. This is what I do full time. So while I'm waiting for the first few questions to come in, I will ramble on about things that happen to be on my mind. So I'm very close to releasing my much delayed video on the Kalama Sutta. It's a bit of a calamity. You like that? It's my dad joke for the day. Joking aside, the Kalama Sutta is not what people think. It's a much more difficult sutta to unpack than people think. And it's saying a lot less than people think, unfortunately, for the people that have deep faith in Buddhism because of this particular teaching. And then also, I got some requests to follow up on some fake Buddhist quotes. And so I popped a couple fake Buddhist quotes that you'll probably be familiar with, actually. Maybe these are even Buddhist quotes you think are really important that aren't anywhere in the Buddhist canon, actually. So that video will probably be coming out this weekend, probably on Saturday at prime time. I might do a premiere if I'm feeling spicy. What else? Yeah, so in that video, I also talk about what are the tools in Buddhism? What is the standard path, let's say, left by the Buddha for pursuing truth? Because the Kalama Sutta isn't actually at the stage of practice where the Buddha is talking to the Kalama clan, isn't actually about pursuing truth, which is what it sounds like on the surface. And even according to the some websites associated with the governments of Buddhist countries, they have it interpreted in that way, and you simply can't interpret the sutta in that way if you read it from beginning to end. Right, so that's your teaser. Come back on Saturday or next week and watch the video on the Kalama Sutta, where I ruin it for everyone, including major governments. Okay. Ty says, Gelug is one of my favorite Buddhist sects. Oh, just for those of you who are new, what tends to happen, we have 7 people in the stream right now. What tends to happen is questions pile up. And so as the questions pile up, I will get to you. I'm not going to leave you hanging. I don't leave the stream until I've answered every question or until I've at least responded and said, hey, maybe that's not the right question to ask, or whatever, right? I won't leave you completely hanging. I will respond to virtually everything unless it's in extremely poor taste that appears in the chat. Okay? So I'm going to respond to stuff in the order of the chat. If you would like to pop to the top of the chat, you can send through a super chat. And I'm happy to answer super chats out of order because I do this full time. This is my full-time job, as it were. Although it doesn't really feel like a job, feels like a blessing. Nonetheless, a certain amount of donations have to come in to keep the lights on. People who are sending through super chats, especially here at the end of the month, only a few days left, haven't quite hit that number for the month yet. So stuff that comes through in the next 3 or 4 days, very, very important to keep this whole thing running. So I appreciate all of you who are sending that through. You are making it possible for everyone else. Having said this, you could also join the school course or the 18 Lohan Palm course. That's another great way to support what I'm doing, even though my portion of all of that material is available for free also on YouTube. And I teach it for free. I have students who have been with me for 4 or 5 years I've taught for free. So it's only about money insofar as without money, lights cannot stay on. Food cannot be ordered. Dog cannot be taken to the vet, etc. Right? Okay. So having said that, thank you so much for anyone who sends through super chats. I'll put you to the top of the chat if you send one of those through. Otherwise, I just do it in the order of the chat. Okay? All right. So Gelug is one of my favorite Buddhist sects. Yeah, Buddha... The Gelug is one of my favorites too. I have a little bit of an itch somewhere in the back of my mind now that I've been doing the Gelug for a really long time. There's a couple more things I want to do in the Gelug, a couple more really critical things I want to do in the Gelug, but then I think I'm going to take a really close look at Nyingma and Kagyu Nyingma practice, especially Dzogchen. But that's long-term plan if I don't get hit by a bus, probably next 10 years or so. Okay, right. So, first question. Jevioso Metalfinger, welcome back. Jay, welcome back. Sangu, welcome back. I think you've been here before, Sangu. Maybe you haven't. Okay. What is the difference between red hat and yellow hat monks? I think in the Tibetan tradition, I'm a bit foggy on that, but there have been some controversies, I think, around yellow hat and red hat, or yellow hat and black hat, something like this. I mean, I think each denomination has a little bit of its own thing in terms of the uniform, so to speak, of being a monastic and the types of ritual implements they use and the symbolism they use and colors they emphasize and so forth, depending on which tantras they think are the most important and things that have happened in the tradition. Sometimes a new, for example, on the Tibetan robe, right, standard Tibetan monk's robe, if you look, you'll see it has a blue line on it. And my understanding is that this is an homage to Chinese Buddhist monks. And the reason was that at some period in time, the Chinese Buddhist community, and I don't know the full story, but they did something quite important for the Tibetan Buddhist community. And so to honor them, they have a line of a line of blue material running through the robe, right? And so these things build up over time. In terms of the specifics, I actually don't know. I'd be interested to know. Maybe ChatGPT can tell you and be super wrong about it. Okay, so I'm monitoring the chat. Please do pop your questions in there, and I'll take the questions as they come. So I spend a lot of time talking about meditation in the Sit and See class, but it's not very often that I zoom out, and it's on my mind to talk about the big picture of meditation because people have asked me how to make sense out of the fact that you have Zen and Chan and Vietnamese Zen and Tibetan Buddhism and all different flavors of Tibetan Buddhism, and then Mongolian Buddhism and Nepalese Buddhism and Buddhism in Bhutan, and then all the Theravada lineages and, things going on. And then there's also some stuff that sort of died off, or it's there but not very popular, like esoteric Theravada, the Boron tradition, the Diamond Way. It goes on. And then where do you fit in the newer traditions like Venerable Sayadaw's tradition of dry Vipassana, which has only come about in the last 100 years? So where do all these fit in? Where do all these fit in to one global picture of what meditation is? Because, by the way, Buddhists aren't the only ones doing meditation. And in particular, Buddhists aren't the only ones doing stabilizing or concentrated meditation. And Buddhism has an extremely wide range of tools available for training your mind in concentration that are also found in Sikhism, Hinduism, Jainism. I've heard also Sufism. The Abrahamic traditions have some of those tools. They just don't talk about them with as much granularity, let's say, as this high scholastic Buddhist traditions coming out of India and Yoga Sutras and so forth. But it's there. It's there. I was talking with a gentleman recently who recently became a student in the course, the Five Foundations course, and he has a 10-year background in Persian Sufism, and he described a mantra practice in that system, a mentally recited mantra practice following the breath that, except for using the word Allah or using a different term in the mind when you do the practice, is identical to a Thai practice coming through, I think it's Ajahn Moon's tradition of the Budo mantra, where you use Budo and you ride the breath, and then eventually there are gaps, and then eventually you meditate on consciousness. So this is, interesting, to say the least. You find common technologies spread, you could say, if we could call them technologies, spread across the world's religions. Also, the Abrahamic traditions have versions of these in the more esoteric versions of those traditions. So there's maybe a video lurking on that soon, but I'll continue on that if there are lulls in the conversation today. Let's see. Metalfinger asks, what's your understanding of karma? Expand, please. Okay, so karma, the word karma, I think the earliest instantiation of that term would be from the Vedas, if I'm not mistaken. I couldn't tell you which Veda right at this moment, but the word itself, karma, just means action. It literally just means action, to do something, right? To take an action. In the same way, like he took the action of picking up his phone. So, here we go, some people. Hey, Sweet and Sour, good to see you. Tashi Delek, good to see you. So that's the first thing. It just means action. You've decided to do something. In terms of Buddhist metaphysics, let's say, oftentimes when we say karma, what we're actually referring to isn't the actions themselves. Quite often what we're referring to is sort of, in our conceptual framework, we're thinking about the results of karma. We're thinking about the world-shaping, world-altering, universe-creating, realm-creating, body-creating, emotion-creating, relationship-creating effects of action, right? So Buddhism has a very, very, very complex idea of how actions create future effects. That the mind, that consciousness and reality are not fully separable things. And one of the things that mediates the two are these imprints that come from previous actions. They're stored on the side of consciousness, or they come along with consciousness. But to use the analogy of this measuring device here, reality and consciousness can't be fully pulled apart. And one of the things bridging the two are these imprints of karma that can lead to new mental states or new physical states. Right? So when you ask, well, what kind of stuff does karma create? Buddhism is quite detailed in a way that, in my humble opinion, if you go back to the earliest sources and you go back to the Buddhist sources of and I haven't studied them in any great depth, but from what I've heard from people who have, the Jain sources also. Little history lesson, if you'll bear with me. Because the Brahmanical tradition was very insular, right? High class, high scholasticism. You would spend 20 or 30 years with your guru memorizing the Vedas, the Upanishads, blah, 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 learning all the commentarial material that goes along with those traditions, learning at some point also in the history of this, the grammar of the tradition, etc., right? Okay. So if you look at that system, one of the ways they kept really tight security was by never writing it down. Now, it's not at all fair to say that this is just a game of telephone, right? Where somebody says something, somebody says it to somebody else, and who knows how many changes there are. Because the memorization systems of India, in general, including the Buddhist ones, are extremely good, in part because they spend years doing it, and a lot of people learn it, and they do it together. And so it can be extremely precise. Now, having said that, we have transmissions of Vedas and Upanishads. There were Vedas and Upanishads at the time of the Buddha, but based upon the Upanishads we know were there. Let me just do a quick hello for the people that are coming in. Alan, welcome. Zakman, hello. Lokalita, welcome back. So, based upon the information that's there in the Buddhist canon, there were definitely conversations happening about what is the relationship between consciousness, action, and the universe at large. There were definitely conversations happening around this. But when we look at what was there on the side of the Vedas and the Upanishads, which then would later give birth to modern Hinduism, after a lot of other things were added to it, like the Bhagavad Gita and other epics and 200 and something additional Upanishads as compared to the 5 that were there at the time of the Buddha, as far as we know. Maybe an additional Veda, because the Buddha only talks about 3 Vedas instead of 4 Vedas, which are the foundational materials for their entire system, et cetera, right? So contrary to popular belief and opinion, there was not, at the time of the Buddha, a one big fixed view of how action creates future realities and future rebirths. As a matter of fact, the Vedas, and I've challenged people on this before, and it's quite interesting, but the Vedas make no explicit mention of rebirth. None. And the best you can find in the 5 Upanishads we know were there at the time of the Buddha is basically the idea that if you do good things, people in the world, your actions will reverberate out in the world in a conventional sense, right? Like you do something nice to this guy, and then he sees you as having good character because you've done a lot of good stuff. That's one aspect of action. Basically, just having good character means people will think you're a good person, right? Which again, is not the Buddhist idea. It's not even close. The other idea that's there in the early Upanishads is that if you take good action, you can be reborn in heaven, and the gods will decide by weighing your actions whether or not you get into heaven. But it's ultimately up to the gods, and they can send you back down to earth to be an animal or a human again. So that's as sophisticated as it gets in the early Upanishads. And when you look at what the Buddhist canon records as the conversations that were happening around these texts in the early period of Buddhism, it doesn't sound at all like the material that we find now in fully developed Upanishads and the commentarial traditions and this and that and the great epics, etc., that we now associate with Hinduism. In other words, we know that these conversations were going on, but there was huge debate, and these schools didn't agree with each other. And every view practically we have today, they had at the time. They had agnosticism, they had materialism, they had nihilism, they had this whole Shramana movement, which basically said, you know, if you want to free yourself from all the difficulties and pain and suffering of life, you need to mortify your body through hot or through cold or through pain or through holding your breath or this or that. Right. So there was just this massive diversity of stuff. Also, as far as we know, the Shakya clan were sort of an outlying group. If you look at where they're located relative to where the main Brahmanical powers were, they were sort of like an outer region, an outer area. And the archaeology we've done in those areas indicates that at the time of the Buddha, they were sun worshippers, not Brahmanical believers and followers. So they were kshatriya, warrior class, basically in name only, because the boss had a religion in which they had to classify them as something, right? But according to themselves, they were just sun worshippers, which was a really common thing at the time, at least based upon the archaeology that I've studied up to 2026, right? In preparation for another video that will eventually come out. Right. Okay. So having said all this, it's really important to say that the Buddha didn't just take this idea from Hinduism. The Buddhist idea of action and karma is completely unique to Buddhism and is not found in the form that you find it in Buddhism anywhere else in any other religion whatsoever, and certainly isn't found in the version of Hindu stuff that we have, if we want to call it that, prior to the time of the Buddha and at the time of the Buddha. Sort of pre-Hindu stuff, right? Brahmanical and Vedic stuff and Upanishadic stuff. Okay, so hopefully you've been following along with this. So why am I mentioning all this? We're talking about karma. What is a karma? The Buddhist view of karma is quite interesting and quite elaborate. What it says is that every action creates an imprint that gets stored in your consciousness, not your human mind, but in the subtlest type of consciousness that you possess, that moves from lifetime to lifetime, that we in Buddhism call a mind stream, a stream of consciousness. Okay? It's a causal entity rather than a stationary, permanent entity that never changes. It's eternal in the sense that it's always been here. Your mind stream has no beginning. It's been a causal process that never got started somewhere. It's always been going, according to Buddhism. But your actions are tied to, the imprints of your actions, rather, are tied to that consciousness. Now, what kinds of effects do these imprints create? Well, according to Buddhism, there are 4 effects of any complete karma, action, right? It's better, I think, actually to just say action. Any complete action leaves an imprint or a seed in the mind. That imprint or seed, that remainder left over from the action left in your consciousness, brings about 4 kinds of effects. One is an environmental effect. In other words, you will take rebirth in an environment that is similar to the action in some ways. For example, if you kill, you will be reborn in environments or find yourself in environments where the environment's extremely harsh and makes life extremely difficult. In other words, the environment doesn't support life. Does this make sense? The environment might include poisonous insects, poisonous snakes, thorny bushes and plants that catch on everything. Too hot, too cold, blah, blah, blah. The next is, I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's effects that have to do with relationships with other beings. So you'll find that other beings will try to convince you that killing is good in future lives. You'll find that other beings will kill you in future lives. You'll find that other beings will actually be successful in killing you in future lives. So that's another effect. In addition to this, there's a bodily effect. So your body itself will not support life. In other words, you'll be sickly, you'll have a short life, you may get diseases that shorten your life, you may have a body that is not set up properly. In other words, the body doesn't function very well and therefore is really poor at supporting life and living activities, and maybe you die young, right? So the reason that your mind was attracted to that type of rebirth, let's say, because we know in this world, right, there are types of genetic situations where if you take rebirth in that genetic situation with those kinds of problems and so forth, it's very difficult, very painful to have that kind of disorder or this kind of disorder or whatever, right? But your consciousness was attracted to that and wanted to be born there because of this previous action, according to karmic theory, okay? And then the next one is, the most important one for practice is the last one, which is the impulse to do it again. horrifically bad. This is the main one you're fighting against in your practice, right? You have the impulse to repeat the same action again. So if you killed in the past, then part of the ripening of that karma, where the imprint of that action becomes something new, right? It sort of carries along until it finds the right circumstances and it blossoms or sprouts or you know, if it was an image on a sort of like a movie reel, right? The light shines through it and then bang, there's the image. So kind of like this. It's not that precise. It's a bit more organic. It's kind of like nature's kitchen. Karmas can combine to create a single effect. Sometimes a karma can produce multiple effects. So it's a bit more like nature and less like sort of math. Okay, so these are the main effects. So the main one that you're trying to deal with in purification practice, for example, although you're trying to deal with all of them, the big one you're trying to attack as hardcore as you can when you do so-called purification practices in the Mahayana tradition is this last one, the impulse to do it again. Because in the future, you want to stop the impulse to repeat your negative actions. Because if you don't stop the impulse, then it's sort of like an acorn leading to an oak tree. And then that oak tree, once it's fully blossomed, right, a mind filled with the desire to kill everything, will kill hundreds of times, potentially. Hundreds of insects, hundreds of animals. And so it produces thousands of new acorns for thousands of new trees in the future. You see it? So, like this, karma just means action. When an action is complete, it has to have all the components of an action. I don't want to bore anybody, but the components of an action are that you're acting on something. So there's an object, there's a motivation and intention. So why are you doing it and what are you intending to do? Then there's the effort of the action. What is it that you need to do to prepare to actually do the thing? And then there's the completion, which is you seeing yourself complete the action. And sometimes they also say your reaction to having completed the action. How does this look in practice? You see a bug and you go, oh, that's a disgusting bug. I'm going to kill it. The bug is the object. The motivation is disgust. The intent is I'm going to kill. And then you go find something and you go, I need to go find something that I can smack it with. And so you go and you find something because you don't want to touch it because that would be gross. Right? And so this is the effort, is to go find the thing. And then you got to get yourself positioned just right in case it jumps so you can. Right? So all that's the effort of the act. And then once it's dead, you go, got him. Yes. And that's the completion. When an action is complete, it forms a complete imprint in the mind. That complete imprint will have those 4 kinds of effects according to Buddhism, and it won't go away. That imprint won't go away until it brings about the effect. Okay, so in brief, that is karma. In terms of how you use karma as a practitioner, really important. Really, really important. If you plant a lot of corn and beans and squash and potatoes and banana trees and peaches and plums, and if you plant this like beautiful permaculture 7 layers of unbelievable medical beneficial foods and this and that and blah blah blah, right, where every single layer of the forest you've created in this food forest of permaculture paradise. If you don't know what that is, look it up. A food forest is a real thing. Some of them are hundreds of years old. The Amazon might be a food forest, by the way, portions of it. So you build a dozen layers of beneficial plants and you put them all in one place and then you let it run by itself because that's what nature does, right? That is what you're trying to do as a practitioner. You put huge amounts of good karma and merit in your mind so that your future existence will be at least as good as this one. And the faculties you have, how sharp your mind is, how capable your mind is, what sort of qualities you have in your mind, the sorts of things you're going to be attracted to in the future is all in your hands right now as a practitioner. This is the important bit. When I teach 5 foundations, what do? First thing we do is, what do we do with our intent? We train our intent. This is the first thing. Why? Because intent is the main thing with action, isn't it? Because everything else would be different if you just didn't intend to kill the insect. The action all of a sudden becomes something completely different. What the action is depends upon the intent. So, first thing we do in Foundation 1, train the intent. Make the intent extremely strong so you know what you're doing and what you're intending to do. Then make your mind more calm, get it under more control, and so on and so forth. By the time you get to rumination meditation or Vipassana meditation, okay, now we're not just talking about intent. We're talking about, or not just talking about making the mind more calm and getting it under control and having some bliss and all these things. We're talking about actually transforming what the mind is like on the surface and using a really powerful mind to penetrate the nature of things. What is the nature of consciousness? What is the nature of physical existence? What is the nature of a conditioned or compounded phenomenon, etc.? Right? That lives over here. Foundation 5, rumination, meditation, Vipassana. So as a practitioner, you're planting seeds through your virtuous activities, recitation, faith, service to your gurus and teachers and blah, 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 the donations that you make to monastic institutions, monks and nuns, and even conventional things that you do that are good, like helping a kid with their homework or, just the good stuff you do in general, taking care of your parents, calling your mom, calling your dad, whatever, doing good things in the world in a totally conventional sense. And the more your intent is aligned with the major intent put forward in the Buddhist canon, the more those become merit and not just good karma. Also, really important point. Why do they call refuge, the attitude that you see, that you have respect and humility and a desire to learn from the triple gem, why do they call that a safe direction? Why do they call that a path? Why do they call an attitude a path? Because you're creating all of these karmas, all of these actions, all of these seeds and imprints that are taking you in a particular direction, a safe direction. Fancy that. Likewise, if you develop renunciation, or as it's translated into Sanskrit and Tibetan, translated from Sanskrit into Tibetan, the desire to emerge, right? The desire to emerge from samsara. If you develop renunciation, where you're no longer enamored with the things of samsara. Okay, now when you pick up the phone and call your mother to see how she's doing and make her feel good because she gave birth to you, right? When you make that call under the influence of renunciation, you're not doing it because you want to get something for you in samsara. You're doing it because you're creating the future conditions in which you can get out of samsara through doing virtue. So the path of the action has been changed. This is why renunciation is a path. The attitude of renunciation is a path to somewhere, because the imprints you're creating create future circumstances in which you can get out. Likewise, if you have bodhicitta, for my Mahayana practicing folks, if you have bodhicitta, if you have the mind of awakening, the desire to attain enlightenment for the sake of all beings, to remove their suffering, that and only that being your deep, heartfelt concern from the bottom of your toes to the top of your head, to the tips of your fingers, to the marrow in your bones, at least when you're thinking about it real hard. If this is part of your attitude when you make decisions, then the imprints you're creating are taking you down a path that's heading a particular way. And when those imprints ripen, they ripen with a certain flavor that is continuing to push you in that direction rather than just being nice. Okay? So that's a bit about karma and why it's important to us as practitioners. Now we'll go to the super chat question. Ty says, Ty, still in Japan, but not really in Japan, says, yeah, it's always confusing to hear people arguing Buddha was agnostic. He literally claimed to be omniscient and mentor to gods and men. Yeah, it's a bit odd, to say the least. All right. Sungu says, what is Buddhism's approach towards or opinion on technology? So I don't think that Buddhism has a singular opinion on technology. Technology is quite a complex subject. But let me say this. If you go to the Pali Canon, when the Buddha talks about good things for lay people to do in particular, he talks about it's a really good thing to do to master a craft, to become a craft person of some kind. And the way that, for example, I bring this into my own practice is through things like 18 Lohan Palm, right? I bring this sort of thing into my practice through having a physical discipline that also supports the practice that I'm doing. At various times, I've done other things. I've done permaculture, I've done music, I've done opera, I've done, lots of different sort of arts and crafts things. The Buddha says this can be good for your practice. So what is the natural outcome of really good craftspeople getting together over and over and over again and trying to do what they're doing better and better and better and standing on the shoulders of giants in every generation, right? Because even just to make this cup, somebody had to stand on the shoulders of probably hundreds of thousands of hours of previous people making cups. You understand what I mean? This craftsperson who made this is standing on the shoulders of who knows how many thousands of other craftspeople who made cups before them. So I think in a roundabout way, there's a very positive actually relationship between Buddhism and technology, but it's not explicit. And really only, this is just my opinion, but really only since COVID times has much of the resistance in Buddhist communities to teaching things online fallen away. It's only in the last 5 years or so that we've seen really big name teachers who have done really serious practice and study, not just, scholars or something, because scholars are happy to get online and talk about whatever. But, proper practitioners who have spent 9 years in retreat getting online regularly and teaching stuff is very unusual, right? But the tide is turning. There are now a number of really good practitioners of various traditions who are regularly getting online and teaching and blah, blah, blah. And I think part of this shift is occurring because they see the benefit that, actually you can get a certain amount of this information across this way, and it's really beneficial. You can reach more people. They can watch the lesson over and over and over again. They can take notes that are even better because of such and such and such. Technology will make the dissemination of these teachings faster, easier, better. And there are downsides to it too, but I'm not an anti-technology guy. I'm not an anti-medicine guy. There's no reason whatsoever provided in the Buddhist canon to not go see doctors, conventional doctors for stuff. The Buddha took medicines. The Buddha wasn't anti-doctor. He took the best medicines that were available in his time period. So, a lot of the ideas that have soaked into the community from whatever, for whatever reason, mostly in the modern West, where we have rejected, medicine and lots of weird stuff that people interested in Asian religions do if they're not living in a native Asian context. Okay, well, I think that answers the question. So, Tai Delek. I think Mongolia, Bhutan, and northern Nepal all practice Tibetan Buddhism, and if I'm wrong, Mongolia is the only country which practice Gelug tradition, if Tibetan Buddhism, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that there is if not an identity, there is a common locus. In other words, I think the genesis of these traditions is similar or the same. So what you end up studying, my impression is, ends up being significantly similar if you're if you're studying Mongolian Bhutanese or Nepali, at least the sort of, let's say, the Sanskrit transmission of Nepali Buddhism, that they're quite similar, if not the same. Okay. Alan, regarding the tragedy that happened on the 26th in the Himalayas, how can we guide our practice towards understanding the truth of suffering? Well, I think something that's quite remarkable, is that there are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people that die every single day. Every single day. Every single day. I haven't done this in a while, but the population has gone up. But, there are these things you can go look at where they tell you how many people die every 5 seconds, or every minute and this sort of thing. It's shocking how many people are dying all the time. And then if you include people that are having life-altering injuries or all these other quite horrifically bad sort of suffering situations that are popping up all the time, yeah? It's astonishing how much suffering there is in the world. It's stunning. To say nothing of insects, fish, animals. Unbelievable numbers of beings are dying all the time, and dying in really bad ways. So it's important as a practitioner. You don't want to get too grim, but you should spend some time at some point. Normally when I'm teaching this subject, I would go through Foundation 1, training somebody in just basic concentration, Foundation 2 and 3, building up body scanning, body awareness, concentration inside the body, and the first step of Mahamudra, and then full-on Mahamudra. Then I would start on this, because it's really beneficial to have a mind that's already quite stable, self-aware, if you're going to spend a lot of time thinking about suffering. However, contemplating suffering is extremely important classical technique for developing renunciation. The way that you develop renunciation, which we were talking about earlier, is by contemplating suffering. The fact that there are 3 different kinds of suffering, and that those things characterize, much of the type of existence that we're experiencing right now, is a big problem, right? Obvious or manifest suffering. All of the stuff you would point to and go, yeah, nobody wants that. People, generally speaking, let's not get too weird about it, people generally speaking don't want to die. If they want to die, it's because they're experiencing another type of suffering or difficulty, and they think, I can make this end by dying, right? So all of that is in manifest suffering. You don't want to die. Most people don't want to get sick unless they want some other benefit from being sick, right? But again, that's a kind of a weird, rare circumstance. Most people don't want to get old. Some people want to get mature so that people will look up to them and they can have the benefits of that, but they don't want the downside of getting older, which is that the body often will get more sick, it'll get more frail, it'll get more weak, the mind won't work as well, etc., right? So this is all manifest, obvious suffering. When a mountainside falls off and kills a bunch of people, when a volcano goes off, when a earthquake gets triggered and then triggers a tsunami, obvious, manifest suffering, pain, difficulty that nobody wants. Of course, we should have compassion for this situation. Secondly, the second type of suffering is pleasure and comfort. Why is that suffering? It's really unusual, right? And you can go too far with this idea pretty easily. But think about it, right? If I'm going to be sitting down for a while in this live stream and you'll see me wiggling around, right? Why is that? Well, when I sat down, it was really comfortable because I had been in a different position. Before I was here, I was laying down working on my laptop. So sitting down was a relief from laying down too long. And then at some point I'll stand up, and that'll be a relief from sitting down. So if you sit down too long, it's a relief to stand up. If you stand up too long, it's a relief to sit down or lay down. If you lay down too long, it's a relief to sit or stand. If you eat too much, it's a relief to stop eating. If you don't eat enough, it's a relief to eat. A lot of people think, oh, if I didn't have to work, I'd be so happy and blah, blah, blah. But anybody who's been out of work for a long time when they didn't want to be out of work knows that after a few months, life starts to feel like meaningless, like it has no purpose, like there's no reason for you to sort of be around doing anything, right? So if you work too much, it's a relief to not have to work. But if you don't work enough, if you don't have enough stuff going on, it's a relief to go back to work. It's interesting, right? So like this, pleasure is not always, there's a few other odds and ends, but quite often pleasures are just a relief from something else, which is really insane. And we know, you can know that it's suffering, that each of these things is suffering because of the change. So why is the second type of suffering called the suffering of change? Because through its change, you can see it becomes boredom and then obvious suffering. In the beginning, you sit down, you go, ah. Right? And then after a while, you're going, because it's uncomfortable. And then after a while, you're like, okay, I have to stand up or I'm going to go insane. And if you don't stand up, you just start freaking out, right? Because it's painful, it's uncomfortable. You don't want the body to be in that position anymore. So how do you know that sitting down is suffering? Through change. In the beginning, it seems like pleasure and it's a relief, and if you could just sit there forever, it would be great. But it turns out that the longer you sit there, the more obvious it becomes that it was suffering from the beginning. That within the comfort, there was a thorn, right? You sat on a thorn and you had no idea. And it only became over time. It's like getting bit by a mosquito, right? At first, it doesn't feel like anything, and then it starts to itch. So kind of like this, you sit on the chair and it seems like it's like getting bit by the mosquitoes and you had no idea. And then as a little time goes by, it becomes obvious, oh, this is itchy. This is uncomfortable. Every pleasure is like this. If you love ice cream, just eat twice the amount of ice cream you would normally eat, or 3 times. And pretty quickly, you're going to not want to take another bite of ice cream. Everything is like this. Even with things like sex. If you think that, man, I could just have sex forever and I could do this stuff forever and I could feel those pleasures forever. If you could just continuously do it like sitting down, eventually you would get sore, stuff would stop working, the blood wouldn't be moving the right way. I'm not going to get too graphic, right? But you get the point. That actually our bodies are kind of fragile and only designed to do things for short periods of time. And if you carry on doing them for too long, it becomes extremely uncomfortable. Even really pleasurable things become really uncomfortable, then painful. And if you keep going, they become injuries. And if you keep going beyond the injuries, eventually a lot of things can kill you, right? You're eating the ice cream. First it's great, then it's boring, then it's uncomfortable, then it's painful, then you get an injury in your stomach, and if you keep going, it'll kill you, right? If you just keep eating. So all of these comforts and pleasures are revealed to be yet one more category of unsatisfying stuff by the fact that they change. Through the change, you can see that they were suffering from the beginning. So like this, those are the first 2 kinds of suffering. The third one is all-pervasive compounded suffering. Right. All-pervasive compounded suffering means that you're existing in a type of existence in which the entire reality is set up in has been conditioned by the fact that your previous actions created this reality in such a way that you will experience suffering of change and manifest suffering. And every single object in your reality is set up for you to experience those two things or to be bored by them, right? So you're either going to be uncomfortable, bored, or you'll be comfortable for a short period of time, and then you'll start to get itchy, you know? And so this word dukkha, right, actually means on a wheel, you know, on a wheel. If this is the center of the wheel, if you had the axle hole, right, so the axle goes through the wheel like this and the wheel turns on the axle. If you had an axle hole that instead of being in the middle of the wheel was over here, then as the wheel goes around, the cart goes like this, right? It bumps up and down. So dukkha actually means an axle hole that's off center. So the ride is bumpy and uncomfortable. So with the obvious discomfort, it's a bumpy ride, right? You don't want those sensations. You don't want those experiences. With pleasure, it's a bumpy ride also because it turns into discomfort that you don't want, boredom, then discomfort, and then pain, and then death. And then in the broader circumstance, you're going to suffer from old age, sickness, and death. And furthermore, all of the experiences in between will be conditioned by either being manifest suffering, boring, uninteresting, or the suffering of change. Now, of course, if you change what your mind is like, then your mind won't relate to these three categories in that way, and you can experience bliss, and you can experience bliss even with pain going on, right? So you can change how your mind interacts with these things, which is a big part of the training, but this is still how it is when you get going on the training, which is why you need the renunciation. The renunciation goes, wow, that sucks. I don't want to live like that. And therefore, I'm going to do a bunch of work so that I don't have to live like that, right? So this is the best way to understand suffering. There's so much obvious suffering going on all the time. And because of negative karmas, because of the types of existence that we're in now with an unstable earth with moving tectonic plates and blah, 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 and changing weather patterns and this and that, there's going to be pain and discomfort and loss of life and illness and you name it. And the only thing we can do to overcome all of this, besides offering conventional help and trying to be smart about our decisions, right, is to train our mind so that we are getting closer and closer and closer to a mind that doesn't produce realities that are like that in the future, first of all, is in a circumstance where the training can continue in the next life, secondly, and can ultimately attain either nirvana or abiding nirvana, as in the Theravada, or non-abiding nirvana, as in the Mahayana, and ultimately go on to attain full omniscience, Buddhahood. Okay, that was an extremely long answer to a relatively short question. Now, looking at the super chat that came in, loading. I'm just going to give that, oh, there it is. Okay, Alan says, thank you for the insight. I recall the Buddha saying something like, I teach the cause of suffering and the end of suffering. Like the person with an arrow wound, we regularly lose sight of the goals. Yes. It's also important to note that some of that kind of advice is being given to a monastic audience who are doing intensive practice in the woods or in a monastery or in an isolated place. And so certain questions and things just aren't helping the process, you know? It's sort of like, I've given you the methods here. You've already been convinced enough by the methods I'm teaching to put on robes, shave your head, leave your family, and move to the woods. You don't need to know how the universe began to before you start doing the methods. You just need to do the methods and get out of this situation. You know, the clock is ticking here, buddy. You're dying. Just do the work. You've already come this far. Do the work and get out. Now, if you're in a different situation, the advice might be different. Because the Buddha does actually talk, for example, on some occasions about the beginning of the universe, what the universe is like, how long time spans are in the universe. The Buddha talks about all of this sort of stuff across the Buddhist canon. But there are occasions where he's talking to certain people and he says, doesn't say for you, but it's implied, where he's saying, look, you're living in the woods, you're a monk. It's not appropriate for a renunciate living in the woods as a monk who's supposed to be doing intensive practice to be sitting around speculating on exactly the 14 different ways that the universe could have come into existence. Just do your practice, man. Do your practice. You see what I mean? So there's something to that for sure. And it's helpful to consider that and think about that when you're in retreat. There's just certain stuff you don't need to be thinking about if you're doing intensive practice. Those are questions that are helpful for you as a practitioner in a broader sense. It's really good to have an answer to how did we get here? What are the big questions of life, et cetera, et cetera. I actually teach a lot on this because if you don't have a stable worldview, actually, did you know that right view is the first element of the Eightfold Path? Why is having the right worldview at the beginning of the path? Kind of an important thing, maybe. Anyways, okay. So having a stable worldview that can defend itself from the other worldviews that are around is important for removing doubt. Because if you doubt, if you're going, oh, well, maybe the Christians have it right, maybe the Muslims have it right, maybe the Hindus have it right, maybe the Jains have it right, maybe the Buddhists are wrong about like 70% of this, but I kind of like this part and that part and blah, 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 then you do nothing. How many of you have done this before? I think all of us to a degree have done this, where we're going, oh, well, maybe this and that and blah, 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 blah. So the more doubt that's in your mind about the worldview, the less effort is produced because of the worldview. If the worldview is incredibly powerful and robust and self-consistent and strong enough that it can defend itself from the other information that's there, then you will take action because of the views that you hold. And you will refrain from other kinds of action because of the views that you hold. So having that worldview is extremely important. And actually, again, if you search the canon, there are answers to those sorts of questions in the canon. There are some gaps. There are some little gaps here and there. And one of the things I do is try to fill those gaps. For example, talking about infinities. There are new challenges to the idea of infinities today that, as far as I can tell, didn't exist at the time of the Buddha. So there's a video eventually coming on that topic as well. Okay. So, Sockman, what do you think of Majesty of Reason's case for theism and Catholicism? Let me scroll down. Okay, Zockman, if you could, will you put in the chat what that argument is in brief? Because I don't know. And I'll keep skipping down to see if you have updated that. I'm sorry to put you back at the bottom of the queue there, but I'm not familiar with the argument. Okay. Sangu says, one interpretation of the advent of Buddhism in India is that the religion arose as an emancipatory replacement to Hinduism, Brahminism, which endorsed casteism. Is there evidence to support this claim? Not really, no. It's kind of an old idea that basically Buddhism is the Protestant Reformation of Brahminism or Hinduism, and there's not a lot of good evidence for that. The Buddha doesn't actually seem that interested in overthrowing any particular way of organizing society unless it involves one of the 10 negative actions or a wrong livelihood. And other than that, he's just teaching the truth. He's like, people ask him, well, can women do this? And he's like, yeah, women can do this. They're just like men, Women can attain the same, which was a revolutionary statement, right? And he's like, well, can people in lower castes do this? Well, yeah, they can do it. Can people in Brahmanical castes do it? Yeah, they can do it, right? Can the warriors do it? Yeah, they can do it. Like, if you're a sentient being and you're not too screwed up, you can do this. You know what I mean? So, his ideas aren't really a reaction against casteism in particular. As far as I have seen, the Buddha it actually uses a bunch of arguments that aren't, how to say, they're not explicitly pro-caste, but they're also not anti-caste. Like a young Brahmin comes to him, I think, in one of the suttas and says, what does it mean to be a Brahmin, to be a noble person, or to be an Arya, to be a noble person? And he says, well, imagine a young Brahmin or a Brahmin's son who goes out and kills. Is that a noble person? Or a young Brahmin or a Brahmin's son who goes out and steals. Is that a noble person? Or who goes out and commits sexual misconduct. Is that a noble person? And so on down the line. And then he goes, imagine a person who's, and again, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but imagine a person from the untouchable class who goes out and saves lives. Is that a noble person? Yes, that's a noble person, sir. Oh, well, what if they give charity? Is that a noble person? Yes, sir, that's a noble person. Right? But what if they are faithful to their husband or wife? Is that a noble person? Yes, that's a noble person, sir. Right? And so he's not actually saying, as far as I can tell, you need to throw out the caste system. He's just saying that what I'm teaching is available to everyone in every caste. And it's available to men and women. And that there's nothing special in terms of what I'm teaching. There's no special benefit you get from being a Brahmin in terms of my teaching. There's no special benefit you get in terms of, right? Unless your life circumstance is really screwing you up. Okay. I'll leave that there. Loka says, I've read in Tibet they used black and white pebbles to track negative and positive thoughts during meditation. You know of any other lesser known traditional meditation aids or similar techniques? Right. So that, if I'm not mistaken, was Venerable Atisha, if I'm recalling correctly. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think that Venerable Atisha had that practice, and he was a Nalanda monk. He may have brought it from there, or it may have just been something that he did that he thought was a good idea. So he would just make a pile of white and black stones when he looked back on the day. At the end of the day, he'd make a pile of white and black stones to track his good and bad actions and see how he had done. Do I know of lesser known meditation techniques? Man. Here's the thing. I have studied as an academic to some degree. I think the vast majority of the major esoteric or Gnostic or quietistic traditions of the world that have something to do with meditation, that have something to do with training your mind, different systems for training the body, or the what we might call the subtle body, also the subtle physical substances, also these kinds of things. I've studied just a huge range, a wide range of different things, and have of course studied to some depth the ones that are popular in my main tradition of Gelug. Also to some depth, because I've trained in Dragon Gate Taoism with an actual lineage holder for that lineage of Longmen Taoism. I've studied those techniques to some reasonable level. But also through conversations for years, talked to other Buddhists and people from other faiths about the tools they're using. I know I've probably forgotten more techniques than I know. You know what I mean? So what I've done in terms of my teaching efforts for these things is to try to boil it down to, since we're living in the real world, 5 things, 5 main things that you can train in as a person in the real world and make enough progress that you can do most of the stuff that's included in every tradition I've ever encountered. As a matter of fact, I can't think of any tradition's main practices that wouldn't benefit from the techniques that I teach. And this isn't like some weird, arrogant thing. What I mean is that if you have concentration, which is coming from Foundation 1, Foundation 2 mainly, any other practice you want to do that involves concentration as a layperson, where you want to be able to generate concentration very quickly, make the mind calm very quickly while staying lucid, which is the basis of all meditation technology, it's there. I teach that right in the beginning of the system. And then you come over here and you're doing practices that are about being, not doing. Mahamudra style practice. So all these practices like just sitting and forgetting, or the related to sort of neti practice, but at the tail end of it, like, Sadhguru teaches this, some of the yoga schools teach this, basically a practice of just sitting and not doing anything until the conventional nature of consciousness occurs to you naturally, right? That's over here, Foundation 4. I teach this, right? But I teach it in a way that's easy for a layperson to build up systematically the skills that are involved in doing the more profound levels of that. And then rumination meditation, where you're learning how to analyze all of these components that make up your being and analyze reality so that you can then transform your perception, transform your emotions, transform your cognition, transform your attitudes, so you can become loving, compassionate, humble, patient, have strong will. All of the conventional good qualities you would associate with a religious person in an ideal world. Yeah? Right. So, in brief, lesser known techniques that I think are really important, I have baked into the 5 foundations. I've just baked them right in. When you do my body scanning practices, there are practices from the lower tantras that don't require empowerment, that involve body scanning, and some of the elements of those practices which are meant to clear the subtle body and make the body more, sort of make the emotions more stable and all this, I've just included that in the way that I do the body scans, because why not? I've included some stops along the way through those practices that will, in theory, give you a little bit of a leg up when you try to do more advanced practices in Buddhist systems or Taoist systems, because why not? Right? You're doing a body scan anyway. Why not do it in such a way that not only does it accomplish the main thing, which is to make the mind extremely calm and extremely lucid, but also, why not do it in such a way that it prepares you to do more advanced, difficult, subtle types of practice? So that's baked in. And then Mahamudra, right? Not a super well-known practice, but gives you all of these handholds, all of these smaller elements of your being to work with before you just try to sit and just be. You get some experience doing it with vision, then hearing, then smell, then taste, and touch. I do before those other 4 because it's just a logical way to do it. And then finally, rumination, right? So this is a very, very little known technique, but rumination meditation is about transforming all of the content on the surface of your mind, your attitude, your emotions, your cognitions, your perceptions. And it evolves into Vipassana, special seeing, special insight, where you learn how to analyze the components making up your being and analyze the world so that you can change your mind permanently. That's the point. So the best of the best for the stuff that I have found, I've baked it in. Or if I don't think it's appropriate to bake something in because of what it is, I have baked stuff into the way that I teach meditation so that you'll be prepared to do those practices when you get to that stage of your practice, right? So last night I did 4 corners breathing as a supplemental exercise to Mahamudra practice and intensive breath, right? Intensive breath can give you headaches because it works really, really fast and your nervous system doesn't have time to catch up with the fact that you're learning how to concentrate, and your subtle body doesn't either because it just works incredibly fast. And so you can alternate doing that practice and then doing 4 corners breathing in the abdomen. Well, 4 corners breathing in the abdomen is in a continuum of breath practices that leads to the most profound practices in both Taoism and Buddhist Tantra, right? So even the supplementary sort of like, here's something to make your headache go away or to calm your nervous system down if it gets overstimulated by Mahamudra in the beginning and blah, blah, blah. Even those supplemental exercises are preparing you for more advanced kinds of practice, because why not? Why not do it that way instead of just having, I don't know, whatever happened to be in the bag of tools in the tradition you happened to be doing at the time, right? Okay. Sangu says, with reference to evidence, are there early Buddhist theological texts that espouse an emancipatory philosophy that denounced casteism? Didn't I cover that? There is something, again, just briefly, there's definitely challenges to casteism, but it's not, I think it's not as crisp as, for example, the modern movement for anti-caste in India would like it to be. That the Buddha has a little bit of a softer touch than one might like on the issue, as far as I have seen. You know, basically the Buddha seems to be saying, because the Buddha meets with kings, the Buddha meets with Brahmins, the Buddha meets with Shramanas, the Buddha meets with philosophers and atheists and agnostics, and the Buddha meets with weirdo yogi guys living on the countryside with long hair. You know, the Buddha trains women, the Buddha trains men, the Buddha is willing to train anybody from anywhere, from any caste, who's willing to do the work, and says it doesn't matter what your background was, you can come and be my follower and do these practices, and they'll work if you do what I tell you. You know, so that's not quite as strong, I think, in terms of a denunciation of what is it, the caste system as one might hope for. Okay, Dr. Doom, hello, welcome. Explorer is asking about vegetarianism. So let me say this. I've had periods where I'm vegetarian, but let me zoom out from my own situation and say this. Buddhism in India was not vegetarian. The Sanskrit tradition, which is the 300 Common Era up until about 14th century Common Era when the major monasteries in India went out of existence because of foreign invasions, were not vegetarian. Definitely not. The teachings that the Buddha provided for that community don't tell you need to be vegetarian. And in fact, there are at least two arguments in the and actually several more. There are several more. Basically, where the Buddha is saying, look, if you spend all this time focused on your diet, this is against my teaching, in fact, that you don't gain extra purity by having a pure diet. This isn't my teaching. The Buddha was challenged by his cousin, Devadatta, and by Jains, who both made the same argument that I call the economic argument, which is, isn't it true, Buddha? Isn't it true that if you allow eating meat, even under what you consider to be ethical circumstances, you didn't see that it was killed for you, you didn't hear it was killed for you, you didn't request it to be killed for you, right? It was killed in brief for general consumption, and therefore was what the Theravadan tradition calls flesh that already exists in the world. There's already animals who have been killed for general consumption without consideration for you at all. Those animals are there, already deceased, chopped up, ready to be eaten, right? In terms of karma, what is the object you're acting upon? The dead animal's mind has moved on. There's nobody there that you're acting upon. It's just meat. What about the intention and motivation? Your intent is just to eat a meal. Your intent's not to kill. It's not to steal. It's not to lie. It's not to commit sexual misconduct. It's not to speak harshly. It's not to divide communities. It's not to commit idle chatter. What about negative mental action? Well, are you coveting? Well, no. The being whose body this was is now departed. Their mind is gone. This is just flesh that already exists that doesn't belong to anyone now. Okay, so there's no coveting. There's no ill will. You're not sitting around going, I hope they kill more cows because I want a hamburger. You're just going to the store and there's already hamburger there. And so there's no, amongst the 10 negative actions, there's no negative intent. There's no negative intent in the act. The intent is just to go have a meal. The intent isn't to kill anything or harm anything. You don't even have the thought or motivation to harm anything. So you're just going, in terms of the action you are performing, right? As a practitioner, you're in this box of action, right? Like you're in this box of karma that's heading in a particular direction. The question is, when you perform this action of eating a hamburger, are you performing non-virtue that will ripen in the future as a reality in which you're killed and blah, 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 blah? The answer is no. Why? Because the intent was just to eat some stuff that was already there. The motivation wasn't a harmful intent. The effort didn't involve harming any beings on your part. You just drove to the store and got some meat. And the completion wasn't you going, yeah, I'm glad they killed all the cows. It was you just going, oh, it was a nice burger, right? So there is no negative action baked in, even at the level of effort and completion. There's no negative action baked into the act at all. So the Buddha said the economic argument that Venerable Devadatta, his cousin who hated the Buddha, who tried to divide the Sangha, he said, when you say it's okay, Buddha, when you unethical such and such, when you say it's okay for your followers to eat meat as long as it wasn't killed for them, as long as they don't suspect it was killed for them, as long as blah, 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 blah. When you say that, in the world, people will kill animals and make it available for your community to eat because they know that you will turn up and eat the meat, right? And therefore, you're creating what we could call an economic incentive in the world for animals to be killed. Even though you aren't performing any negative actions, any negative karma, still these beings are being harmed because you've created a circumstance where beings will be killed because of the types of dietary habits you have. And the Buddha says, that's not my teaching. My teaching is you can have loving kindness and compassion as a person who eats meat. My teaching is, as long as you're not breaking your vows and committing non-virtues on the path, that eating meat doesn't take you off the path even slightly. Now, by the time you get to the tantras, where you're dealing with subtle energies in the body and so forth, yoga tantras, where you're doing certain types of meditative practice, there are some benefits for periods of time to avoiding meat, because it actually does interfere with certain subtle energy practices having to do with yoga tantra. But when you get to highest yoga tantra, the energy practices in highest yoga tantra benefit from eating meat. So the compassionate thing to do is eat meat so that you can achieve realizations more quickly, so that you can become of ultimate benefit to all beings. If you don't eat that hamburger today, not even a single being's karma will be affected by this. If you avoid that hamburger, that being who has the negative karma of being killed and turned into hamburger over and over again, that being won't be benefited or harmed whatsoever by you having that hamburger from a karmic perspective. The results they're experiencing of being killed over and over again and turned into food have to do with their past actions, not your present actions. Your present actions may be a minor contributing condition, but the actual cause is in the mind of that sentient being. So if you were to take their flesh and consume it, and this allowed you to attain a state of realization where you could actually benefit that being who's being reborn over and over and over again and suffering and being killed, well, now you're benefiting that being. So the compassionate thing to do is to eat the hamburger, not to avoid the hamburger. So the Buddha actually says all the way back in the Pali Canon, there are examples in the Pali Canon. How do I put this? There are examples in the Pali Canon where the canon itself says that your loving kindness is not affected by eating meat. And I take this to mean also your compassion is not affected by eating meat. Likewise, when you get to the highest yoga tantras, which is the final evolution of Mahayana practice, let's say, even there, same thing. Your compassion actually should compel you to eat meat if you're doing certain kinds of practice where eating meat increases the speed of development in that practice. Because you want to attain enlightenment as quickly as you can to benefit all sentient beings. They're suffering right now. Why are you screwing around with this? It's like somebody's in a fire and you're debating if you should have a salad or you should have a burger before you take them out of the fire. You know? Okay, I digress. Andre, what if there what if there is a full over 1,000 cockroaches in your basement and they're going up? How would you avoid killing? I can't feel bad for them. It's not in me. So this is like one of the most common questions, and the mosquito at 2 a.m. So this is one of the most common questions in Buddhism in the modern world, actually. You know, what do you do about the bugs? And how to say, what do you do about the bugs? So one of my teachers put it this way. We are living as we are in this realm in such a way that because of our past negative actions, we will find ourselves in circumstances again and again and again where we are compelled by the circumstance because the consequences of not killing are so high and real. You know, if you don't take care of the cockroach problem, there will be millions of them, and they're going to infest your house, your food. They're going to make you sick, your family sick. They'll invade your neighbors' houses, make them sick. So the circumstance, because of our own past negative karma, has created the perfect conditions under which we basically have to kill. Otherwise, people will get sick and die. Really unfortunate, right? Same thing with mosquitoes. I mean, there are places in the world where mosquitoes carry certain types of diseases that will kill people with weakened immune systems, and sometimes will kill healthy people. So you have a choice to make. Are you going to let people die, or are you going to kill insects? And this is the degenerated circumstances we found ourselves in terms of karma. And so what was my teacher's answer? You have to do your best, you know? You have to do your best. When you're performing negative actions, the reason you study the 4 parts of an action is not to be some scholarly weirdo. It's so that you understand what you're doing, so that you can reduce the negative aspects of this process to the absolute barest, smallest, most minimal when you have to do non-virtue. And so that you can maximize these 4 parts of the action when you do virtue. So that you're tipping the scales of your karmic situation to be increasingly headed towards virtue. You see it? So, for example, if you had to kill a cockroach, or if you had to spray for cockroaches at work, or one of my students actually had to treat an area for mosquitoes because there was a really horrific disease spreading in their area, and if you don't take care of the mosquitoes, then it'll start killing people. And so what you have to do is what is the intent? Well, the intent is to save lives, right? Okay, what's the motivation? Is the motivation, like you said, Andre, that you just don't like cockroaches? Okay, that's a negative motivation. What if you don't think about that at all and think about the fact that cockroaches have the same Buddha nature as you? Cockroaches have the same, literally their mind is creating an entire universe of experience, just like yours is creating a universe of experience. In fact, those cockroaches have been your mother countless times. They've been your best friend countless times. They've been your father countless times. They've been your brother countless times. They've been your dearest mentor countless times. In countless rebirths. And so you think like this: I don't want to kill these beings, but I have to because of the circumstances. And that's extremely regrettable. But I have to save lives. My motivation is to save human lives, right? So you remove the negative aspect of the motivation, increase the positive aspect of the motivation, and focus on saving life, while deeply regretting the fact that you have to take the lives of these precious beings in order to save these other lives. And then in terms of the effort, you do it in such a way that you want to be as efficient as possible so that whatever approach you're taking will be absolutely the most effective approach possible, so that the number of times you have to do this will be the absolute minimum number of times, right? So you spend time trying to make it as best as you can. Furthermore, what I recommended to my student is there are practices you can do to try to help sentient beings take better rebirths. So as part of the effort of the action in which you know you're going to have to kill, set it up in such a way that when these beings die, as best you can, you've set up the circumstance so that they'll take a better rebirth as a human being or a deva. So now the effort of the action has as much virtue packed into it as you can, given the circumstances. And then on the completion, don't when you complete the action go, yeah, I got those bastards, right? Again, regret for the negative aspect of the action. I wish I didn't have to kill these beings. And in the future, as best I can, I'm going to do my utmost to never have to kill sentient beings again, right? So now the completion, quite weak in terms of negativity. So if you have to do negative things in the world because of the type of job you do, because of the type of situation you're in, because of the type of diseases and things there are in the world, then you do it with the absolute minimum negative content and the absolute maximum positive content possible. That's the best you can do. According to karmic theory, it's still going to have negative consequences for you, but the negative consequences will be astronomically less than if you had done it just because you hate cockroaches. So this is tipping the scales in the direction of increasing virtue and decreasing the strength of your non-virtue. It's very important as a practitioner. Okay, so same with the mosquito in the bedroom. You know, do what you can to ensure mosquitoes don't get in the bedroom, and have a drop cloth or a net so that the mosquitoes can't get to you, etc., etc. Do absolutely whatever you can to not have to kill any beings is the first step. And then the rest of it applies the same. What is considered good in Buddhism and why, says Khalid. Also, any way to bypass doing good in Buddhism ontology. So before I answer that question, quick commercial break. So, as some of you know, I do this for free so that everybody in the community can have their questions answered, whether for curiosity or for the sake of their practice. And I also make a large number of phone calls to help people with their practice. And I make the content with no ads, etc., etc., etc. So everything I do, I try to make absolutely as much of it free as possible, but this is what I do full time. So to do this full time, I have to have a certain amount of support from the community. So if you have it in your heart, if it's within your means and capability, please do send a donation using one of the links down below, either through Venmo or PayPal. That's the best way because they have the least amount of fees. You could also send through a super chat if you wanted, but then YouTube will take 30%, and if it's on an iPhone, they'll take another 30%, and then if you sent $10, I get $4, which I know is not what you intended, right? Not that I have a problem supporting the tech companies that make all this possible, but still. Another great way to support the channel, if you want to train with me a bit more seriously, I have a great project going on through Skool, S-K-O-O-L, also down below in the links. If one of the moderators could put that in the chat, that would be appreciated. So through my Skool course, I'm trying to build a community of lay people who want to train in meditation more seriously and who are also willing to support each other financially for long-term retreat. So what would that look like? What that would look like is once we have about 100 members, between 100 and 200 members in the Skool course, not only would I be able to do this full time and not have to do any commercials like this, but that community would be financially capable of supporting people that want to do 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks of retreat at a time. So think about it like this. For those of you who have done retreat, you know it can cost $400, $500, $1,000 once you factor in travel, not working, blah, blah, blah. So if the community comes together and it's $500 for you to go into retreat for a month, and that's the thing that's holding you back, is not being able to afford it, that's between 100 of us, that's $5 US, $5 each, so that you can go into retreat for a month. So if we all agree together that we are going to support each other doing serious practice, then we can all of us have access to do 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks of retreat, at least once every 2, 3, 4 years, depending on how big the community is and the means of the community and your own means and time and so forth, right? So this is what I'm ultimately trying to build through the school course, and people that want to train in my stuff more seriously, it's available on the school course, the 5 Foundations of Meditation. Right. Secondly, another great way to support the channel is, not the channel, but support me, keep the lights on, allow all this to go on. I'm working with Neil Ripsky, who's been training in internal Chinese martial arts, Buddhism, and some Taoist practice for about 40 years. And he's also trained in Thai forest tradition in a fantastic lineage and certified to teach in that lineage also. So we're working together to bring this incredible system coming through China by way of also a quick tour around the Himalayas. It went apparently through Tibet and picked up a few things that are quite interesting. It's called 18 Lohan Palm. So the Shaolin 18 Lohan Palm is a complete cultivation system that has basically yoga, it has meditation practices, it has deity yoga practices, it has mudra practices, mantra practices. It also has Neidan, for those who are familiar, internal alchemy practice. And it has other things like the classics that Damo brought to the Shaolin Temple. So muscle tendon changing, bone marrow washing, and the third one was 18 Lohan Palm, right? So in this system, all of this stuff that supports your meditation practice under one roof, my techniques, my stuff that I think is worth practicing is baked into that course. And so Neil and I have partnered on that. If you wanted to train with me in real life, it'll be through that community, probably, that you'll train with me in real life, because when I teach retreat, normally I teach people how to do retreat at home. For 18 Lohan Palm, I'm going to be doing retreats in person with Neil probably twice a year. So that would be the way to hang out with me and actually do some practice in real life. So those are the best ways to support the channel. Please do, if you're listening right now, either in person or watching this later, just hit pause. I'll be here when you get back. Hit pause. Go donate or join one of the courses or whatever you're compelled to do, and then come right back. And we'll carry on, okay? Picking it up from where we were, what's considered good in Buddhism and why? Also, any way to bypass doing good in Buddhist ontology. I'll answer the second question first and say no. There's no way to avoid doing good as part of. I mean, ontology is a bit of a funny word to use there. I would say, this is more of a soteriology question, sort of what is the theory of salvation, right? Or is that soteriology, right? Soteriology, or is it teleology? Well, in any case, one of the ologies that has to do with the ultimate purpose of life and how do you gain salvation, right? You have to do good. You have to do virtue. You have to accumulate merit. That is half of the path. What is considered good in Buddhism is a more complicated and difficult, philosophically dense question. If I were to put it in the simplest terms I can, I would say that Buddhism considers that which is skillful from the point of view of a realized person is good. That which is unskillful from the point of view of a realized person is bad. What does this mean? It means that the universe, whether you like it or not, and reality even larger than the physical universe in which we abide, whether you like it or not, is set up in a certain way. And part of the way that it's set up is that your ethical actions and unethical actions leave imprints, and those imprints lead to future experiences. And certain types of actions you perform lead to unpleasant, unwanted, painful, difficult existences for you. And you won't want that or like that when you get there. So that's unskillful. Likewise, certain types of actions take you further from the truth. They take you further away from the goals of seeing how things actually are in reality, attaining nirvana, attaining enlightenment. Those things are unskillful because in reality, you've been stuck in samsara forever and you want to get out. Once you understand the whole model for the system, it's very clear that part of your deep desire as a being is to have a deep, lasting state of satisfaction that's stable, not unstable. This is why, in part, Christians want to go to heaven. Muslims want to go to heaven. They want a permanent type of existence that is good for them, right? Likewise, we, in general, besides a few folks, right? In general, if you haven't been influenced by too much philosophy and other stuff, you want to have some type of lasting satisfaction, happiness, joy that is not dependent upon the external circumstance. Yeah? So if you do things in terms of your actions that leave imprints on your mind that take you further from that goal, that's unskillful. It's very unskillful, right? You're lacking the right methods and techniques to do what you actually want, to accomplish what you actually want, and you're doing the opposite instead. So that's what a very unskilled person would do, right? So a person who's carving wood, for example, if they have really bad technique, then they end up with this horrific, terrible looking thing at the end. And if they have really good technique, then they end up with what it was they intended to end up with, roughly speaking, right? Or a really skilled martial artist goes into a fight and they don't have to kill the other person or harm the other person too badly to win the fight. A martial artist who's not too skillful might have to kill that person or harm them really badly to stop the fight. So the difference between the horrific outcome and the good one is the level of skill, according to a capable person. So like this, according to a realized being like the Buddha who can see the whole circumstance, certain types of actions take you further from the truth and lead to pain and suffering. Certain types of actions lead you closer to the truth and lead to comfort, pleasure, this sort of thing. The ones that take you in this direction, which is where you want to be, better stuff for you temporarily and the permanent good stuff you can get, like nirvana and enlightenment, to be quite crude about it, that's over here on the side of good. Skillful. On the side of bad are all of these actions that have to do with leading to hellish rebirths, leading to hungry ghost rebirths, leading to animal rebirths, most of the time, leading to human rebirths in which there's a great deal of suffering. You don't want that. So actions that lead to that aren't very skillful, since that's not what you want. Likewise, you want to attain a permanent state of happiness and blah, 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 blah. You want permanent results that are stable and really good for you, really good for others, that don't go away. So stuff that you do that leaves imprints on your minds that takes you further away from that and makes it slower and more difficult to attain, that's not very smart of you, is it? That's not skillful. That's unskillful. So these are bad. So relative to the desires you actually have as a sentient being, some things take you closer to attaining those desires, and some of them take you further from it in a metaphysical, cosmological, teleological, soteriological sense. Good, bad. We see animals that kill other animals to survive. Is nature's design a mistake, or are we just living in some lower sphere? Yeah, so in brief, we're living in what's called the desire realm. And within the desire realm, we're living in an extremely coarse physical type of existence that's right on the edge of another realm, among the 6 realms in which you could take rebirth. So human and animal overlap significantly in terms of their rebirth realm. And animal is much more uncomfortable, difficult, painful, etc. than human, generally speaking. Not always, but generally speaking. So, as an animal, you're much more likely, just on the numbers, to be eaten, killed, maimed, etc., etc. your life is much more likely as an animal, insect, fish, etc., to be an extreme struggle of pain and difficulty and near misses and this sort of thing as compared to the average human life. So, the reason that that sentient beings, that mind streams are reborn in those existences are because they have past karma, past actions that leave imprints in which they've killed, they've stolen, they've committed sexual misconduct, they've lied, they've spoken harshly, blah, blah, blah. And these lead to rebirths in which the environment's very harsh. The sexual ethics of animals, not so good, right? Generally speaking, not so good, depending on the animal. You're very likely to get eaten, sometimes even by your own kind. It's really a rough world. There are some good things going on there too, but man, really rough world. And it's tough to figure things out as an animal. Your mind is sharp in certain ways, but in terms of figuring out the really large, big picture stuff, where you could totally change your behavior to adapt to larger changes happening in your environment, or animals are basically not completely helpless in this, but they're not very good at it at all, right? Okay. Hindu asks, have you studied the Upanishads, its impact on Buddha? I've studied a little bit of the Upanishads. I haven't studied them in great detail because there are so many. What I've been looking at recently in the last year or so are the earliest Upanishads that, archaeologically speaking, were fairly confident overlap with the historical time period in which the Buddha was teaching and living. And in particular, those ones that we find referenced in the Buddhist canon. And what interests me really there is what content in the Buddhist canon says was in those Upanishads at the time of the Buddha. This is what I find the most interesting as a Buddhist, because what I want to know is what did people at the time of the Buddha think was the main nugget or nuggets of gold in that teaching, right? What is the main thrust of that teaching, or the main teachings on action or rebirth or cosmology or whatever contained in those things? And what we find is that what seems to have been there at the time of the Buddha is much more reserved than what we find in the texts today. And certainly by the time you get to the grand epics like the Bhagavad Gita and so forth, which are really important for interpreting everything that comes before them, not to mention all the other literature, right? Like the Puranas and everything else. As far as we can tell, none of that was there, and none of it is mentioned in the sources that were written down prior to certain dates in the historical record. So even if they were there orally, somebody in theory should have known about them, and that was writing things down should have written down, oh yes, there's this sect over here, and they follow these 10 Upanishads called such and such, and we just don't find that, right? Okay. Kusha. How does marriage and impermanence go along? That's an interesting question. How do they go along? If you look at the main body of the teachings for lay people, marriage it's not required, but it's there's teachings there on how to have a good marriage. So I think that's important. How to be a good husband, how to be a good wife, how to be a good parent, how to be a good child. There's also teachings on how to be a good employee and a good boss. There are teachings on leaving the inheritance of your estate to your children. There are teachings on how to take care of your family as a layperson who's a Buddhist, how to take care of your friends, and then, of course, how to take care of the spiritual community as a layperson Buddhist who's, in theory, making money and so forth, and therefore able to take care of family, friends, and the spiritual community financially, which is a thing that has to be done, or none of it can exist, right? And then in terms of impermanence, we're all going to die eventually. There is an interesting thing though. The Buddha also teaches, this is not, a lot of people don't know this teaching, but there's quite a bit of emphasis placed on the fact that basically when you die, according to Buddhism, supposedly you're separated from everybody and you travel alone and you don't meet anybody again. But that's actually not what the tradition says. What it says is that family groups tend to sort of cluster together and they orbit each other. Family and friend groups tend to have these like orbits around each other in terms of rebirth, and they meet each other over and over and over again because their actions are so deeply intertwined. They end up again and again and again in the same place in different kinds of relationships to each other. And so one of the things the Buddha teaches actually is how to take rebirth so that you and your wife or you and your husband can be husband and wife again in the future. It's interesting, right? So you're going to carry on doing your Buddhist practice in the future. Wouldn't it be kind of cool if you could meet your partner again and just carry on, with your Buddhist practice and the lovely marriage you've been working on for the last 10 lifetimes or whatever, The Buddha himself, according to some sources, was married to the person who had the same mind stream, was reborn over and over and over again for something like 1 million lifetimes or more. On the Buddha's way to enlightenment, this person had made a commitment early on in the process to be there again and again and again to support him in his practice. And so she was reborn over and over and over again as his wife. She could have been reborn as a man somewhere, right? Because the mind stream isn't male or female, the subtle one, but chose to be reborn again and again and again as the wife of the Bodhisattva who would become Shakyamuni Buddha. And so there are ways, if you study the canon to have these relationships go on for an extremely long period of time. Also, little known thing, but if you want to have, sometimes people get really weird about impermanence, but everyone really has a mind stream that has all these interrelationships with other mind streams, right? We can't be disconnected from each other, ultimately. We are interdependent beings. We're not one thing, but we can't be pulled apart from each other completely. So nobody can leave the table, which is kind of cool news, You'll never lose anybody, ever. The trouble is you've been invited to the party, but you can never leave. Well, And if the party is going from obvious discomfort to relief that becomes obvious discomfort over and over and over again, orbiting with all these people and bumping into them and having it be mostly uncomfortable most of the time, that's not very nice. But if you become a great being, a great bodhisattva, a realized being, or somebody on their way to nirvana, or somebody on their way to the type of nirvana in which you take rebirth in a circumstance where people are, where there's no teachings of the Buddha, right? A pratyeka Buddha, right? Like a rhino's horn, they say. So sticking up, one of them sticking up out of nowhere with great merit. So if you do this sort of thing, then lifetime after lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, you can cultivate these relationships with other beings. If you enter into abiding nirvana, there's going to be a significant period of time where you're not available to other beings because you're absorbed in your own mind's nature. But according to the Mahayana, Buddhas will eventually wake up people in that kind of nirvana, make them enter into non-abiding nirvana, and make them carry on to enlightenment. This is in the Mahayana Sutras. So if you're a bodhisattva headed to non-abiding nirvana on their way to Buddhahood, you can have infinite relationships with other beings. Those relationships will go on forever. When you attain Buddhahood, you will be here with everybody else forever, benefiting them forever. And your experience of stuff will be perfect for you because you've entered into non-abiding nirvana. So, to me, this is sort of like, if we had to create a really rough analogy, this is sort of like Buddhist heaven, you've attained a condition that's absolutely perfect for you, in which you're not just abiding in your own nature, you're abiding in infinite relationship of love and compassion with all other beings forever. It sounds fantastic. Sounds really fantastic. Okay. Bobu 276 says, which techniques or practices do you feel like have had the most impact on your life? That's an interesting question. Okay, so I've gone through different phases with different things. I'm the type of person that if I want to know something, I don't just study it, although I do have that thing also. I do study, and I've studied things to some depth in various areas, and I've studied in a traditional Buddhist environment and an academic environment, and so on and so forth. And I think all of that's been extremely important. So study as a technique, really beneficial. It changes your mind, it changes your attitudes, changes your emotions, changes your worldview, and gets more of you headed down the path in the right direction. So this is huge benefit to study. In terms of actual techniques, sort of beyond just understanding stuff and knowing stuff and so forth, the two areas of practice that have had the most impact on me are the ones that I'm still doing. All of the stuff I put in the 5 Foundations course are the very best things I have pulled out of Buddhism and Chinese health arts and Taoist practice, mostly Buddhist practice, by the way. Only a couple odds and ends here and there because it makes stuff way easier. That is the stuff that's had the most impact on me. The only stuff that I don't teach, because you have to know a huge amount to teach it, is being transmitted as part of the 18 Lohan Palm lineage. Things like Neidan, right? So Neidan practice is a bit like Buddhist Tantra without having to take empowerment. It is one of the most, and contains at least one of the most important aspects of Buddhist practice, and also contains something very similar to POA practice, transference of consciousness at the end of the system. So it has all of these tantric elements there that you can get without having to do empowerments, which makes it available to Theravadan practitioners and makes it available to non-Buddhists, frankly, which is pretty cool. So I have done a huge amount of that kind of practice in the Chinese health art and Budo Taoist or Chinese Buddhist kinds of traditions. And I find them to be extremely helpful because of the way that they get all of you moving in the same direction. And you just have so many additional tools for working with yourself if you're doing something like 18 Lohan Palm, in terms of its martial art aspect, is very similar to Tai Chi. It's a very similar engine. The internal Chinese martial arts engine is very similar between the different arts. So 18 Lohan Palm is primarily a Chinese internal martial art at the front end. And then you have all these exercises that are supplemental to being able to do that, that transform the body and make it almost perfect for meditation. Most of the major systems, by the way, Bobu, they say you need to be able to sit, like to do the end stage stuff, you need to be able to sit for at least 4 hours at a time. How the hell are you going to do that? How are you going to do that? Because anybody in this room who has tried to sit for 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours will tell you and knows what gives out is usually not your willpower full on, right? What gives out is the body. The body straight up won't do it, can't do it. The body breaks down. Yes, you run out of mental energy too, and then without the mental energy, without the bodily energy, you're just sort of like a schlub there on them, stubbornly sitting there, not actually doing anything. But you didn't leave your cushion, that kind of thing. right? So how do you build up a body and an energy system and a mind that can sit for 4 hours? 18 Lohan Palm. That's how you do it. You do exercises that make the body stitched together in such a way that it can sit for very long periods of time and be comfortable. And you build up techniques, additional techniques that allow you to adjust the body without having to leave the session of meditation. And I'll give you one short example. So just as an example, right? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I think you can. So just as an example, one problem that a lot of people have is that there's pain in the upper back, right? And there's pain in the neck. So one of the exercises that is supplemental to the 18 Lohan Palm system that I learned somewhere else before I learned it in Lohan is this, right? So here's the lower part of the body. And then here's or we could draw it here. And here's the upper cavity of the body, depending on where you want to draw the line. It's actually not so important. And then here's the uppermost cavity of the body. So the skull, the chest, and the abdomen could be divided in different ways. In any case, one thing that really helps if you're getting pain in this part of the back, right, is being able to adjust the entire upper cavity. And you can train to do this. So for example, one of the exercises, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, is learning how to do this. So you can see that the lower part of the body stays still and that you learn how to move the chest cavity, right? And then you learn how to move it front and back. And you learn how to move it on the diagonals. You see it? So like this, you learn these exercises to be able to adjust the spine and make the spine more comfortable and get more space in the spine and blah, blah, blah. Right? Super, super helpful. Making the body comfortable and adjusting the body when you need to if you're sitting for a long time. So again, this is just one sort of small example of the kinds of techniques that are there for working with yourself if you get involved in these systems. And this has had a huge impact on my life because, first of all, when I was 16, I started getting chronic pain in my back and my neck. And I had it right up until I was, 39. And after doing internal arts and so forth for a number of years, most of my chronic pain in my shoulders, in my hips, in my knee, in my back, in my neck. I was a mess from doing more hardcore kinds of sports. Most of it has gone away. And I actually feel more like, physically, even though I need to lose a little weight, I feel more like I did when I was 16 before the pain came on than I felt in years. My body feels fantastic on the inside. So it's easier to sit, right? So this is one of those missing pieces in a lot of people's practice where the body becomes a barrier because you haven't done anything to prepare the body for the practice. And so complete cultivation systems in the Chinese monasteries, in the Tibetan monasteries, and systems outside of Buddhism, and the Taoist systems that include Buddhism, like Longmen, Dragon Gate has Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism in it. Complete cultivation systems have stuff to work with the body, and they have stuff to work with the subtle body, and they have stuff to work with the mind. And you learn how to point all of them in the same direction and work with yourself in a really skillful way. This has been a huge impact, huge beneficial impact on my practice. And I can't understate, there are dozens of additional practices in Neidon, Doyen, muscle tendon changing, Yijinjin, just a huge number of supplemental practices that allow you to extend more and more and more of yourself in terms of training and concentration, samadhi, getting in touch with consciousness and different elements of your being beyond just sitting on your cushion, super beneficial. I can't I don't want to overstate it, but I can't really understate the benefits that I've gotten from this sort of thing. They're designed by very smart people, you know. If your body is comfortable and relatively healthy, you might live longer too, which means you have more time to do practice. So if the body, right? Have you ever seen those Tibetan iconography things where the person's sitting on a cushion like this? They're sitting, right? But then they're like this, and the chest is sort of off one way or the other. Because they're learning how to move the cavities of the body independent of each other. Anyway, so this information is there. It's out there, but it's not being utilized as much as it could be. That's part of the reason I spend so much time promoting it. Is it's unbelievably beneficial, but I think people are getting bored of me saying it over and over again. So take it for what you will. Okay, back to wondering says that they were watching some kind of court case today, and they got emotional about it, made meditation harder. Yeah. I mean, this is part of the challenge of living in the real world is, as I say, sometimes you'll have fantastic days and your excitement will pull you out of the practice. Sometimes you'll have terrible days and fear or anger or depression will pull you out of the practice. So if your main practice is, okay, I'm just going to sit and observe my breath and be nice to myself and blah, like there is no possibility you're going to overcome the freight train disaster that is your out of control mind with an attitude like that. No chance. None. If you had 3 days in retreat and you could do it 8 hours a day, that would work. But if you're sitting down to do your 20 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever of practice today, or even an hour, and that's the kind of practice you're doing, good luck. If it was a really good day, good luck if it was a really bad day. And most of your days are either going to be kind of good, kind of bad, right? So you need a technique that addresses the force of distraction that you have in real life. And this is why I teach intensive breath as the first technique. This is from the classics, for those of you who are new, but intensive breath meditation is a technique in which you use forceful intent to meet the force of distraction instead of using gentle intent. And it works really quickly, and it can face up to things like being really emotionally disturbed in the moment. It's a powerful technique that's meant to overcome powerful distraction. So in the beginning, it helps you gain the initial stages of concentration for your benefit of training. Later stages, when you're more experienced, when bad things happen, you're distressed, blah, blah, blah. Now you have this tool in your tool belt to forcefully overcome these problems, knock them out of your mind, and get on to the actual practice that you intended to do, whatever that is. So this is why I teach that first in the 5 foundations. It's a tool you can bring with you into all your practices forever. Well, not forever, but probably for the rest of this life. Okay. Himanshudi Vivedi 1313. Sir, please focus on nature of this world. The nature of this world. The nature of this world is dependent origination. The nature of this world is that it comes into existence based upon causes and conditions, parts and whole, subject and object, but not one particular subject, multiple subjects, all of us, all sentient beings, including the gods, including the hell beings, from highest to lowest. Our collective karma and individual karmas is what brings into existence all of the realms of existence. And then it's the pure actions and the imprints of pure actions on the minds of holy beings that brings into existence holy realms, like the pure realms and so forth, that are described in the Mahayana canon. And so what is the nature of reality? The nature of reality is that it dependently arises. Anything you point to will have causes, conditions, parts, whole, subject or subjects, and object or objects involved. The exception to the first two is that certain things are privations, absences, lacks, the fact that something isn't there rather than something is there. And in those cases, all you have is subject and object, right? You don't have something that is the thing to which the mind is referring. You just have the absence of something. So in the case of impermanence, to rope in from the earlier discussion, in the case of impermanence, impermanence is an absence of stasis. Impermanence is an absence of stasis. The fact that from moment to moment, things don't stay what they were. And according to the great saints and logicians of the early to middle Indian Buddhist period, like Dhammakirti, if you go to the subtlest level of impermanence, subtle impermanence, momentariness, what you find is that you can't say that even a single fraction of a single moment of the subtlest particles of the universe exists in a state of stasis, even in the smallest moment of time. In other words, even in a single moment, things must arise and cease. And so what is absent from that thing, that even in its subtlest component parts arises and ceases, what isn't there is something that remains in stasis, even for the smallest period of time. So that's impermanence. And then the other really important nature of reality is selflessness and or emptiness. Selflessness means that there's something missing in things that exist that you perceive and think is there in things that exist. So what does it mean that it's empty? It means that when you look for the thing that you thought was there, existing in the way you thought it existed, you can't find it. It's empty of that. The mountain, as I've said on previous streams, the mountain, when you look at the mountain appearing in front of you, it appears this vast landscape, huge mountains rippling 4 or 5 layers deep, 400 million years old, 300 million years old. You can see how the water and the snow has smoothed some of the peaks and hills into something resembling a folded up carpet. Clearly, mountains have nothing to do with you, right? The fact that this thing is a mountain, clearly, obviously, evidently, with no need to debate, is a mountain out there in the world, and it's been here for millions of years. It has nothing to do with human beings and our perceptions and ideas, clearly, right? No problem. Okay, let's say that's true. Where does the mountain begin? Does it begin in the foothills, or are those foothills? Is that something different than the mountain? What about the water running through the mountain? Is that the mountain, or is that just water inside the mountain? What about huge chunks of rock that have broken off inside the mountain and are just sort of held there on the side of this thing by gravity, but are no longer actually physically connected to the giant thing in front of you that resembles a rolled up carpet of earth? Is that the mountain, or is that just a huge rock, hundreds of, tens or hundreds of miles long? If you say that is the mountain because it's so large, at what size exactly when something's broken off from the mountain, and at what distance when it's broken off from the mountain does it stop being the mountain and start just being a piece of rock? How far down into the earth does it stop being a continental, what is it? A tectonic plate and start being a mountain? Because the mountain is one tectonic plate pushing up over the top of another one. So when does it stop being a plate and start being a mountain? Exactly how tall does it need to become? Millions of years from now, when the waters and rains and so forth have whittled it down and whittled it down, when does it stop being a mountain and start being a hill? When does it stop being a hill and start being just dirt, just a plain? Because the plains aren't perfectly flat either, are they? They have small bits and rising parts and falling parts and plains on them. They're not perfectly flat. Where did the mountain go? What is this thing you call a mountain that's been here for 400 million years? What is that? Where is that? Because it's clearly, it doesn't exactly, are not included in the mountain. There's no answer to questions like this. So, in your perception, it looks like there's a thing out there, and that thing has an identity. It's out there really busy being something. And what is it being? It's being a mountain. And that fact of being a mountain out there in the world, having been a mountain for 400 million years, having the capacity to be a mountain for millions of years beyond your lifetime, seems completely independent of you, doesn't it? Seems to have nothing whatsoever to do with you, except for the fact that if I ask you any of the stupid first grader questions about this thing, where does it begin? Where does it end? When does it start? When does it stop? No answers to these basic first grader questions about the thing itself, right? So like this, in our mind has this habit of seeing things as if they existed utterly independent of subjects, individual subjects. And it has this habit of seeing them as, in many cases, independent of the parts that compose them. Is the mountain the rocks? Well, no, it's not the rocks. Is it the water? Well, no, it's not the water. Is it the magma running through the center? No, it's not the magma. Is it the plate? Is it the what is the word again? Is it the tectonic plate running underneath in either direction? No. Those are tectonic plates. Well, we've just eliminated everything that could be the mountain, and you're still saying there's a mountain. It's weird. It's a little weird. So somehow it seems independent of the parts. Is it the causes of the mountain? Is it what causes exactly bring the mountain into existence? If there's a moment that the mountain comes into existence in physical reality, that should be a moment in time, should it not? Because there's only things that have arisen and things that haven't arisen. And therefore, if a mountain is a real thing that exists in reality, it must arise at a particular moment in time. But even to begin thinking about the idea that at some point the continental shelf was lifting up a bunch of earth and rock and so forth, and that at a particular moment in time the hill in reality became a mountain, it's just absurd, right? It's an absurd idea. And yet, nonetheless, your perception entirely convincingly tells you there's a mountain out there, has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with my concepts, nothing to do with the language we speak as human beings. And there are people who will fight you to the death practically on the internet trying to disprove this kind of argument. But there's no faults in this argument. It's entirely cogent. So, what is the mountain empty of? It's empty of your misperception of how mountains exist, as if they're independent of cause and effect, parts and whole, subject and object, to put it briefly. So the mountain, exists dependently, depending upon parts and whole, subject and object, parts and whole, cause and effect, parts and whole, subject and object. That's how it exists. So what is it empty of? It's empty of something that is independent of those three. And nonetheless, your perception and conception, your thoughts and your perceptions, your preconceptual perceptions, even in deep meditation, mistakes the nature of the existence of the mountain. It's a big problem. And according to the Buddha, that's the mistake you're making that leads to all of your other negative mental states. And all of your other negative mental states then give rise to actions, because you act based upon your emotions and negative mental states. Those then lead to suffering of all sorts of kinds, including rebirth and types of existence you don't want to be in, like suffering realms. So, in brief, that's the nature of this world. Back to wondering. Asked, why is it like that? I think that was probably in regards to suffering. And if not, my apologies. But in regards to suffering, it's because of what we just described. You have avidya, misknowing or misperception. That avidya, that ignorance, leads to klesha, disturbing mental states. Those klesha lead to actions. Those actions lead to imprints from the actions in your consciousness. Those imprints lead to all sorts of suffering rebirths associated with the types of actions that you've performed in the past. Having both positive aspects coming from good karma, actually, that turns into pleasure that is a type of suffering, as we discussed, right? And then in that rebirth where you're experiencing good stuff and boring stuff and bad stuff, stuff you like, stuff you don't care about, stuff you don't like, in that rebirth, you then have more ignorance, more disturbing mental states, you do more actions, you accumulate more imprints of actions, and then the process happens again. And there's no first time this happened, according to the Buddha. There isn't a first time that this happened. You have been doing this infinitely into the past. And this isn't the first universe. There have been infinite universes before this one. Hope that helps. Hope that helps, brother. Brownie points if anybody gets the reference. Okay. Hello, Dr. Jones. Wondering whether we have proof like University of Virginia, I'm assuming, on human-to-human rebirth, that there are human-to-other realm rebirths. Yes. So, Shao, if you read near-death experience literature, there are descriptions of heavenly realms. There are descriptions of hellish realms, usually is what people describe them, but within the subcategory of hellish realms in near-death experience literature, there are what we would call wandering spirit realms, where you're basically wandering through vast landscapes with all sorts of bad stuff happening to you, or hellish realms and basically of torture and other kinds of uncomfortable stuff, right? So that is all there in the near-death experience stuff. And I've talked about previously, how you would deal with some of the near-death things that don't seem initially to fit into a Buddhist program, let's say, but in fact, actually do. Barack Obama says, got into the Shravasti SAFE program. Fantastic. Good. Shravasti Abbey is where Venerable Thupten Chodron gives teachings. She's one of my preceptors. For those who are into that sort of thing, she gave me my pratimoksha vows and gave me the name Thupten Samten, one who meditates on the teachings, is my refuge name. Mugo asks, Westerners have too much of an attachment to Abrahamic worldviews. That's why they cherry pick so much in Buddhism. There's a lot going on there. Historically, part of the problem is that Buddhism was presented to the Western Academy initially through the Orientalists as sort of like Asian psychotherapy and religion without religion. So it was, in theory, a religion you could do without gods or deities and so forth. It was sort of like psychotherapy and didn't require any beliefs of any kind. And this was, roughly speaking, how it was presented for, I don't know how many years, a lot, a fair number of years in the Western Academy. And then you have the advent of the modern mindfulness movement, and you have the advent of movements in the 1800s and early 19th century and mid 19th century, 19th century, 20th century, 20th century. I always get these mixed up. Anyways, in the like 1950s, I think, or 60s. So in China, you have the Cultural Revolution, where they basically say all of you Buddhists need to become more secular or die. In Japan, you have the emperor trying to modernize the country, get rid of a bunch of religious stuff, while at the same time making the country more Shinto and less Buddhist, because according to Shintoism, the emperor is a god. Definitely no bias there. And then in the West, starting from the 1960s or 70s, you have the modern mindfulness movement and the presentation of Zen, the movement of Zen into the West. And the transmission of Zen into the West was largely presented sort of in a secular, you don't have to believe anything kind of way. And that's not how it was in Japan. That's certainly not how it was in China. Nope. And the modern mindfulness movement did something similar with the Theravada, where it basically said, well, we can take all the meditation stuff and we'll just leave everything else. Thank you. But that, as we have found in modern journals, doesn't work very well. Then you end up with a person who's a little bit more concentrated and quite often much more arrogant, or, you know, not always, but it could lead to other problems that would have been averted if they had the full tradition. And then quite a few, I'm not going to mention any names, but quite a few people in the Theravada movement straight up lied to people about what Buddhism teaches, and said it doesn't involve beliefs and you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. And a lot of popularizers of Buddhism across the world have taught Buddhism mostly devoid of the stuff that makes Buddhism what it is, like karma, rebirth, blah, blah, blah. So this isn't just like a Western problem. There are major Asian teachers who have done this also, and whole countries in Asia that have done this also. And, you know, now it is what it is. The trouble is, theologians, philosophers have picked up on this popular Buddhism, Buddhism without beliefs, or Buddhism light, as Alexander Berzin, I think, calls it. And they've pointed out, as I criticized in my video, right, the 2 videos I've done on Christianity, they critique forms of Buddhism that are sort of popular ideas about Buddhism that aren't represented in the texts of Buddhism or the traditional practices of Buddhism, like pre-1950 for 2,000 years. And Buddhism, if you shirk, if you yeet, as the kids say, like everything from 1950 forward, although I don't recommend that in its entirety, but if you just jettison much of that sort of new secular thing that actually isn't Buddhism, if you just jettison that and look at the arguments put forward by Buddhism as a complete system, it's very robust. And it can defend itself from everything I've thrown at it. And I studied theology during my master's degree. I got to study very sophisticated theologians who have very interesting ideas, but Buddhism can defend itself as an ideology from the best of theological arguments that I've encountered. I have another video coming on this eventually. Okay. Mohammed. Hey, man. Hello. Welcome. Gil Hermeliao. hey doctor, don't you think that the Buddha nature from the Mahayana text is clearly in conflict with what the Buddha originally taught? No, not at all. So Buddha nature means a million different things. There's a lot of different ways this term has been interpreted and translated, but the one that I find most satisfying is this: your subtlest mind, your subtlest consciousness, which in the Theravada tradition they would call consciousness without surface, is empty of inherent existence, is selfless. It doesn't have the type of self, like we were doing with the mountain, it doesn't have that type of self in it. That's your Buddha nature. Since it doesn't have that type of self in it, since you're not stuck being a little tiny human being with the limits of human beings and blah, 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 you have the potential, your nature, the nature of your being, the nature of your subtlest consciousness is that your being can be transformed into a Buddha. And that nature isn't a changing thing. That you have that same potential in every moment. That's not to say that in every moment you could become a Buddha. That's to say that in every moment, your subtlest mind, which will go to Buddhahood eventually, depending on who you ask, right? I tend to come down a little bit more conservative than that, but has the potential at least to go on to Buddhahood. In every moment, it has that same potential to go on to Buddhahood, because selflessness is the absence of something. It's an unchanging thing. So the subtlest nature of your mind in every moment arises with the same qualities, even though it's a causal thing, and it's empty of selflessness, which is an acausal, unchanging thing. So in brief, it has the same qualities in every moment. All of this is fully in line with the Theravadan tradition as I understand it. But because of the language, it starts to sound like you're saying, well, there's this unchanging thing at the center of your being. Isn't that a self? Isn't that a problem? Well, no. Your subtlest consciousness is clear and knowing. According to the Theravada, that's how it is. In every single moment, it has those qualities, but it's a causal thing. Mahayana agrees. Theravada says you don't have the type of self that's being referred to by the Buddha in that mind. That's an unchanging fact about that thing. It's a privation. It's an absence. Since it's something that's not there, it's not a compounded thing. It's utterly unchanging. It's an absence. It's just something that isn't there. It doesn't have parts. It wasn't brought into being by something, right? It's just the absence of something. So that is an unchanging aspect about this changing continuum of things in terms of causality changing, flipping over into a no moment, but in every moment having the same qualities of clarity and knowing. So that's how it is, I think, according to both Theravada and Mahayana. And when you understand it that way, you go, oh yeah, of course. Because it's not inherently stuck as a human mind or a dog mind or a Deva mind, a God mind, whatever. Since it's not inherently stuck in these categories, it can become the mind of a Buddha. So it has a nature, a potential to become a Buddha. I think this kind of explanation works extremely well. Okay. Brief commercial break. So, my friends, dear ones, all you who have returned many times, those of you who are new, I do all of these streams for free. I don't put up ads on my content, etc. And I do this full time. So I teach the 5 foundations techniques Monday, Wednesday, Friday at the moment. And I do these Q&As once a week at least. And I'm making content for the channel. So all of that I do for free and without ads. But this is a full-time endeavor. So for me to carry on doing this for free for the rest of the community, some of the community has to come together to support, to keep the lights on in the house and to allow me to feed the dog, right? So if you're getting some benefit from this, just hit pause now, go to the description for the live stream or the video, and just donate whatever you can. We are getting to the end of the month, and I'm still, I hate to say it in this way, but still slightly short for the month. So whatever you can chip in at this time would be really, really appreciated. And if you want to do something ongoing to support the channel, you could join either the 5 Foundations course, which I described in great detail in the Sit and See class. You can go find that video under the Sit and See playlist. Or you could join 18 Lohan Palm, because that's a collaboration I'm doing with another gentleman that has a full Buddhist cultivation system coming through a Shaolin lineage and Tibet. Really, really fantastic system for training the body, energy system, and mind. So those would be the way you could support what we're doing here and ensure that next month I'll still be here doing this instead of whatever, working some silly job somewhere instead of doing this thing that we all love. Okay. Back to wondering. I'm interested in how Buddhist ideas can bring insight to physics. For example, the idea of grounding physics on relations and not substance. So there are versions of quantum mechanics and some hints, I would say, in special relativity that things are relational rather than non-relational. I suppose we could just say it that way. A big part of my PhD work was looking at that issue and showing that special status of consciousness interpretations of quantum mechanics coming through the Copenhagen interpretation. Basically, who are the main players there? I don't know. It's been too long now since I've read the names. But, there's a handful of Nobel Prize winners and important guys and people that worked at major institutions. These are not quacks, right? These are some of the major guys in quantum mechanics from the first century of the field. And there are still people that follow those interpretations today that basically say, in order to explain the existence of physical stuff, you need to have minds that are non-local and, by implication, not generated by the physical stuff. And so this is getting much closer to the Buddhist idea of consciousness. Consciousness, according to Buddhism, non-physical, non-local. It's not something generated inside your head, even though it has relationship with your brain. It also has a relationship with your body, by the way, not just your brain, but all sorts of stuff inside your body is linked to your consciousness. So, yeah, there's definitely stuff there. His Holiness Dalai Lama has gone so far as to say that if people were to study quantum mechanics in more detail, he thinks it would help them understand the Buddhist concept of emptiness. So there's, on both sides, on both sides, there's some interest. Carlo Rovelli, Dr. Carlo Rovelli, is a physicist who really likes Nagarjuna's description of emptiness because Nagarjuna puts forward the emptiness of emptiness. In other words, the ultimate nature of reality doesn't exist ultimately, it exists relationally. So everything exists relationally if it exists. Emptiness, which is the ultimate nature of things that exist, since it exists, also exists relationally. And he was very impressed by this idea because he had never seen a philosopher who came to that kind of conclusion, and it matched his ideas of quantum mechanics very well, for what it's worth. By the way, in London, the Carlo Rovelli and a number of other bigwigs in Buddhist academia came together with Geshe Tenzin Namdak, who was my teacher for the basic program with FPMT, so Jamyang Buddhist Center. They have an online course that you can go through that's looking at Buddhist philosophy and physics with some of the bigwigs in psychology and physics, and Geshe Namdak, of course, representing the Buddhist side of these ideas. And I haven't done it myself, but I'm sure it's quite good based upon the people who are involved. They're all quite competent people. So I'd recommend that if you wanted to dive deeper. Barack. So Barack, you are my guy in Nigeria, man. You are my guy. So I need to get you up to speed and have you do some retreat and have you do some deeper studies and so forth, so that in 3, 4, 5 years, you can be leading classes and things in Nigeria. And then, I don't know, if there's enough interest, maybe some people there could sponsor for me to come out and do retreats and things in person in Nigeria. I also have a friend who's a Nigerian minister who I think I've mentioned to you, who's really into interfaith stuff, which is unusual for Nigerian ministers. But he's a very interesting character. And he's starting a church there. I forget where it is, but I think we've talked about that before. And I've been helping him a bit with the interfaith aspect of that endeavor. So, yeah, I mean, when that gets going, if you happen to be in the neighborhood, then maybe you could represent some of the things that I'm teaching there. Also, I'd love to get you hooked up with one of the programs where you can study this stuff in more detail, so that you can be very, very competent in the things that you would be teaching other people. Although you'd have me to fall back on, and your students there in 4 or 5 years, teaching the basics, would also be able to fall back on me as a resource too. Okay, Carmen, why is Shakyamuni Buddha not a pure realm like other Buddhas according to the Mahayana? Is that true? I haven't heard that. I think Shakyamuni does have a pure realm, but maybe I'm wrong. Do I know, Australia asks, Adi Shankaracharya? Sounds familiar. Is he the gentleman who teaches Advaita and says that he likes Nagarjuna and is like collabing with everyone on YouTube? If so, I've listened to a bit of his stuff and I like him. But other than that, I don't know too much about him. Where can you find the meditation courses? So that's going to be down below the video in the video description. I will pop it into the chat along with the Lohan course for those people who are interested. Give me a moment. Sorry, this is a bit boring. So that's my meditation course. If you wanted to hop in there to support the channel, train a bit more seriously and so forth. If you wanted to join the Discord, for those of you who are into that sort of thing, that's the Discord. And if you'd like to donate on PayPal or on Venmo, these are the links. Lovely. Okay. Carrying on. Will there be another retreat? Yes. So there's going to be a 18 Lohan Palm retreat where Neil and I are leading the retreat next year, probably March-ish, February, March, either in the UK or somewhere in Europe. And then later in the year, we plan on doing another retreat. As long as we can get enough people together, we're going to do another retreat of 18 Lohan Palm and the 5 foundations meditation techniques that I teach in, well, we don't know yet, but later in the year, and we'll do it in North America so that people that are on different sides of the world can get to one of the 2 retreats. Guilherme Leao. Terrible at this. I've seen some people try to convey that he talked about the Buddha nature in the canon whenever he cited the luminous nature of mind, but I personally feel it's a stretch. Yeah, it's about, how to say, it's about the commentarial tradition and the later traditions and the, for lack of a better term, sort of the prophetic side of the teachings, where people went to the Deva realms and got teachings from bodhisattvas or Buddhas, or they went to Buddha realms and got teachings from bodhisattvas or Buddhas, or they talked to the Nagas and got teachings that were left by Shakyamuni Buddhas with the Nagas, or whatever. All of these things that are plausible from the point of view of the Theravada tradition, actually, because these are things that you find in the Pali canon, not that they went and got teachings that the Buddha had given from those places, but that a person could go to those places. Those places exist. You can get there if you train in meditation, blah, blah, blah. So, a fair number of these ideas have a pretty good pedigree in terms of the practitioners who were teaching them, or, it just takes a bit of study to really get at what these ideas are trying to say, because we all agree that selflessness is a thing, and emptiness is emptiness is a thing, and impermanence is a thing, right? So whatever we're doing with our terminology and ontology as Buddhists, it's always going to have that baked in. Okay, Scruffs asks, if I was tasked with designing a leaflet made up of the very core teachings, key concepts of Buddhism, what would you include in the leaflet? It's an interesting question. I think probably I'd want to have a few things. I'd want to have the Four Noble Truths, obviously. I'd want to have a description of ethics, concentration, and wisdom, which are the three primary elements of training in the path. I'd want to have a description of renunciation, bodhicitta, and emptiness, or selflessness, which are the three main elements of the path. And to account for the bodhisattvas and the tantrics, I'd also want to have the 6 perfections, and I'd want to have generation and completion stage of Tantra. So I think if you had these laid out, right? If you want to attain nirvana, 4 noble truths. If you want to attain Buddhahood, 6 perfections. If you want to attain Buddhahood really quickly, relying on really profound techniques, generation and completion stages of Tantra. What's the stuff, the real stuff that's going to power all of these? Ethics, concentration, wisdom. What are the motivational aspects and key elements of insight that make all of that work? Renunciation, bodhicitta, emptiness, selflessness. You could also put impermanence in this aspect. So with those details, you could, I think, explain, or from those details, you could take away most of Buddhism, and then you could explain the rest of everything based upon those elements. Okay. Does piracy count as stealing? I think it's a gray area. I'm not 100% one way or the other. I sometimes think it is. I sometimes think it isn't. You know, one of my teachers said that you should consider something stealing if, basically, to put it in kiddo terms, you know, like a kid could understand it, if the other person wouldn't like it if you took it. You know? So sometimes I think piracy stuff, there are people who wouldn't mind if you took it, and it's out there and you could take it. And it's pirated, let's say, in such a way that because of how you're going to use it, it won't be problematic in the way that, how to say, like from an academic standpoint, for example, there's all sorts of papers and things that are behind paywalls. But then there are other places where sometimes even the author themselves has said, here's the paper, not behind a paywall. And my intent in reading that paper, for example, is not to steal their work. It's to elevate their work by reading it, taking it into account, citing it, and giving it even higher priority in search results and blah, 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 because it's now been cited in some academic work. So I'm not trying to like steal their book, or, you know what I mean? But if I had to buy the 600 books or whatever that I cited in my thesis, I wouldn't be able to do my thesis because I can't buy all the books. You know, that would be it would cost me as much to do the research as it did to go to the university in the first place. And I think that the authors who I'm citing, for example, if I got their book in a way that was not a standard way, let's say, if I got access to their material through whatever, by finding quotes of it on the internet or this or that, it ultimately, I think even those things come down to fair use, because you're using it as part of a commentary. I'm not trying to get the whole book to have it and own it and have it be mined and have access to it without paying for it. I'm trying to get access to like a specific section that's really relevant so that I can comment on it or build on it or use it in the work, which is fair use. So if I could find it at a library, I would have done it that way, but it wasn't at the library, right? And I'm not going to buy it because I would have to buy, again, like 600 or 1,000 books to do the work. So I think there are cases where, depending upon you and how you're using it and what you're doing with it, if it's like a song and you just want to own the song so you can listen to it over and over again, and that person's not going to get paid now because you stole it, or if it's I don't know, like a video game, and you just want to be able to play the video game, so you download it from a torrent or something, from BitTorrent or whatever. You know, I think that there are areas of the internet where there's information and so forth available for free that is a net positive even to the people who won't get paid sometimes because that information is available for free. But now hundreds of additional people will read, or thousands of additional people will read that work and get access to that work, when, again, if they could have found it at a local library and done it that way, they would have. And it's not like they're keeping it when they get done just to own it. They just wanted access to a particular piece or a particular subchapter so they could read that little piece and incorporate it into something else they were doing. So I think there's sort of there's gray areas in this stuff. Okay. Jude the Dude is rude 16 asks, I was listening to a previous Q&A and you mentioned that it would have been extremely bad karma to serve the Buddha their last meal and they got food poisoning and died, but what if that person didn't have a bad intent behind it? Is it because they were careless? Yeah. So carelessness is a negative mental factor. And so if your intent, well, let's put it like this, right? First of all, a Buddha is an extremely, extremely, extremely potent object to perform an action upon. So because a Buddha is a being who only exists to benefit all beings by removing their suffering and the causes of their suffering and bringing about their happiness and the causes of their happiness, this is why they exist. They are there to benefit absolutely every single other being in reality. That's what they're there for. If because you smelled the pork and it smelled a little bit off, but you were like, screw it, I'm going to do it anyway, you're doing that in regards to a being who's extremely karmically potent. If you do actions in regards to this being that are good, they're extremely good for you in the future. If you do them that are bad, even careless bad, they are extremely bad for you in the future. So if you killed a Buddha, if you brought a Buddha's life to an end prematurely because you were careless, my goodness, that is an unbelievably bad thing to do. Even if the karma isn't complete, because you didn't have the intent to harm the Buddha, you did harm the Buddha. And the Buddha is an extremely powerful object to perform actions on, right? So, yeah, if this person had killed the Buddha by feeding them food that, for it to be bad enough to kill somebody, they would have had to, it would have smelled, it wouldn't have looked, you know what I mean? Like, it would have been clear that there was something not right with this food. So, again, from a canonical perspective, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, a Buddhist PhD, what is that? It's a person that has a PhD in Buddhism. Jay asks, what's the place of social justice activities if everyone is just getting what their karma dictates? Right, good question. Okay, think carefully. Buddhism is not deterministic. It doesn't say that the future is already written because of the current karma of sentient beings, although it does say that there are big cycles where in general things get better and they get worse because of the overall momentum of sentient beings, and there are patterns to this, and Buddhas can see these patterns, and they say that there are some large patterns to karmic stuff that generally we're sort of all dragged along in these ways because we're all connected. However, in terms of the specifics, karma doesn't make a specific thing happen. It limits what can happen. This is really important to wrap your mind around. So, if you don't have the karma to be killed, that's a limiting factor. Let's say you don't have the karma to die in a car accident. Okay? Then that's a limiting factor for the ways in which you can die in this lifetime. That even if everyone else on the plane gets killed when the plane goes down, you live. And sometimes people live in plane crashes that are insane. Have any of you seen that Netflix documentary about the kids who went down in the Amazon rainforest? And I think they spent 2 or 3 weeks wandering around in the rainforest. One of them had like a big wound on their leg. And again, somehow these kids survived. Going down on a plane in the Amazon, injured, no adults around. It's wild. So karma limits what can happen. It turns the infinite possibility of the future into a limited number of possibilities in the future. So free will still operates within that sandbox. So it limits what can happen, not what does happen. Sorry, it limits what can happen. It doesn't dictate what does happen specifically from moment to moment. So social justice would mean, for example, let's say that there's a whole bunch of people in a particular area in South America, somewhere, and they have the karma to be benefited from someone providing them with medical care. They have the karma for this. In the past, they supported life. However, in terms of the actual conditions they find themselves in, no one is providing medical care. The circumstances aren't there for them to actually, for this karma to actually come to fruition. So even though they could be benefited, they're not being benefited because this person over here who could take action isn't taking action. And so the conditions aren't right for the karma to come to ripening. You can also think about this. It's easy to think about this in terms of things like wealth and health. So a lot of people that get into karma, they start thinking, well, it's all just karma, right? Well, yeah, but also no, right? Because we have free will. So if almost no matter who you are, if you consume way more calories, just ask my belly, if you consume way more calories than you burn, you will gain weight. It's just how it is. Now, some people, they can consume huge amounts of calories and they don't gain weight. And some people don't consume all that many calories, and because of the way their body's set up, they gain weight, right? But in general, the karmic circumstance we find ourselves in as human beings, as mammals with relatively normal metabolisms and bodies, is that for the vast majority of people, if you consume too many calories and you don't exercise, then the body will become more uncomfortable and will gain more weight. This is just how the body works. And so you're in a karmic circumstance where you could become healthy and the body could become comfortable and blah, blah, blah. Or you could become more unhealthy and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And both karmic potentials are maybe there in your mind. But if you don't do the stuff that in this reality a person must do in order to bring about the outcome, then the outcome isn't actually fixed. So for one person, they just walk up and down the stairs going to work and they're like unbelievably fit, right? And for another person, they have to put in like an hour a week at the gym or an hour a day at the gym in order to look like that. And so it's not the same across the board, but in general, if you don't do the stuff, if you don't create the conditions for that karma to ripen, where you have good health, you have a body that looks a certain way, blah, 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 it just doesn't happen. So we're already in a karmic circumstance where our bodies function in a certain way. Is this making sense? So you have to use your free will and intelligence to look at the situation you're already in because of past actions, where bodies function in a certain way. And where if you do certain things, they become more healthy or they become less healthy. Or they gain weight or they lose weight. Or they this or they that. Right? Same thing. In business, there are certain things in business that tend to work for almost everybody. There's a reason that marketing firms and advertising firms and sales firms basically teach the exact same thing to hundreds of thousands of people. Because the rules are basically the same for everybody. There's different rules in different industries that are, a little bit specialized, but the general principles are the same. If you want to sell something to somebody, find out what problem they have, and then position whatever it is that you're doing or whatever it is you have as the solution to that problem. Right? That's sales in a nutshell. And the more that you can have trust with that person in the process of selling them that thing, the more likely they are, roughly speaking, depending upon their means, the more likely they are to make the purchase. This is Sales 101. This is one of the basic truths of persuasion and exchange in our reality. So if you don't have a good understanding of that, you don't know what that is, you don't know how to do that, you are, even if you had the karma to be successful, because you don't have the intelligence or the drive or whatever to make use of how stuff actually is, even if the karma's there, you don't create the conditions for the whatever, the big sale, or, depending on what you do. I don't know what all of you guys do. So, it's important to remember that the karma is limiting what can happen. It's not determining exactly what does happen. Maybe you have the karma to be wealthy and you have the karma to be poor, and what you actually do right now is what determines whether you become rich or poor. Maybe you have the karma to be healthy and you have the karma to be unhealthy, and what you do right now determines which of those karmas ripens. In terms of social justice, some groups of people, like the folks who live on that island off the coast of India, for example. Who knows what their socio-cultural situation is like? Who knows if that culture is filled with violence and discomfort and abuse and whatever? Who knows what is actually going on that island, because nobody knows. Could they be benefited by interacting with the wider world? Maybe. Could they be benefited from modern dental care and medical care? Probably. But because of the circumstance, even if they have the karma for both, they're not going to get this one, right? And because of the free actions they're taking. And now this is really interesting. It could be that because they don't have the karma for this outcome of getting modern medical care, let's say, since they don't have the karma for that, that their lives, their conditions, the general conditions which they find themselves make it impossible for that help to arrive. This is another interesting point, right? Where if you look at certain things and you go, wow, everything is stacked against this outcome happening, and it would be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to make that outcome come about, could be that the cause is not there in the mental continuums of these people, and therefore it can't happen. No matter how much effort you put in, it won't come about. It could also be that the karma is there, but part of it is that the only way it will come to ripening is if there's like huge efforts and great deal of struggle and difficulty in making it come about. Like some people's struggle with their health is like that. Some people's struggle with business is like that, etc. So again, karma is a bit more like gardening. It's a bit more organic. It's not like doing calculus. Okay, next question. Near-death shows the mind exists and returns. UVA verified rebirth cases human to human only. Is there verified cross-realm using comparable methodology or only human to human? I think I addressed that already in regards to near-death experience. Is Vipassana Goenka tradition, Burmese tradition, authentic? If not, then which meditation tradition is the most authentic? That's a good question. So the Vipassana tradition of Goenka, if I'm not mistaken, comes through Sayadaw, Venerable Sayadaw. Venerable Sayadaw is, in my understanding, was a very capable practitioner. And my understanding is that he had some type of clairvoyant vision in which he observed, according to him, again, this is my understanding and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've at least heard in the oral tradition through some people that I know who have been around this stuff, that he observed that during the earlier period of Buddhism, the way that Goenka style practice, what is now called in the academic literature, dry Vipassana without Samadhi, right? Vipassana, doing Vipassana style practice in order to generate Samadhi instead of the other way around. What he observed with his clairvoyant power was that this is a technique that was taught by the Buddha at an earlier period. And then after that, went back to the sources and found it in the sources. Now, if you are comfortable with all that, I'm not particularly uncomfortable with that. That's not outlandish from the point of view of Buddhist stuff. There's a lot of stuff like that in the canon where people do that kind of thing. The bigger question to me is, does it work? And Vipassana style practice, dry Vipassana style practice, I have found from doing similar practices through the Thai forest and so forth, and my body scanning practice is like this. It's very effective. It works very well. The only question that I have in Goenka that I'm not quite sure about is whether that system is complete. In other words, whether it actually goes all the way down the road in terms of Buddhist training. Because the people who have left say that it doesn't. And they say that they have, after spending 5 years or 10 years in that tradition, have left because it doesn't contain all of the sort of later stage information you would hope to be there. But there's 5 or 10 years worth of training information there, right? This is a really important caveat to consider, that there's a tremendous amount of good information there that you could spend years studying and training in. No problem. It's also the criticism they get most often is that they're a bit territorial. They don't like you to do other stuff. They don't want you to study other stuff. They don't want you to train in other stuff. They don't want you to talk about other stuff. And if they find out you're doing that, especially beyond a certain level, then they'll kick you out. Personally, I don't like that. I do understand why they do that, because you want to keep it sort of clean and you want everyone on the same page and doing the same stuff, especially as you get into more advanced practices. There are benefits to that. The downside, of course, is that sounds a bit culty. Sounds gets a little culty, you know. But I'm really not criticizing them very hard, you know. I'm sort of ribbing a little bit. I think those practices are real. I think they work. I don't know if the system is complete or not. I've heard from some practitioners who've left that it's not complete, but there are also practitioners who are leaving, right? So you have to go, okay. So they're leaving for some reason, you know. Typically, I don't recommend Goenka because I find them to be too cloistered, too insular. If you wanted to train in similar techniques, I recommend Thai forest or, you know, Cambodian or any of the other major Theravada lineages that teach very, very similar techniques, but without the sort of territorial approach. That's generally what I recommend to people if you were interested in. And those lineages, like Thai forest, do have the whole path. So, you know, if you were going to go down that road anyway, why not go down an avenue that definitely has the whole path? Is my way of thinking. Mohammed asks, what's Buddha's view on mental disorders that we see everywhere? ADHD, OCD, mania, depression, psychosis, delusion, paranoia, brain fog, uneasiness, sleep problems, insomnia. So I put up a video on this, Mohammed. This is my opinion based upon a lot of study, the sort of odds and ends in the canon, because obviously ADHD, OCD, autism spectrum, bipolar, etc. None of that was there at the time of the Buddha in terms of a label for a diagnosis of something. But when I look at the general approach the Buddha took to teaching, at least in my humble opinion, and one of my teachers also agreed with me on this, is actually where I got the idea from, in fact, that Buddhism is basically meant to operate for a person who's on an ordinary spectrum of dysfunction. So if you have extreme dysfunction, you need to do something else to get yourself back to at least the low end of ordinary dysfunction. You know, you need to be like an ordinarily dysfunctional person, because we're all a little bit dysfunctional, right? We all do stuff that we shouldn't do. We all make mistakes. We all have emotional issues and whatever. But you need to be at least on the low end of normal in terms of, like, you've got problems and they're serious, but you're not so far out of the range of normal that you can't function. You can't do anything. So Western psychology is really good at dealing with that stuff. If you have ADHD and you are completely dysfunctional and can't do anything, get Western psychological help to get back to at least the low end of normal. If you have OCD and it's the same thing, get that help, medications, the right types of therapy, blah, 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 to get you to the low end of normal. Mania and depression, psychosis, schizophrenia, paranoia, etc. Get you back to the low end of normal, at least. Then stay on your medications, continue to do your Western therapies, and as you go down the path of training, As you go down the path of training, meditation, even according to Western cognitive science, again, we don't have enough, longitudinal studies to say this with any confidence. But I'm saying this anecdotally as a practitioner who's been around a while, not just from Buddhist stuff, but from a lot of different traditions. Over the long term, you can make progress against these things. You can make progress against these disorders in a long-term picture, not a short-term picture. And not if you stop taking your medications and all this stuff. You need to carry on with what your doctors think is best. And maybe you need to change doctors and get different opinions and all that. And, be normal and smart about all that. But you need to be within the range of relative normality so that you're stable enough you can function in the normal world. Then from here, I'm functioning. I'm functioning. Okay, now that I'm functioning, I can do some practice that has a long-term prognosis of maybe being able to get me to the point where I need less medication, or in some cases, depending upon what it is, maybe no medication. That's not a decision you should make by yourself, by the way. Go to your doctors, talk to them, blah, blah, blah. And I'll just give you this example because it's on the extreme end. So one of my good friends who studied with my main teacher for, I think, a little bit less than me, like 13 years or something. He has bipolar, and a very serious bipolar. And he used to take, I think, literally a handful of pills every day. I've told this story before. And in the beginning of his practice, he continued to take a handful of pills every day for years. And then he went to his doctors over and over again, changed medications, did stuff, but was still taking handfuls of pills for years. And then slowly, over 10 years, he reduced it a bit and got rid of some of the most serious things that he was taking and was taking things that are less hardcore and had less side effects. That was pretty cool. Now, in the time since my teacher passed away, he has continued to develop as a practitioner. And I think the last time I spoke with him, he was taking like a fraction of a pill for the various stuff per day. So like just a little tiny bit of medication to keep these things from causing problems, right? Which again is huge. To go from a handful of pills, especially as bipolar, which generally gets worse as you get older, to taking just a little bit to keep you, from getting too manic or too depressed. So long-term prognosis, there's some anecdotal evidence like this, and there's some clinical evidence from shorter-term trials of meditation training with the help of experts to say that a wide range of different abnormal mental conditions can be benefited through training in meditation if you train in meditation with people who have a full system for training you in meditation. Likewise, though, if you do a lot of practice without the help of a tradition that's teaching you how to do the practice, whether that's secular mindfulness or it's Buddhist practice or whatever, there's actually a potential, especially if you're down here, of becoming even more nuts because you're trying to do a lot of meditation. This is a big problem from both a classical standpoint and from a modern standpoint. These things have been documented. This happens more often than you'd think. The other thing that happens if you don't have teachers helping you out is that you will think you have much more profound experiences than you actually do. I've actually been, I don't want to call anything out specifically, but over the years, because I manage a lot of Facebook groups and things where people are doing meditation and Buddhist-y things, I just can't tell you how many times people have come into groups and they have like a savior complex. And they come in and they're like, oh, I've realized selflessness and everyone else is stupid and you don't know what you're talking about because I have the real insight and blah, blah, blah. And I'm going, none of the people that I've ever met who have that insight talk like that. And not only that, you're obviously getting super angry when people disagree with you. And you're obviously feeling super arrogant about whatever you've experienced, blah, 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 blah. So there's a lot of signs this isn't the thing. Furthermore, when you describe to me what the thing is that you experienced, I would classify that as non-dual experience, which is a beginner's experience. You can have a non-dual experience with the breath. You can have a non-dual experience scanning the body. You can have a non-dual experience using vision as an object. You can have a non-dual experience mentally reciting a mantra in the mental consciousness until the body falls away. And then you're having an experience of the contents of consciousness and consciousness non-dual. And everything you thought you were as a being disappears for a short period of time. That's the starting place for the analysis of selflessness, not the ending place. That's where you start. If you want to do this full on, that's where you begin, not where you stop. And so people have that experience and then they go, oh, I'm a great being now. And then they get on the internet and tell everyone else they're stupid. That's really, really bad for them as practitioners. And the worst of people that do this sort of thing go actually nuts. You know, they see things, whatever, because your mind creates everything you're experiencing around you. Your mind creates your aspect of the room. So the room you're sitting in is generated by there's a physical world, but the part of the world that you see is all generated by your mind. That's the only part you get to see. So your mind is in the reality generating business. When you train it a lot, weird stuff happens because you're playing with the thing that generates everything else in your experience. Okay. Right. Let's see. So long story short, if you have abnormal psychological stuff, go to a regular doctor. Get treated for that. Get back to functional. Stay with all of that for a long time and work with your doctors. Don't give it up independently. Do the training and meditation that leads to long-term results. Okay? Long-term positive results. I have a whole video on this actually in my content section. And when you train in meditation and so forth, train in a real tradition, either a secular tradition or a religious tradition, but train in a real tradition where you have expert help so that you don't end up making things worse, because that's something that can happen. And it happens a lot for people that are training a lot, but don't have teachers. Okay. House. Hello, Doc. Was impatient to get home. Here's the question. How will Trump be reincarnated? Really tough to say. Really tough to say. There was an interesting thing that I heard from a greatly accomplished meditator who, according to their tradition, has clairvoyance developed from actual practice, serious practice. I think 12 years of retreat. Said she was looking at the mind of, I think it was the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party or something. And she looked at his mind and said, he's going to be reborn 7 more times as a human being before he's reborn as anything else. And it's very surprising considering some of the things that this person has done, especially from the point of view of the Tibetans, which is where the conversation was taking place, And the thing was, she basically was indicating that, if my memory serves, and sometimes my memory is not great, but she was indicating that, okay, he performed unbelievable good karma to be reborn with the amount of power, influence, trust that other people place in him, etc. Unbelievably powerful positive karma. And that karma is so powerful, so positive, so good that he will be reborn as a human being 7 more times before it runs out. Likewise, look at Trump's life, right? Trump, born rich, went to good schools, at least in my understanding, went to pretty good schools, right? Then becomes a reality TV star, has some businesses that do well, especially in real estate. Some other things didn't go well, but has some real estate things go well. Then gets into politics, and despite basically being a wealthy person who was good on television, is elected to be president of the United States of America. And then takes a break for a few years and comes back and does it a second time. So think about the amount of positive karma a person needs in order to have all of this occur, right? Born as a human being, born wealthy, having access to the best of a lot of things, having access to the highest, most powerful, one of the most highest and most powerful offices in the world for 8 years out of, let's maybe 80 years, you know? Just unbelievably positive karma. So who knows where and when that karma will run out? There may be 10 more lifetimes like this. Who knows? But at some point, all the negative stuff we do, it doesn't go away. So at some point, all the negative stuff that you and I do, that Trump does, that the chairman of China does, that the Tibetans do, that the Indians do, that the Asians do, that the men do, that the women do, that the non-binaries do, doesn't matter. That the animals do. It all just hangs out, waiting, like we were talking about earlier, waiting for the right conditions to come about, to ripen as something. So, for all of us, you know, the other thing is, earlier we were talking about the fly in the house and the cockroaches and all this. Donald Trump has been your best friend, your mother, your father, your mentor, has gotten you out of trouble, has helped you immensely in past lives, has literally given birth to you repeatedly in past lives, raised you, given you the best, sacrificed their health and well-being so that you could have benefit again and again and again and again. So this lifetime, there's some harm. But all sentient beings have been your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your mentor for various types of things, has been the helpful stranger who turned up to help when you thought nobody in the world would turn up to help, has sacrificed their life, limb, wealth, so that you could thrive and do well on multiple occasions in past lives. So no matter what you think of this person now, you should have this feeling that they're so precious, unbelievably precious, and that you want them to have happiness in the causes of happiness and be free from suffering in the causes of suffering, and that you'll do absolutely whatever you can to help that come about. Is there very much you can do right now to help that particular person? No. But there's not much you can do to help your pet cat. There's not much you can do to help the fly or the cockroaches either. There's not much you can do to help the people who died in an avalanche. There's, you know, most people, most beings, there's not much you can do to help them because we have limits. This is why you need to attain Buddhahood. I mean, if you were a Buddha, maybe you could appear as a cabinet member in the organization and create certain changes, create certain momentums that at a later time would allow you to benefit this particular being. But because we're so limited, we can't do these sorts of things. And because our mind is filled with hatred and anger and dislike and all this, because of this, we block ourselves from the opportunities that might be there to benefit other beings, not just political figures, but the people that we just in general don't like. Okay, Scarf asks, at what point should we move from Foundation 1 to Foundation 2? So generally, that's a person-by-person conversation, usually a month or two, sometimes less, sometimes more, depends on you. There are things that I look for in my conversations with people if I'm helping you make the transition from one to the other. One of them is that usually I have a conversation with a person and they say that their meditation is worse than it has ever been in their life, which means that you're finally noticing what your mind is like from moment to moment, from day to day. So when it seems like your mind has become crazier and more out of control, and that your behavior is perhaps uglier than you ever thought it was in the past, this is a good sign that you're gaining insight into what your mind is actually like. And that's a good time to then add on Foundation 2. body scanning, start in a seated position, then move to standing, then move to 5 points, then move to Mahamudra style practice on 6 directions, and then full body meditation, step by step. Have you heard of Ishtar Howell? I have not. If you would, drop that in the Discord. I don't have a good way. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I do have a way to copy that. Okay. I shall save that for later. How many precepts for monks? A lot. Over 200. How would you define Samadhi? So, Samadhi, honestly, I've spent so much time looking at this terminology. I've seen it in so many different places. I've seen it used so many different ways with so many different nuances that I don't have a firm, I no longer at least have a firm way of defining that particular term, and I use it interchangeably with shamatha, for example, which I probably shouldn't do. When I'm talking formally about training and concentration, usually I talk about shamatha, calm abiding. And so that I've defined on previous streams as a highly lucid, highly stable, unbiased state of mind that knows its object without adding or subtracting qualities from the object, characterized by mental and physical suppleness. That's shamatha. So that state of mind is what we would call actual concentration of a sufficient quality that you can use it to traverse the path. You can use that, a mind that has that level of concentration, to do Vipassana full on. You can use it to do all sorts of other practices having to do with the tantras and blah, blah, blah. So that's the main thing that I focus on, rather than all of the nitpicky details of the various things. You need a mind that is extremely lucid. You need a mind that's extremely stable, and you need a mind and body that have this quality called suppleness, which means that you can do huge amounts of work with them without them getting tired, and they remain flexible. So there's a flexibility to the mind and the body so that they cooperate in the work that you're trying to do with them. And this comes from training in concentration, right? And then the other qualities, not adding or subtracting qualities, again, not being biased. If you had a biased mind, you can't unbias it, right? If the mind is not seeing things to the degree that the mind can see things as they are, if the mind isn't seeing things as they are, if it's adding qualities that aren't there or subtracting qualities that are there, then that's a mind that can't penetrate the nature of reality. Okay. Who fired that arrow? It's a good question. We'll look into that. Does Buddhism have specific solutions? Sorry, this is Ryu Mud AMC. No chance of pronouncing that. Okay, hello. Does Buddhism have specific solutions for challenges like Tourette's, OCD, anxiety, etc.? Do you know anybody working to incorporate Buddhism to help with these? Okay, yes. So I addressed this a bit. Long-term seems to be beneficial, especially training in meditation with the help of experts. Short-term, you would do better to work with Western psychologists. Grounded being. Here for the first time, can you give a reader's guide to the Heart Sutra? Yeah. The Heart Sutra, unbelievably complex, dense teaching on emptiness and the Bodhisattva path. So there's a really fantastic commentary on that text, which I think is available for free. If you reach out to me through Discord, which is linked very close to your comment, Ground of Being, I would be happy to try to find that for you. It's a text written by one of Lama Tsongkhapa's disciples, if I'm not mistaken, and it describes the major interpretations of the Heart Sutra, I believe, of which, especially for the critical passage that everyone knows, form is emptiness, emptiness is form, form is not other than emptiness, emptiness is not other than form, has the major interpretations of this. And then it also has, breaking down the various sections of the sutta, it describes all of the moving parts, right? So, what's a good example? So the mantra, for example, Tayata gate gate paragate parasam gate bodhi svaha. So this mantra is describing the entirety of the bodhisattva path. It's beyond gate gate, beyond paragate, totally beyond parasam gate, sort of utterly and completely beyond bodhi, enlightenment, svaha, sort of so be it, right? So the bodhisattva path is described in those 5 stages: the path of preparation, the path of accumulation, the path of seeing, the path of meditation, and the path of no more learning, which is Buddhahood. So gate, beyond, is the path of preparation. Gate, the second time, path of preparation. Paragate, path of seeing, right? So completely beyond. Parasamgate, utterly completely beyond, is the path of meditation. And then finally, bodhi, right? Enlightenment, the path of no more learning. So the entirety of the bodhisattva path is described by this mantra: Tayata gate gate, paragate, parasamgate, bodhi svaha. Yeah. And then as for the rest of it, it's a very detailed look at the emptiness of inherent existence of the various elements of the bodhisattva path, of your aggregates, etc. And you could spend years just using that as the basis to study all sorts of these issues. I actually find, if you want to dive really deep on that subject, there's different books I would recommend. And I would actually recommend studying those in a lineage, in the lineages from which those books come, because the oral tradition of that lineage is part of the transmission of the text, not just the book, but the way of explaining the various pieces of information in the book is part of the transmission of the text. Okay. So before we continue, brief commercial, my friends. If you are new or just happening through, this will probably be the last commercial since we're getting close to the bottom of the chat. I do all these live streams for free. I'm trying as best I can to keep ads off of my content because I just don't like ads, and I would rather have a different kind of relationship with the community, which is, if you're getting value from this, if the community can come together to provide me with enough resources to keep the lights on and carry on doing this full time, then I will happily carry on doing this with all of you until I'm an old man, and so on and so forth. So I depend on the community for donations to do this full time, and through the people who are donating, I'm able to provide this to everyone else for free. So everything that I teach in terms of meditation, etc., you can find everything I teach, besides small portions of my book, you can find it somewhere for free, right? And a huge amount of the things that I do on phone calls and all this stuff, I do for free. I'm only able to do this because of your generosity. So if you're getting benefit out of this and you'd like that whole thing to continue and you'd like this to go on, please do click one of the links in the chat or in the description of the video. Just drop whatever you can in the PayPal or the Venmo, and that would be a great way to support me on a one-off basis if you wanted to send through, some significant amount, or whatever you could. In terms of the 5 Foundations course, which is also in the description and down below, and in terms of Lohan Palm, both of those courses, I get some of the funds that come in through those. And so if you want to train with me a bit more seriously, you could do either the 5 Foundations course or 18 Lohan Palm. And I also lead retreats, which you can do for free, or you can join and pay a nominal amount to do the retreat. But I'm building a community through the 5 Foundations course on School, and we'll eventually support people to do long retreat. That's a big goal with that community, is once we have 100 to 200 people, we want to start sponsoring people to go into retreat for longer periods of time, 2 weeks to 4 weeks at a time. So if you'd like to be part of that, join the 5 Foundations course on School. If you just want to train in my stuff and talk to me, I'm very available through Discord, Facebook, etc. You can find me everywhere, and I'm happy to talk to you in the comment sections on YouTube as well. However you want to get in touch is fine by me. Okay, so please do pause at this time, make a donation, or jump into one of the courses, however you'd like to support on a one-time or ongoing basis. Really appreciated, since we're near the end of the month, and I'm still just a little bit short to make it all work for the month. Okay, all right, let me get through the last few questions in the chat. Sentinels, that's right, Sentinel Island. Thank you, Ground of Being. A book recommendation to understand Bhava Chakra. I'm not familiar with Bhava Chakra. Not sure. Okay. Oleg asks, why does Venerable Mahabua see his other versions go through suffering and bliss up and down again? So the Buddha reported the same thing. So one of the experiences that the Buddha had under the Bodhi tree is a very, very common experience for arhats. It's part of the enlightenment experience of Buddhism, is that if you attain the final goal, one thing that happens is you recall all your past lives. And in your past lives, you've gone to the very height, the very peak of samsara, and you've gone to the very bottom of samsara multiple times. You've gone up and down, because rebirths are infinite, without beginning. You've done it all, up and down, over and over. And so all of us have done this, up and down, repeatedly. Suffering to bliss, to suffering to bliss, to somewhere in between. And so that should be the experience that occurs to you when you recall all your past lives. You should see that whole thing directly. And then the second thing that happens is you see that happening to all other beings, and you see the relationships between the actions they perform and the fact that they're going up and down. You see this pattern across all sentient beings. And then you attain nirvana. And if you're in the Mahayana tradition, you would then cultivate compassion so that you don't fall into abiding nirvana at the time of death. If you're in the Theravada tradition, you might cultivate some compassion, some loving kindness, but your intent is to enter into abiding nirvana at the time of death. And that is then one of the major distinctions between Theravada and Mahayana approach. Okay. Grandcraft says, makes a lot of sense. I meditate to just get from negative 100 to 0. Yeah. So I think that's in regards to the conversation related to abnormal mental states. So if you get a lot of help, let's say from the Western psychological stuff, to get you back to a relative sort of functionality, then you're starting from here, training your mind, instead of starting from over here. It's already hard enough when you're functional to train your mind, But if you're like totally dysfunctional and can't even do normal stuff in the real world because you're so dysfunctional, get help to get to get functional enough that you can be more consistent in doing your practice. Yeah? Okay. Sami Tovar, isn't that Sotapanna? Sotapanna, stream entry. I'm not sure what that's in regards to. Oh, what would that be in regards to? So stream entry depends on how we're defining it. But stream entry, I think, basically means you've made enough progress in your Buddhist practice that you'll never take a lower rebirth. And you'll never be separated from the Buddhist teachings again. And therefore, you are on your way to enlightenment. You've entered the stream, and the stream has a current. And that current is now pulling you along to the goal. So you're going to go. So this is not a minor attainment. It's a pretty big deal. What if I don't want to be an enlightened being and just want to use mindfulness and meditation to support my recovery and regulate my emotions in conjunction with therapy and medication? Is a teacher needed? Ah, okay. No, you can do some meditation stuff without a teacher, and but the thing that will happen is if you put a fair amount of work into your meditation, odds are weird things will begin to happen, things that don't make sense, because you're working with the thing that's creating the rest of your reality. And when you work with your mind, all sorts of weird stuff happens. You can see light. You can feel weird stuff moving through your body. There's a technique that I teach that very often you'll see everything in your visual field is covered with like gold light or white light. This isn't an extraordinary thing. This is just a normal thing. Same thing. Just training in concentration, the center of your awareness starts moving around inside the body if you're training in concentration. And if you have a non-dual experience where you have non-dual awareness with wherever you've moved your mind, it's very dramatic. It's not a subtle experience. And if you're not prepared for that and you don't know what it is and nobody's telling you what all this stuff is and helping you with it, it can make you worse. Especially, and this is important, if you put in a lot of work, stuff happens and it feels good. And then you go, oh, wow, I'm feeling really good. I don't need to do all this medication stuff anymore. I don't need all the therapy anymore. I don't need this. I don't need that. You go off all your meds, you stop getting help, and then you fall back big time. Because these temporary floods of bliss and good feeling that you get, they will come and go in your practice. And when they come, a lot of bad stuff you would normally do goes away for periods of time. And then that stops and you go right back to being the, pardon my French, being the prick you were before you had that experience. And so this is a normal sort of process of going up and down in terms of meditative experience. But if you don't know that, it's really easy to think, because my goodness, if you taste a little bit of concentration, it's extraordinary. It's amazing. It's easy to think, oh, I'm really onto something now, and to give up the ordinary types of help that allowed you to do that in the first place. Huge mistake. So it's good to have somebody there, not necessarily nearby, but somebody you can talk to. I'm happy to talk to you that can talk you through what's going on. Kushagra asks if karma is justice. No, karma is not justice. Karma is the innate creative power of your mind, the power of the subtle mind to create entire universes. Hijacked by the imprints of your previous actions that you didn't intend to imprint in that way. When you look out at the sky at night, even not as a great meditator and blah, 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 just according to cognitive science, yeah, your visual cognitive faculty is generating an image, an experience, an image, right, of an entire universe. Your visual awareness is generating a visual experience of an entire universe. Just because it happens to be Thursday and you happen to look up. The power of your mind, even just the ordinary senses, is absolutely unbelievable. And the subtler minds, if this is your, these are your ordinary sense faculties here, this is your central human mind, even subtler minds that normally only occur at the time of death, even more powerful. These are the ones that have relationships with karma and are related to bringing physical things into existence and so forth. Very powerful. The imprints of your actions create new stuff. When the stuff it creates is things that are painful and uncomfortable and that you don't like and take you further from truth, we call that bad because you won't like it. It's not justice. It's just you created an action that has that kind of quality to it. You did an action that has that kind of quality. It left an imprint, and when it ripens later, it's going to be like that, and you won't want it, and you won't like it. It's not justice. It's just that the creative force of your mind uses those imprints to create stuff. It's not judge and jury. It's just that's the raw material your mind is using to do all this. It's more like gardening. If you have a whole bunch of poison hemlock seeds and, a bunch of poisonous mushroom spawn and so forth in your karmic continuum, you're going to get a whole garden of poisonous, uneatable stuff. If you have a whole bunch of seeds of nourishing medicinal plants, then you'll get a garden that has nourishing medicinal plants. That's not justice. It's just causality. So it's more like that. Okay, Shrek Cool 2502. Can I ask something about ultimate conventional? I noticed, especially in Nagarjuna's Mūlamadhyamakakārikā, that it's often said that things function on a conventional sense. How does function make sense on a conventional level? To even say things function in a conventional sense, I understand what he means from a common sense view. But to say things function on a conventional sense, isn't this just moving the problem down another level? Not to say they don't function, but to say they do or don't on the conventional level isn't either too much or even the position of being too much. Isn't either too much or even the position of okay. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. This is one of the most difficult points. What you're talking about is the relationship between the ontology and epistemology of the Prasangika, of the Madhyamaka Prasangika view of emptiness. And this is talked about a little bit in Chandrakirti's work, but the only work I have seen that talks about it in great detail is only in Tibetan, was written in 1996, and was a limited run publication, and it's super weird circumstances that I was even able to get a copy. And it took me like 2 years to translate the relevant chapter to answer that kind of question. So there's that, for what it's worth. And then in terms of the commentarial tradition on Dharmakirti, what's his name? Jana, what's his name? Jana Dharmagupta? Jana Mudhi? I can't remember. One of Nagarjuna's students, okay? and a later commentator on that student, if I'm not mistaken. This has been brought into the Tibetan tradition, and then oftentimes when you read it, isn't ascribed to these commentators, but this is where the idea comes from, is Nagarjuna, his early students, and early commentators on that stuff, trying to work out a similar issue, but not doing it from a Prasangika standpoint. Basically, what they say is, this, nobody's in the room is going to get this, so I'm so sorry, but maybe it will help somebody. When you look at this object, what you see isn't a cup. What you see is the absence of non-cup. What you see is the absence of anything that would prevent you from knowing this as a cup. And then furthermore, you know that is valid knowledge because when you having imputed the term and concept cup onto this object, you know that imputation is valid because when you test it out, it turns out, or let's say mug, it turns out that it can hold your coffee and you can drink out of it. It can hold hot liquids and you can drink out of it, which, for the sake of making it simple, let's say that that's what a mug is something designed for carrying hot liquids. That's why it has a handle so that you don't have to touch it, right? The handle is there so you don't have to touch it. It can carry hot liquids comfortably. Open top, ceramic, whatever. Okay. So the reason you know the imputation was valid because at a later time, it is mediated by cognitions in between. You don't know if the imputation was valid in and of itself. You know the imputation was valid because you poured hot liquid into it, you tested it, and it turned out that, yes, indeed, this thing in reality does function as a mug. So your ability to test whether the cognition was valid of seeing it and knowing it as a mug was mediated by a cognition in between in which you poured hot liquid inside, and it turned out that it did hold the hot liquid in the way that a mug should. And then you said, yes, this is a mug, for sure. I've tested it now. We know, right? So that's called a mediated, what is it called? A mediated valid cognition. So unmediated valid cognition would be, you look at this object, not a good example actually. The example that's often used is heat. That when you feel the sensations of heat on your skin, that it doesn't need to be mediated by a second cognition in between in order for you to confirm the validity of the conceptual imputation of the term and concept heat onto the sensations you're feeling on your skin. There's no way to simplify that. For those who are completely lost, there's no way to make it simpler than this. You just have to study for years. Okay, so what does it mean to function? What it means is that to put it in Prasangika terms, what it means is that what's out here doesn't inherently function as a mug. Rather, it's simply not obstructed or not prevented from functioning as a mug. Because a mug is a conceptual and linguistic construct in my mind, shared between me and the rest of my society, developed in relation to objects of experience in the world. Let me say that one more time. A mug, the concept of a mug, is a sociolinguistic thing that we have constructed as a society while interacting with stuff in the world. And yes, there's some variance in that concept and the terms you use in relation to that concept, etc. But when you apply that concept to this chunk of reality, it turns out that this chunk of reality isn't prevented from functioning in accordance with the definition of the term. You with me? It's not that this is inherently a mug, because if it was inherently a mug, I couldn't use it to store things. It couldn't be a pen holder because it would be inherently a mug, stuck, functioning as a mug. So it couldn't hold the odds and ends things that I have on my desk because that's not how it functions in and of itself. It's a mug. Right? No, that's not true. That's not how it exists. It exists as a thing that is simply not obstructed from functioning as a mug. So this is my approach to solving this problem as a prasangika, as a middle way gunslinger. But this is perhaps the most difficult point in prasangika. What is it that you're designating upon? What qualities does it have? And how do you know that what's been imputed, or rather, what is it that's being cognized before you've imputed it? And then how do you know that what you've imputed is a valid imputation after having been imputed? These are the most difficult issues in the entire subject of middle way, consequentialist emptiness, Madhyamaka prasangika, hands down. It's worth every bit of blood, sweat, and tears you put into it because it's the most profound position on selflessness and emptiness in the entire Buddhist canon. This view applies to absolutely every single existent thing in reality. If you want to understand the Heart Sutra, you have to understand this, in my opinion, if you want to understand it fully. And it's not just dry intellectual stuff. You turn this through rumination and Vipassana, you turn this information into direct realization. So this is the information that you turn into your realization of emptiness and selflessness. So it's very important. Okay. So I don't know how much that helps. It's a very difficult point. Another way of talking about this that I developed doing my PhD is to talk about it like this. What exists as an object of knowledge is not a specific set of qualities, but instead is a relational set of qualities that exists in relation to the subject perceiving that object as the type of subject that they are, as the type of being you are, a human being with the karma you have, blah, 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 in relation to this object. It appears a certain way and physically exists in a certain way because of who and what you are and where you are and how you're observing the thing. What's there, therefore, is not infinitely flexible, but it's not inherently existent, and it doesn't have a specific set of characteristics, and it doesn't have a specific identity. So we're not Svatantrikas, because there's no specific characteristics, and we are definitely Madhyamakas because it doesn't have an inherent identity. You with me? So why is it a mug? It's a mug because what's here is not obstructed from being known as and then functioning as a mug when the term and concept mug is applied to this phenomenon. And where is a mug? What is a mug? The mug is a mutually existent phenomenon that is a coming together of a valid basis of imputation, the mental simulacrum of that object, and the term and concept being applied to that mental simulacrum in order to interact with the object. The coming together of those relationships is what a mug is, which is why when you look for the mug in the mug, you don't find it. You find a bunch of atoms and colors and shapes that aren't mugs. Likewise, the term mug is not a mug. It's a word. The concept mug isn't a mug. It's a concept. The relationship between the term and concept is not a mug. It's a relationship between a term and a concept. The relationship between the simulacrum and the object is not a mug. That's a relationship between those two things, blah, blah, blah. The entire process is made up of stuff that's not mugs. But if you want to understand what a mug is, it is the appropriate coming together of all of these relationships such that it can validly be said that you know this object as a mug, and that when you use it, and it actually functions as a mug in reality. You see? Not because it's inherently functioning as a mug, but because it's not obstructed based upon the physical aggregate itself from functioning as a mug. Okay. Sammy, why didn't the Buddha seem to teach the Bodhisattva path in the Pali Canon? The Bodhisattva path was walked by the Buddha to arrive at Buddhahood in the Pali Canon. The Buddha is a Bodhisattva and became a Buddha, according to the Pali Canon. And according to the Pali Canon, the Buddha, attaining Buddhahood, like the Buddha, is really difficult, time-consuming. It takes 3 kalpas, 3 countless eons. And therefore, most people should just try to attain abiding nirvana and be done with it. Because attaining Buddhahood is really, really difficult, takes a long time, and most people won't be able to do it. And the Mahayana disagrees. Furthermore, there's a whole bunch of teachings that are there prior to the commentarial tradition of the Mahayana, according to the Mahayana at least. But the archaeological record, I think, supports this to some degree. But then you have people like Venerable Asanga, who meditates in a cave for 12 years, meets Maitreya, who according to the Pali Canon is going to be the next Buddha, goes to Tushita heaven, which the Pali Canon says is where Maitreya is. Maitreya gives him 5 texts, which is a thing, according to the Pali Canon, that you can actually interact with deities living in the upper realms, right? So none of this is unplausible from the point of view of a Theravadan practitioner, especially for somebody who spent 12 years meditating in a cave. Is a very capable person. So he brings back these texts. What do those texts teach and explain? They teach and explain the Bodhisattva path. So the Bodhisattva, who is going to be the next Buddha, gave the elaborate explanation for sutras that already existed, that nobody could explain what was going on in those sutras, gave an elaborate explanation to Venerable Asanga in the 2nd century Common Era, very early in Buddhist history, 2nd or 3rd century Common Era. Basically, at the same time, everything else was being written down, including the Pali Canon. You know? Which all between the 2nd century BCE and the 2nd century Common Era, roughly speaking. Yeah? Right in there. Okay. So he gives these 5 texts to Venerable Asanga. Venerable Asanga brings them back, and these then become 5 of the most important texts in Mahayana Buddhism, still studied by the Mahayana denominations all over the world today. His brother Vasubandhu, Venerable Vasubandhu, writes 5 commentaries still studied today. These are 10 of the great texts of Mahayana Buddhism. And they explain a huge amount of Mahayana literature that up to that time was kind of, a bit mysterious. Wasn't explained very well by the canon. Lots of sutras that contained descriptions of bodhisattva paths and this and that, and no explanation. But these texts explain all that information. Okay. Let's see. NR 82641. Did you go to the University of Buddhism? Buddhist PhD. So, my PhD is in Buddhist philosophy. In particular, I covered Madhyamaka-Prasangika Buddhism, or Madhyamaka-Prasangika philosophy as interpreted through the Nagarjuna, Aryadeva, Chandrakirti, what's his name? Shantideva, this sort of line. I think Buddhapalita is in there, if I'm not mistaken. So this sort of line coming in through Venerable Atisha into Tibet, into the hands of mainly the Gelug tradition, although it's everywhere. This is the main tradition on which I'm basing my work. And I compared that with philosophy of science. And then, as I've said before, I've studied quite a bit in actual traditional Buddhist environments, mainly in the Gelug tradition. So I did academic work in that area. In addition to studying sort of in a traditional route and doing a fair amount of retreat and getting advice from my teachers and gurus. And as a matter of fact, the only reason I'm on YouTube teaching is because I talked to my teachers and they said that teaching more openly would be an okay thing to do for me. So I do, in fact, have a genuine PhD from Roehampton University. You are welcome to look at the Roehampton University graduation logs and blah, blah, blah. And you can find it there. And also recently completed the basic program through FBMT. And you could contact their education department if you would like. And I'll be on the rolls there as well as a person who's completed a 6-year program training pretty hardcore in the classical Gelug Buddhist thought. So all of that is there, out there, somewhere in the ether, on the record, and you're welcome to call people if you don't believe me, but all true. Okay. Waterbridge. What's the purpose of past lives and recalling past lives? The chat's getting a little wild. It looks like all of my moderators have left. Okay, so I think we've reached the bottom of the chat. I think I'm just going to remove this for the sake of future viewers. Just for the sake of future viewers, since it doesn't add much. Okay, so I will answer, let's see what remains here. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a lot of stuff. Okay. Wow, yeah, there's a fair amount. It was just hiding beneath all that weirdness. Right. Okay, so what's the point of past lives? I mean, the Buddha was in a context where there was a lot of people who said there weren't past lives. There were people who said they weren't sure if there were past lives. There are people who said there's only a few, that you were created by the gods a while ago and you've been at it, and eventually you'll go back to the gods and hang out in heaven or merge with the gods or whatever, right? So there was a whole spectrum of different views, and the Buddha did meditation and recalled access to this information. So this wasn't something the Buddha was like philosophically came to and said, oh, this is a really useful philosophical idea. This is something the Buddha did practice, and it just occurred to him. He went, oh, wow, this is what's there. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Saba says, I want to make esoteric Mexican Buddhism. Where should I start? Where you should start is training with, I will put it in the chat for you, Lama Jampa Shainman. And I would recommend you spend a fair number of years with a Y and an S and an EAR. The whole thing, years. Training in the conventional aspects, otherwise the so-called esoteric aspects won't work at all. The tantric esoteric aspects of Buddhist practice don't work unless you have built up all of the meaning and symbolic content, etc., that makes those systems function. They don't function without that information. Furthermore, you have to have renunciation, bodhicitta, and emptiness as part of your actual heart practice. It has to be something that you've actually accomplished, some taste of those. That's the fuel that makes the esoteric practices work. If that's a vehicle, if Tantra is a vehicle, the gasoline is renunciation, bodhicitta, emptiness. So you can jump into the car, but you're not going to go anywhere, right? So you need to spend time training in the conventional path of Buddhist practice through the conventional stuff that's available. Lama Jampa Shainman's one of the best guys in Mexico. There's other good guys and gals. If you send me a message on Discord, I'd happily help you find somebody to train with in Mexico that also has access to the tantric aspects of Buddhism to train in those at some point. But don't jump into that right away. That's what I would say. Okay, Shrek. No, okay. So Tantra is not bound by Tibetan culture. Mainly it's coming through Indian culture. And the Tibetans didn't add very much to it. besides using Tibetan art techniques to draw the stuff, you know? Okay. Okay. Ruemu says, there are people who state YouTube comments that Thich Nhat Hanh's teachings help them with psychiatric challenges. The decades of therapy and medications haven't. Please comment. Wouldn't surprise me. He's teaching Zen and breath practices. I think he teaches body scanning and mindfulness practices. And then he teaches, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think his lineage also includes just sitting type practices. All of those things are fantastic. And in particular, things like body scanning practice have been shown to have really beneficial effects across a wide spectrum of psychiatric stuff, including psychiatric disorders, as long as you don't abandon your conventional treatment for those disorders while doing those practices. So it doesn't surprise me at all. Not even a little bit. Okay. What is the Buddhist opinion of AI? So there's nothing specifically sort of Buddhist in responding to AI. I would say, except maybe that the Buddhist theory of consciousness entails that mind is non-physical, non-local, that the mind doesn't reside in one particular physical location, for example, that it's like space, it's not made of physical matter. Also, artificial intelligence, AI, intelligence is the capacity to do, let's call it intellectual work, is my understanding. So the artificial capacity to do intellectual work doesn't imply the presence of consciousness. The ability to pass a Turing test, where you can fool a person, a conscious person, into believing that a system is conscious because it's capable of doing sophisticated intellectual work, also doesn't imply the existence of consciousness. LLMs, large language learning models, which are sometimes called AI, even though that's not AI, it's just a large language learning model, is basically a math problem that's really complex and trained to provide, to provide responses probabilistically based upon a huge training data set, first of all, where it calculates the probability of chunks of words, not even whole words most of the time, just chunks of words, calculating the probability that this string of chunks of stuff will generate a positive user response when I present it to a user based upon these chunks of words being put in this order, right? So it's sort of like, when these chunks of words come in this order based upon my training data set, these chunks of words put in this order based upon my training data set, and thumbs up, thumbs down responses from people training the system, right, indicates that there's a high probability of a thumbs up response from this chunk of words put in this order, right? So this is so far from being a conscious from being a conscious entity, no matter how sophisticated and incredible its capacity for generating unique responses and information is. There's nobody home having the experience. It's a math problem. Also, if we're looking at it from a tantric point of view, ones and zeros on a computer hardware, in your computer hardware, that doesn't have a subtle body. Consciousness uses the subtle body, which has subtle physical substances, to interact with coarse physical matter. So that your circuit board at home doesn't have a subtle body, doesn't have something that a consciousness could be born into to then interact with physical matter. So being reborn as a bunch of computer chips, in my understanding, in terms of the mechanics of rebirth, mechanically it doesn't work. Now, there are rare hell rebirths where you get reborn in that way and you just can't do anything. You're just sort of stuck there and you have an internal experience of being a wall or being a pillar or being a cup of tea or something, right? And then you have bad experiences, basically where you're out of control and you can't do anything, but you're just sort of having an internal experience of being stuck, and some of your senses work and maybe some of them don't. I don't know. But it's kind of a rare thing. It's not even considered a realm of rebirth in and of itself because it's rare and it's basically just really uncomfortable. So mechanically, I don't see how it would work. If you were to take a brain, a biological brain that has a subtle body component to it, grow it in a petri dish, attach it with electrodes to computer chips and all this, and then force the brain to do computations by zapping it or giving it liquids that it likes or whatever, a mental continuum could be reborn into that because there's a subtle body there in that brain tissue. So it's possible that when wetware and hardware get combined, which is already happening, by the way, it's pretty horrific to think about. I mean, I don't want to say too much about it. Pretty horrific. But anyways, when hardware and wetware start to come together, then it wouldn't be an artificial intelligence. It would be an actual sentient mind that had been reborn there that was being forced to do computations of some kind, right? Which is, again, maybe on the border of a hell realm rebirth for that mind. So it's an actual intelligence. Anyways, I digress. What do you think of the present now, and that there is only thing that exists? So the thing. So the present moment is considered by Buddhism. Generally, Buddhism is a presentist, has a presentist theory of time. So for those who don't know, what this means is that there is no ontological past. So I'll do it like this. So let's say that we have the past, we have the present, and we have the future, okay? So there are some theories of time that say the past is actually out there and it is a thing that exists in and of itself. This is the past. Then there's the present, and it's a thing, and it exists in and of itself, and this is the present. And there's the future over here, and it's a real thing, and it exists in and of itself. Yeah? And then there are theories of time that say the past gave rise to the present, and it's gone. There is no actual thing that is the past. We can still think of past events in terms of, well, before now, stuff happened, as a way of talking about stuff. But in reality, the only ontological thing that exists is the present. And it is the present moment, basically, that will flip over and become the next present moment. And then this present moment will flip over and become the next present moment. And so there's never actually a real thing in addition to the present that is the past. And there's never a real thing in addition to the present that is the future. There's only ever this. I tend to agree with this view, that the present is all that's ontologically there, but there are past events. The present moment was like this before, and then it flipped over a bunch of times, and now it's like this. So these are these things that are no longer existing, but when the present moment was like this at some time, that's the past. It's not like an extra thing out there, but those are past events. No problem. Same thing. Stuff that the present moment hasn't yet flipped over into, that's the future, right? It doesn't exist yet, but the present could flip over into that. And if it does, relatively speaking, that's the future, right? But there's no additional thing that is the future outside of what's actually occurring now. So I tend to agree with that. Although if it turned out to be the other way, all of the main Buddhist arguments that I use for cosmology and so forth, they still work. Okay. What kind of meditation am I practicing right now? Live stream meditation. So Stephen asks what kind of meditation I'm doing right now. I do a fair number of things. So I do some Foundation 1, intensive breath meditation. I do some body scanning. I do some Neigong, which is learning to release through the body in various patterns to make the body and mind really, really calm and to make the body really comfortable. I do some Mahamudra style practice, although that's not my main practice at the moment. The skills that you use in Mahamudra, you use it for other things like you would do in Neidan, internal alchemy practice. And my main practice at the moment actually is I'm doing a fair amount of Neidan. I'm doing a fair amount of internal alchemy, which is quite interesting. Quite interesting. I don't know how much detail I should share, but you know, it's mostly to do, you combine the body, the breath, the energy system, and consciousness, and you put it all in one place. And then once it's all in one place and you can get it there, then you do more like Mahamudra, just sitting style practice, but you do it with everything collected in one place on purpose. And yeah, and so then it draws in some of the skills, you could say, from what I would call Foundation 4, Mahamudra style practice. And then sort of occasionally I'll do some rumination practice, usually very short ruminations to keep certain information fresh. And that's about it. Fair amount of study. Let's see. Forever Dying says, oh, hold on, we've got a... So, Elashin, thank you so much for the contribution. What practice would you recommend for someone with lifelong OCD, compulsively seeking moral certainty, reassurances, especially when this intensifies during meditation? It's a really good question. I think body scanning meditation could be really beneficial. And I think just sitting style practices where you're learning how to simply exist and observe what's occurring, very beneficial. But that is tough to do if you don't already have some skills. So this is in part why I train people in Foundation 1, really forceful intent. Getting the mind to go where you want, do what you want for a short time. Then body scanning, make the mind extremely calm, very useful. Then Mahamudra style practice, learning how to do just sitting style practice, being rather than doing. And there's great deals of bliss and stuff that comes along with these practices. Non-dual experiences come along with these kinds of practices because you're gaining access to the fundamental components that are making up your being. Very different. That sort of thing's really helpful because by the time you get to observing mental content, your OCD is mainly occurring here at the level of mental content. And so if you can flip this sideways and see that the mental content is here, but the mind is here, and it doesn't have to do what the mental content is suggesting that it do, this gives you some space, some breathing room between you, on the one hand, for lack of a better term, you and the mental content that is screaming at the mind from the surface of the mind. One of my teachers says, you make the mind subtler so that the subtler aspect of the mind is looking at a coarser aspect of the mind. And so if you can learn how to do this, it's very beneficial. Normally I would say this process, to get a little taste of it, about 8 months, and then you need to do a few days of retreat, 3 to 5 days of retreat. And then you have a little taste of each of these elements. And then once you've done that, then you can start to emphasize whichever things are really, really helping you in terms of your practice. And you learn how to work with yourself more. Some days you need really intense, really, really intense focus to get the mind to stop doing what it was doing, especially if it's sort of spinning on something. And then other days, the mind is behaving a bit and you just use body scanning right away to make the mind more calm. Some days, the mind's already calm and is doing what you want it to do. So you go straight into just resting in the nature of one of your consciousnesses or your central mind. And then if you do other things, like 18 Lohan Palm stuff where you work with the body, that can be quite helpful too. It can be very helpful to work with the body to get over stuff that's happening in the mind. Although I think one of the risks with OCD, and I'm not a psychologist, but I think one of the risks with OCD is that there's the risk that you take these sort of rituals, let's say, even though they're not rituals, but you know what I mean, of doing things with the body, and you turn that into one more obsessive thing. And because you're doing it in a way that isn't beneficial, then the benefits that should be coming don't come. You just have a new obsessive behavior, right? So I think gaining some experience just doing the meditation side, the mind side, for a while would be very beneficial. And you can do that through the information I have on YouTube. I'm happy to get on the phone with you and talk to you about it. I'm happy to talk to you about it through Discord. Just, find me through the various things that I do. And then, if you want to do it a bit more hardcore, a bit more full on, you could join the 5 Foundations course and do it that way. Or if you want to do something local in your area, you could go to a mindfulness-based stress reduction course. Those can be quite good. Or train in Thai forest tradition, if you can find that nearby. Be quite good. And, I'm here. I'm here as a resource. Talk to me. Send me messages. We can talk. And whether you want to do my stuff or stuff from somewhere else, it's fine by me, as long as you're actually getting the benefit, and I'm happy to help you with it. Okay. Stephen says, thanks for sharing your knowledge. What kind of meditation? Oh, yes, I answered that. I feel like the concept of emptiness and selflessness takes away from the gratitude that existence can bring. Okay. So I've heard this before, and it makes me so sad, because this is the beauty. This is the beauty of being. This is everything that's keeping you stuck, everything that's keeping you from experiencing unbelievable joy and freedom in regards to every single experience that occurs in every single sphere of your awareness, from the external to the internal, in regards to every single object you experience, every single person you have experiences with. What's preventing that is that you don't understand emptiness and selflessness. And so far from just being dry intellectual knowledge or something that takes you away from the joy of being, it's something that unlocks the joy of being and unlocks your relationship with others. Because most of what gets in the way of us having that joy and gets in the way of joyful relationship with others, most of what gets in the way with that is our inappropriate sense of who and what we are. We get in the way. And if you can get out of the way, even just with non-dual experiences from concentration, you get a little taste of what it might be like to start getting yourself out of the way. It's like unbelievably obvious that this is the missing ingredient you've wanted your whole life. I feel like being empty and selfless has purpose, but I also feel like soda is embracing suffering in existence also has its purposes. And you can only do that by enduring suffering. Life itself is beautiful. That's the middle way. Embracing the good and bad and not trying to focus so much on succeeding that you eliminate the value of life. No, it's the opposite. Like I said, Selflessness and emptiness isn't about you becoming selfless or empty. You are selfless. You don't have the type of self you think you have. And emptiness is just a subtler version of this, where you don't have the type of identity or characteristics you think you have either. It's already like that. You just never noticed. That's the truth. That's how it's always been. That's how it is now. That's how it will always be. And the reason you can't embrace both the pleasure and the pain, the reason you can't experience bliss constantly in regards to everything, and the bliss because when your mind becomes unbelievably blissful, everything in your senses becomes unbelievably beautiful, interesting, attractive, worth appreciating. Because it's like this, without seeing that it's selfless and empty, you're cut off from the natural condition. You're cut off from the natural condition, which is unbelievable beauty, meaning, purpose. Really important point, and good comment, good question. But the way that I was taught this with my teachers, it was always connected to beauty, meaning, purpose. Getting yourself out of the way means meaning, beauty, purpose, value. It's naturally present. Okay. I entered the stream, then drifted off to Advaita Vedanta. The self is the whole. I don't feel empty anymore. Okay. No problem, Yanko. What I say with regards to Advaita Vedanta is this. Sat Chit Ananda, being, consciousness, bliss. In Mahamudra style practice, in my way of understanding this practice, you tame the external senses well enough that you can observe the central mind, observe consciousness itself. Observing consciousness itself, you do see it in the way that it's being described in Advaita Vedanta. I don't deny that. I had a big conversation with one of my teachers about that when this first started happening in my practice. It seems to exist in and of itself with its own properties that don't change from moment to moment. It's always clear, it's always knowing, it's always ready to reflect whatever might happen to occur, and it doesn't seem to change when it reflects different things. That sounds like being, sat. It's blissful, chit, it's blissful, ananda, and it's knowing, cognizant, chit, right? Sat, chit, ananda. This sounds a lot like I'm becoming Advaita by doing my Buddhist practice. However, my main teacher made it very clear, while that's a valid experience, that's not the end. There's one more step you can take. You can analyze that appearance, and you can find that it's not the way that it appears. Of course it appears that way, because we have past imprints from karma that involve ignorance and misperception, and everything that appears, including our own mind, appears to exist in and of itself. However, if you analyze that mind in deep meditation, you will find through analysis that mind doesn't exist with this sat quality, with this being quality, where it seems to be completely unchanging in the center of a utterly changing universe. So that's not something I can really cover in 10 minutes or less on a live stream, but take it for what it is. Oh, I missed this one, Shrek. My apologies. Thank you for the kind donation. Is it just still looking at it on a lower level, as it is still coming together to be existent, along with validness being existent? No. So Nagarjuna, I quoted this on a stream recently. Nagarjuna, if you read his, 40 verses on emptiness? 40 verses? 30 verses? I can't remember. If you read his other major text on emptiness, he makes it very, very clear. Emptiness does not mean things don't exist. And it doesn't mean they exist the way that they appear to you. Things are dependent arisings. So validness dependently arises. It exists. Coming together, two things coming together, a mutually existent relationship, is something that validly exists. It just doesn't inherently exist in the sense that it doesn't exist the way that it appears to your naive perception, naive, unexamined perception. Does this make sense? So to get at the emptiness, you have to spend a lot of time thinking about the interdependence. You need to look at what is it, how is it my mind is actually seeing these things, like the mountain. And then you need to look at the interdependence over and over and over and over and over again. And you go, finally you'll go, oh, wow, yeah. The mountain is there as a dependent arising, but there's not a shred of inherent mountain there. Not even an atom of an inherent mountain there. But the mountain is there. It's a causal phenomenon. It has parts. It has a whole. It has effects. All of that's true. But it's not an inherent mountain the way it appears. No problem. Forever Dying Rainbow says there's no such thing as attaining nirvana. Nope, that's not true. And it doesn't mean you don't feel suffering because you're going to feel suffering no matter what. Nope, that's not true. The pursuit of attaining nirvana is an ego-rooted goal. Pursuit of attaining nirvana is an ego-rooted goal. I'm not sure what you mean by ego, but generally speaking, no, that's not true either, because in order for something to be a klesha, it needs to be aimed at something non-existent. It's aimed at something not real. That's why it's delusional. That's why it's harmful. Your goal of attaining nirvana is aimed at something real. Not only that, you're using methods that actually produce nirvana. So this isn't a delusional pursuit of something non-existent with methods that don't work to produce the result that's being described. If you're still suffering, it's not nirvana. The mental factors involved in striving for nirvana, like chanda, zeal, these are not delusional desires rooted in your ego, because you do exist. You don't exist the way you think you do, but you do exist. The methods are valid. The goal is valid. And the desire to have the goal, to fulfill your innate desire to no longer suffer, is valid. So all of the components are real. So no, that's simply not correct from a Buddhist standpoint. Life itself is perfect in its wholeness. I have no idea what that means. There's all sorts of weirdness like this on the internet, my friend. If you think it's already perfect, there's no reason for you to talk about it. Because it was perfect before you started trying to convince other people it was perfect. So not convincing people that it's perfect is also perfect. So you should be in like a paralyzing perfection in which there's absolutely no reason to do and absolutely no reason to not do. What you've done is embrace nihilism and embrace the idea that, well, since it's all equal, and since I can't get away from all this stuff I think is bad, if I can just make myself okay with the fact that it kind of sucks, even though you can't do that, then it will all be perfect and better and I can just accept it as it is. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. Just do the work. Just do the work that the Buddha described. The Buddha said your hair should be on fire in pursuit of the attainment of nirvana. Like a person whose turban or hair is on fire, looking for a pond in which to dive. They strive with their full intellect, their full desire, their full intent, their full exertion. No reserve whatsoever. This is the kind of language the Buddha uses in the canon. So, sure, from a New Age perspective, from whatever, you can say whatever you want, think whatever you want, but as a Buddhist practitioner, this doesn't work. Okay. So the PhD teacher must be enlightened. Okay, no. So this is really, really interesting, right? From a Pali perspective, from a Sanskrit perspective, Theravada perspective, Mahayana perspective, until you've attained nirvana, full stop, full on, you will have the full spectrum of negative emotions. You'll have the full spectrum, potentially at least, of negative types of motivation. But by way of sort of graphic representation, right now, your highs and lows and potential to do all sorts of bad stuff is waving like this. Really powerful, really huge waves. As you approach nirvana, those waves become smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it's barely waving, and then you attain the goal, roughly speaking. Okay? So it shouldn't surprise you that fairly capable practitioners have the full range of human emotion, human faults, human experience, human errors, ethical issues, etc., because they're still doing all of this in the process of heading towards having problems that are much more subtle until there's no problems. So you shouldn't expect your teachers, unless they are extremely highly accomplished beings, you shouldn't expect your teachers to have no problems, negative emotions, etc., etc. You shouldn't. I also have the tremendous advantage of not claiming to be a highly realized being. I also have the advantage of not claiming to be enlightened. I claim to be an okay practitioner with some problems and some normal stuff. And I've put in some work. I've put in some time. My teachers have authorized me to teach some things. And so that's what I do. And since this is the extent of my claim, the bar that I need to pass, I think, is relatively low. Okay. Is that Earth? That's not Earth, is it? I thought Earth disappeared. Wow. Oh, wow. I thought I was near the bottom of the chat, and I think I'm like 15 years away from the bottom of the chat. So we are at hour number 4. We're at 4 hours and 45 minutes. So, my dear friends, let me do one more commercial since I'm going to be here for a little while longer, and say that I do all of this for free. I make the content for free. I don't have ads, blah, blah, blah. Make a fair number of the phone calls that I do with no monetary relationships. I've been teaching for 4 or 5 years. Some of my students have been with me for quite a long time, and there's no financial burdens that I've placed on my students in order to train with me. As a matter of fact, for the last 4 years, until I decided to do this full time rather than working and doing this completely on the side, all the monies that came in either went towards upgrading stuff so I could do this better for my students, or it went to charity. So only in the last few months have I turned this into my main thing. And having turned it into my main thing, I do this full time. So in order to do this full time, a certain amount of money has to come in to keep the lights on. If you'd like to make a donation, the best way to do it is through PayPal or Venmo down below, because they have basically no fees. If you send a super chat through, that's fantastic, but YouTube will take 30%. If you do it on an iPhone takes another 30%. So that's not the best way to do it if you want more to come to me to support what I'm doing. If you'd like to support me on an ongoing basis and train a little bit more seriously with me, go down below the video, join the 5 Foundations course on Skool, Skool. Or if you'd like to train in the physical stuff and energetic stuff in addition to the meditation techniques that I teach, join the Lohan Palm course. So those would be the best ways to support me on an ongoing basis. Through Skool, I'm building a community of between 100 and 200 serious practitioners who want to support each other doing long-term retreats. This is the big idea with my Skool community. So people who have been in that community for a while, once there's 100 to 200 people, not only will that take care of the financial side of this whole thing so that I can do this virtually forever and do it for free for everyone else, but in addition to this, we will start supporting each other doing long-term retreats so that if you need $1,000 to go into retreat and there's 200 of us, that's $5 each to send you into retreat. So it becomes possible to send people into longer-term retreats as a community through the course of time. And so if you want to be a part of that idea, which I think is really cool, I'm really excited about it, jump into the 5 Foundations course, okay? And that's also where I'm training people a bit more full on in the meditation techniques that I teach. Okay, so those would be great ways to support me. If I don't get enough donations coming in, eventually I will have to do something else. For the time being, I'm still a little bit, actually more than a little bit short in order to make this viable long term. So if you find this beneficial and you'd like this to continue, please do chip in however you can. Hit pause on the stream and you can go to the 5 Foundations course or the Lohan Palm course. Okay. All right. So going back to questions, let's see. Earth. I'm wondering if this is the same Earth who was here a while ago. If it is, we should talk, my man. we should talk, for reasons. Reasons. Okay. Do I have questions? Yeah, I have tons of questions. I mean, I'm constantly asking my teachers questions and reading books to clarify areas where I don't understand things. Tons and tons of questions. Chuang, what's a PhD in Buddhism? Well, I've described it earlier in the stream. You can go back and watch that. But my PhD covers Buddhist philosophy and the philosophy of science from Roehampton University in London. You can look it up if you'd like. Grounded Being, book recommendation on Wheel of Samsara. Oh. Simple Light, welcome back. Forever Dying, he thinks he's enlightened. No, definitely not enlightened yet. Quite a ways to go. On the Wheel of Samsara. I think the best books on that are probably coming from the Theravadan tradition. And I would just search it up on Access to Insight. That's a website for a bunch of Theravadan resources. Just search Wheel of Samsara or the 12 links. There's a lot of good resources there that could get you started. Brother 12. Soul, where can the dust collect if there is no table? Well, it'll collect on the table because there is a table. If you can tell me who is talking. I'm talking. What do I win? I'm a Chan master. Ask me anything. I have questions. Who's my master? I've had a lot of different teachers. Currently studying with Lama Jampa Shainman, Geshe Tenzin Namdak, and Ian Burgess. But I've trained with a number of other people in the past. I have no questions today, but several things you've said align with what I've been taught. Subbed. Oh, thank you, Kath Thrasher. Mountain license. Okay. Is it wise to think of consciousness in the mind like space, time, two different things? You can't change space without affecting time. Consciousness, the mind, it depends on who you're reading, and you got to look at how they're defining stuff. Sometimes they talk about the mind as the stuff occurring on the surface of your mind, and then consciousness as your mind devoid of all that content. Sometimes they just refer to consciousness, and then the stuff on the surface of the mind is mental content or the contents of consciousness. So it really depends on who you're reading, how they've translated stuff, what commentary tradition they're in. It really depends. The most important bit is to understand that you have 5 external senses. You have a central mind. That central mind generates mental content and knows or is aware of that content. And then from the perspective of both the Taoist classics and the Tantras, there are then subtler layers of consciousness below that human mind level of consciousness. And then maybe sort of in here somewhere are the jhanas, which are also quite subtle and not quite human. And then below the jhanas, even subtler, are the subtlest types of consciousness that only occur at the time of death and or through tantric practice. And that probably doesn't help at all. Okay. If you don't break the self, you won't see the truth. Well, luckily, there is no self to break. Don't our cells and brains work like AI? Definitely no. Definitely no. Of course, your neurons have some similar properties, roughly speaking, to computer chips and so forth, turning on and off and whatever. But like neurons are incredibly complicated. One of my students is training in neurology, and she and I talk about it sometimes. It's like immensely complicated. There is tons of different kinds of neurons, and the relationships between them are really sophisticated and very complex stuff. Okay. Does it work like an AI? I tend to say no, because artificial intelligence is a math problem, probabilistically anticipating whether it's going to get a thumbs up or thumbs down for a particular arrangement of chunks of words, which is not what your mind is doing. Your mind is a mere clarity and knowingness. And there's something that it is like to be your mind. It generates an internal private world of experiences. And an artificially intelligent, a thing that can imitate intelligence, like a math problem, by using an algorithmic math problem to predict what kinds of responses will get a thumbs up from you, doesn't have a private world of internal experiences. Okay. Kath Thrasha. Am I a student of Damo? No, I'm not a student of Damo. I don't dislike Damo. I like him. I had one conversation with him a while back when he had an experience where he decided that he was no longer going to consider himself a Taoist and was going to just sort of shed all the labels. I had a conversation with him at that time. And I don't dislike his friend Adam Meisner either. I've had several conversations with Adam, and he's a very interesting guy. I don't agree with him on politics and stuff, but his Tai Chi is pretty good, and his meditation stuff is quite good. And I've heard from people that are quite quite knowledgeable in Taoism that Damo Mitchell's Taoist stuff is very high quality. It's legit. But I haven't trained in his system. I'm training with a gentleman in Edinburgh by the name of Ian Burgess, and Ian's very interesting. Has a almost encyclopedic knowledge of different Taoist traditions, Buddhist traditions, Confucian traditions, and has trained with really serious people in all three. I mean, he's lived like 10 lives in the time of one normal life, human life. It's insane, the amount of things he's trained in, and trained with really good people and really understands well. It's mind-boggling. Okay, so Brigantia, you become a Buddhist PhD by finding a university that offers a Buddhist PhD and or a philosophy PhD program. You propose what it is you would like to cover in your PhD. Technically, mine is on paper, it would be a theology and religious studies degree, but in terms of content, it is an interdisciplinary philosophy PhD. And in terms of specific content, it is middle way Buddhist philosophy and fictionalist philosophy of science in a conversation. So, yeah, universities can be weird. As long as you can find advisors that are quite good, and we can talk about it more. Send me a message on Discord. We can talk about it more. Okay, cool pen, like the old thought experiment. Where are the air molecules that were in Julius Caesar's last breaths? I mean, they're probably still floating around somewhere. The past is still in the present. A slightly different idea, that the past is still in the present. Here we're saying that there's only the present. The present is the cause of the next moment, and therefore the next moment is all that's there. That's the present now, right? The past is gone. The past isn't in the present. The future is not in the present. Those things don't exist ontologically at all. The only thing that's there is the present caused by the past, and the present causes the next moment, which we call the future, but when we get there, it's the present. Okay. Molecules don't die. That's not true. The end of the universe, as far as we understand, will bring to an end all molecules and particles. Goenka Vipassana retreat can be a good introduction. I agree. But if you had a choice, I would say do a non-Goenka Vipassana retreat, or do a Thai forest mindfulness retreat, or even a secular mindfulness retreat. Will be basically the same content, but without the potential problems that might be there. But again, I'm not saying don't do it. It's just, if you had a choice. Shrek. So Shrek, this goes back to subtle impermanence. The present moment is itself, within one moment, the arising and ceasing process in action, right? So the present moment is arising, ceasing. That arising, ceasing gives rise to the next moment of arising, ceasing. So there's never a moment of stasis where something is there being the same. So compounded things, caused things, things that have parts are a process of momentary change. So there's not something else causing the change. The process itself is change, if that makes sense. And therefore, any object we would isolate within that process will also, as an isolate of reality, will be a thing that is not in stasis. And if we isolate another chunk and we say, well, this is a seed and this is a sprout, and the seed leads to the sprout, we'll say that the seed caused the sprout through going through a series of changes. But that's not because there's an unchanging thing called a seed and an unchanging thing called a sprout, right? Okay. I lost all my neurosis after years of daily meditation, philosophical investigation, careful use of psychedelics, prolonged retreats, and then ibogaine, not sure what that is, gave me an experience of self-reincarnation. Maybe some kind of hallucinogen. Okie dokie. I'm not a hallucinogen guy. If people want to do that sort of thing, it's up to you. It's not my thing. I'm not against it in principle, unless you hold vows as a Buddhist, and then you shouldn't be taking psychedelics because the vows tell you not to do that. But yeah, if you're just sort of into meditation, doing all sorts of stuff, I'm sure psychedelics do have some pharmacological benefits and so forth. No problem. Let's see. Buddhism sounds almost scientific in the way, based on observation and conclusion. Yeah, so Damjan, Buddhism has some stuff in common with science for sure, but it's a phenomenological approach instead of a external approach, right? So you start basically from empirical stuff, with the added element that you're going to rely on experts who have come before you, and the peer review of other experts who have come after that initial expert. So you have the Buddha, who's the initial expert, who trained in meditation, saw all this stuff, trained a bunch of other people. They did those things, saw the same stuff, and became arhats. And then there's all this commentarial literature that gets layered on to the tradition over time. And it's based upon the observations of the Buddha in meditation. The Buddha didn't say, well, I thought about it, and the universe is, and that there's infinite universes behind this one, and there's infinite rebirths behind this one, and there's karma connecting the mind to the universe, and blah, blah, blah. The Buddha said, I did meditation, I stilled my mind until I saw it was like this. The instrument being used was consciousness, and he looked at it, and it was like that. And then he came back and reported it, and he said, okay, do these things, and then you'll see that it's like this, and you'll be liberated. And other people did it, and it turned out that's what happened. And by the way, there are still modern masters who say that this is what happens. So this tradition carries all the way up to modern times. The mystical, supernatural stuff definitely was not influenced from Hinduism. It's baked into the very earliest strata of Buddhist materials, baked into every layer, every commentary, every aspect everywhere, includes karma, reincarnation, realms of rebirth, deities, etc., etc., etc. All of that is there too. This is part of the stuff that was seen through training and meditation. Okay. Is free will even a thing? Yes, free will is a thing. It's just very difficult. Typically, we think we are and identify with the content on the surface of the mind. We have an impulse to drink a cup of tea. We follow the impulse to drink the tea. And therefore we go make the tea, we drink the tea, and so forth. If you can abide in the nature of consciousness and see that the impulse isn't you, and you can actually enter a condition of truly free will, you can decide, am I going to follow the impulses that are here from the past, or am I going to do something else? Am I going to drink a cup of coffee today instead, or am I going to drink nothing today? Right? So you can develop your free will and make it even more free. Ultimately, the freest will would be a will that doesn't have inclinations coming from the past. that you don't want there or don't have control over, forcing you to take a particular course. So nirvana is a cessation, right? It's a cessation of all sorts of types of mental activity that are compulsive and negative coming from the past. Basically, the substratum of Buddhism was Brahminism, and they have continuously fed each other for 2,500 years. No, that's not correct. The Buddha was not a Hindu, was not his tribe, as far as we can tell, were sun worshippers, not of the Brahmanical beliefs of the people to his east. Even though they were ruled by those people, they didn't share Brahmanical beliefs with those people. That's point number one. Point number two is the Buddha was surrounded by a massive philosophical and religious renaissance where people were rejecting the Vedas. The Upanishadic groups didn't agree with each other. A vast majority of the material that we have and associate with Hinduism today wasn't there. And everything from agnosticism to materialism to nihilism, you name it, was there on offer for the Buddha to decide upon if he so chose. And he didn't simply stick with like some Brahmanical route that wasn't even the root of his culture according to the archaeological findings we have from the Shakya region. No, not true. And this idea needs to die. This idea really does need to die, because that's not the relationship between these things. They share some things in common, including some ways of speaking, because they come from the same area. It doesn't mean they're based on the same thing. Okay. How to deal when you're observing emotions, but it's always intense, and every day it's intense and doesn't get better at all. So Madge, this is the piece de résistance, the sort of what is that word? The raison de vivre, the reason for being when it comes to Buddhist stuff. One of the critiques that I have of the way that Buddhism and meditation is being taught in the modern world is that everyone is taught, for some reason, to sit down and just watch your mind. Just sit and watch your mind. Just observe. Let the thought... And this absolutely cannot work for a person living in the real world, constantly stirring up their mind with excitement, depression, sadness, and fear. Not happening. Not happening. You're just going to sit there chasing all sorts of stuff. And like you said, every day it will be like this, because it's either excitement or it's fear or it's depression or it's anger or it's this or it's that. Something will be there, and you will have stirred up your mind with something. So this is a terrible technique for people that aren't in retreat training this technique intensively, or for people who don't have prior experience. So this isn't the technique that I recommend at the beginning. What I recommend at the beginning is something that uses forceful intent to overcome all of the stuff you just mentioned. Really forceful, powerful intent to draw the mind's activity into one place. And then, once you can draw it into one place, then another technique to make the mind extremely calm and the emotions more stable. And then start working on expanding that capability out into your life so that more of your life becomes stable, less chaotic. Then work on these practices like just observing the mind, when the mind isn't a total bag of nonsense like this. So this is what I teach in the 5 Foundations course, by the way. Okay. If it's changed, how can you say it is the same past within the present? Well, it's just words, right? So Shrek, it's just ways of talking. If your way of conceiving the past is that it's an unchanged thing or an ontologically existent thing or half of the other things you mentioned, then that's wrong. It's a non-existent. But it exists in the sense that the present was at one time like this. In the same way that this is a cup. It's not obstructed from being known and functioning as this. Previously, the present moment was like this. The cup was being held in my hand. Now it's on my desk. It's no longer being held in my hand. How do we know? Because what is now here is sufficiently is non-obstructed from being known and functioning as a hand not holding a cup. Right? But in the past, what was there in terms of a combination of elements was the opposite of that, roughly speaking. So these are all conceptual imputations. It has to do with emptiness and dependent arising. Oh, brother 12. Okay, I'm really glad you brought this up. This is an extremely common problem because nobody teaches the full process of meditation, and it drives me nuts. It drives me really nuts. Makes me really sad. He says, while doing Chan meditation, I find myself aware of the struggle between the mind and the body. The body wants to sleep, the mind is wide awake. Any remedy for this? Yeah. But there are people who spend years falling asleep on their cushion, doing Chan style, Zen style practices. Years. Even monks and stuff. You have to refresh the mind. Think about the definition of shamatha. Highly lucid, highly stable. The mind that is abiding in its own nature, unmodified, is highly lucid, highly stable. So if you're resting there in a dull state of mind, you're not resting in the nature of mind, you're resting in dullness. If you rest in dullness, you will fall asleep. This is the problem that comes up when the mind gets a little bit of stability, but it's not yet lucid or fresh. How do you fix that? There's all sorts of techniques to make the mind fresh and awake. And if you do that, the body will be fresh and awake. How do I teach that? I teach it using body scanning, mainly in a standing position, moving upward to the top of the head. And then furthermore, if you isolate the 5 external senses and do just sitting style practice, abiding on the nature of the 5 external sense consciousnesses without altering them, but focusing in on them one at a time, this tends to draw the mind up out of that dull state and makes the mind extremely fresh without doing too much doing, because you're just abiding on a smaller chunk of the nature of one of your consciousnesses instead of all of them simultaneously, or instead of the central mind. Right? So you're training the same ability to stop doing and be, but you're doing it with a smaller piece, and you're doing it with a piece like vision or hearing that makes the mind extremely fresh. So this is how I teach it. Again, this is part of the 5 Foundations course. There's not a good way to just pack it into a Q&A like this, unfortunately, but it definitely, there definitely are methods for that, and it's an extremely common problem. It's mentioned in the classics. Okay. Yep, with regards to the Yoga Sutras, that's quite well known, and in regards to Advaita Vedanta, that's well known. This sure is a way better conventional TV. Thanks. What are your thoughts about enlightenment through transgression or through acts that seem immoral? So, Frederick, I would say this. Those sorts of things stand at the edge of advanced practice. they stand at the edge of advanced practice. So if you and I, for example, aren't at the edge of advanced practice, then the best thing to do is to not do that. You know what I mean? There may be certain weird circumstances where doing something that seems conventionally harmful, but you're doing it internally with a high degree of capability, compassion, this and that, ends up being something helpful. That's true. There can be circumstances like that. There definitely are circumstances like that. But can most people do that and benefit from that and blah, blah, blah? No. And a lot of people who, not a lot, but a few people that sort of, I don't know. I don't really, maybe I won't do too much criticizing, but I mean, the best thing is for our own practice, look at Guru Rinpoche. Okay, Guru Rinpoche, great saint, says, your view should be like the sky, your conduct should be like barley flour. Your view should be utterly open without obstruction, ready to do anything, but your conduct, your ethics should be extremely refined in terms of your control over your actions and doing ethical actions, according to a yogi who could literally put his handprint on solid stone, according to the Tibetans. Okay. Let's see. So Damjan karma was definitely not added to make society orderly. The theory that actions lead to imprints in consciousness and so forth is not just a skillful means according to Buddhism. It is part of the nature of reality. How many lifetimes till the average person attains nirvana? They say if you were to train relatively lightly, if you took the slow way, 17 lifetimes, I think, is the slow horse. And then I think it's like 9 or 7 or something for someone who's a bit faster, and then 3, and then 1. Right? So somewhere between 1 and 17 lifetimes, if I'm remembering correctly. And the same thing for Tantra with regards to attaining Buddhahood. The slowest one is like 16 lifetimes or something, if you're kind of being a bit lazy about it. As long as you keep your vows, to go back to the ethics question. Okay, paradox is an artifact of dualistic language produced by our mind. Okay. Obsidian Tall. Does Buddhism allow for Christians to experience a Christian heaven after death? Muslim, pagan. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Buddhism acknowledges that there are heavenly realms, there are deities there. Those deities are powerful, creative, knowledgeable, clairvoyant, long-lasting lives. Rebirth in those heavens lasts an unbelievable period of time. Rebirth in those heavens depends in part upon your intent to be reborn in those heavens, and in part on generosity, ethics, humility, the sort of stuff that you might find these traditions training in order to be reborn in those heavens. So yeah, it's plausible. In cases where people do all that stuff, in cases where people believe all that stuff, but then that leads them to the conclusion that they don't need to be generous or ethical, etc., in order to enter those heavens, I think from a Buddhist standpoint, that's a major error. It's a huge error. But as for the rest, if you're generous and ethical and cultivating some loving feelings and have a deep desire to attain rebirth in those heavens, it is possible to be born there. To be born in various heavenly realms, and those heavenly realms wouldn't exclude, I don't think, the concept of Christian heaven or Muslim heaven, except that we would say they're not permanent places. They're temporary places. They last unbelievably long periods of time, but they're temporary. Okay. What made me decide to practice Tibetan and Zen over Theravada? Really interesting question. So here's the thing. I started with Thai forest at Spirit Rock Retreat Center many years ago. That was my first retreat and real experience of Buddhism. Very important experience. Much of what I learned there, I learned versions of those practices from other places at later times that are doing the same thing or basically teaching the same thing. Furthermore, from a Mahayana perspective, in order to attain enlightenment, I have to attain nirvana. Sometimes I say it like this. If enlightenment is here at the top of the ladder, right? If there's a ladder leading upwards to enlightenment, step by step, let's say, okay? Ignoring the Zen thing for a minute. I have to climb up the ladder until I reach nirvana. And a person who's attained nirvana on the Theravada path, at that point would then exit the ladder and enter into abiding nirvana, nirvana without remainder, and would just continue on in nirvana, right? Okay. So as a Mahayana practitioner, you cultivate profound compassion to your bone marrow. Compassion so powerful, it's as powerful as the most incredibly overwhelming anger or lust or jealousy or arrogance that you've ever felt in your life. So powerful that you want sentient beings to be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. And so you generate this extremely powerful desire, and then you climb further up this ladder, gain more capabilities that allow you to benefit other beings, and that's what we call enlightenment, is this state where you've perfected all good qualities and removed all negative qualities. And there's extra stuff you can do after attaining nirvana. You enter non-abiding nirvana because you broke the 12 links of interdependence. Those are dead. Those are gone. So you're in nirvana. But you don't enter into an abiding state. You remain in a non-abiding state and carry on with the work. Yeah? Until you've perfected all good qualities, removed all negative qualities. Okay. So, as a Mahayana practitioner, I have to accomplish the Theravada. I'm not throwing it out. And if I had the bandwidth for it, I would be training in a whole bunch of Theravada stuff to refine my understanding of those aspects of the training that I'm already doing that involves those components, if that makes sense. So, in a sense, if you're a Mahayana practitioner, it includes the Theravada. It includes the Pratimoksha-yana, the individual liberation vehicle. So you don't have to choose one over the other. You just don't stop when you get to the end of the Pratimoksha path. You carry on to Buddhahood afterwards. All right. Okay. Someone says Advaita Vedanta existed from the beginning. I would really love to see if that's the case. I'd really love to see in the 3 Vedas or 4 Vedas or 5 earliest Upanishads, or even just whatever earliest material you'd like to point to before all the commentarial traditions, before the Bhagavad Gita, etc., that shows that there is a fully developed explanation like you find in the 7th century texts or 14th century texts, or whatever the case may be, explaining this position of Advaita Vedanta. If you show me that, and not something vague like, I am that, or what have you, but actual explanations for what these things mean, no problem. But if it's something that's extremely sort of vague and open to interpretation and could mean 15 different things, then that's not going to be a sufficient explanation. All right. Ooh. Thoughts on Alan Watts? Alan Watts is not somebody I regularly recommend. Let's see. Okay. Vegan. Why so many Buddhists do mental gymnastics of eating meat and claiming it was not killed for them? How do you feel about this? I actually covered that earlier in the stream, vegan. You can go back. Maybe somebody will do me a great kindness and do timestamps for all the questions, and then I can put the timestamps under the video. I'm a bit too lazy to do that at the moment because I'm doing other things. But if somebody wants to go through the whole video and do timestamps, that'd be fantastic. But I did answer that at some length. There are no mental gymnastics in Buddhism about this issue. We are very, very clear about what constitutes killing and what doesn't constitute killing, what constitutes breaking the vow and commitment to not kill and what doesn't. And having a hamburger doesn't violate that commitment, doesn't constitute the action of killing. And therefore, according to the Buddha, both in Theravada and Mahayana sources, is not the type of ethical concern you need to have as a practitioner. There are 10 things you should be really worried about, called the 10 negative actions, and 10 things you should care about on the other side, etc., etc. There are 6 poisons in your mind. One of them is not the desire to eat meat. Right? There are 6 poisons in your mind. Amongst them is not this thing called the desire to eat meat. So neither amongst the 10 negative actions nor against the poisons that are literally poisoning your mind every day do we find this thing being problematic, nor amongst the vows for the system do we find this dietary choice being labeled as problematic. Also, in the canon itself, there are multiple instances where it's brought up to the Buddha that, yes, other beings will be killed because there's a general environment in which people are eating meat, and therefore people will kill to meet that demand, blah, blah, blah. Aren't you responsible for that? And the Buddha says, no, you're not responsible for that. So as practitioners, if you choose to do that, no problem. However, the Buddha was quite explicit that you can generate compassion, you can generate love, you can generate all the components of the path, you don't violate your vows, etc., by eating meat. Now, if you don't like that, no problem. You know what I mean? You don't have to agree. You don't have to like that. You don't, whatever. But these are the teachings of the Buddha. And so if you're Buddhist, you're at liberty to eat meat as long as it's not been killed for you, etc., according to the canon, right? So that's it. No problem. If you don't want to eat meat, that's also not a problem. Don't eat meat. No big deal. Okay. Null thesis. I had an out-of-body experience with no feeling I exist in my child age. There were no thoughts even during ordinary wakefulness years ago. No more silent mind thirst to disappear. Yeah. When your mind gets more subtle and you have things like out-of-body experience, near-death experience, etc., it's quite common that when the mind gets more subtle, there's less conceptual activity, there's more bliss, etc. So, yeah, I mean, that all tracks. That makes sense. Litheus, welcome. Welcome. Advaita Vedanta has been defeated by Buddhism? That's an open question. Advaita Vedanta is, according to many Hindus, is Buddhism in disguise. So it may be that Hinduism has taken some Buddhism, and Buddhism has, I don't know, everyone wins. Okay. What's my opinion on Alan Watts? Again, I don't recommend him for a number of reasons, but he's a very compelling public speaker. Yeah, I like listening to him talk, but I wouldn't recommend him for anything serious. I'm a philosopher from way back. Always knew I was an old soul. Oh, no worries. Cool, cool, cool. Concept of Hinduism as understood today is a coined term by Westerners. Okay, no problem. In ego-death experience, there's a mind from the navel solar plexus that went through my whole body and outside of it like 25 meters and then faded back into my stomach after 2.5 hours. Yeah, you know, the thing about hallucinogens is you don't know what parts are real, you don't know which parts are unreal, you don't know which parts are hallucinated, you don't know which parts aren't hallucinated, you don't know which parts are part of a path of some kind of training or transformation and which parts are not. It is a bag of experiences. Training, in the end, is not about having a bag of sophisticated, interesting experiences. It's about gaining access to what you actually are, being able to rest in the nature of what you actually are, and having, through resting in what you already are, what you actually are, transforming yourself away from these things that are perversions, or what's a better word, supervene on top of the natural condition, the ordinary condition. And there's no amount of hallucinogens you can take that will do that. Hallucinogens give you access to all sorts of experiences, not being. This is the big issue. And this is why I'm not super hot on them. But again, you can have all sorts of experiences. Some of them are real, some of them aren't real, whatever, you know. As there are some beneficial psychological effects to some hallucinogens also. But again, I mean, the Buddha basically says you don't need to take all this. And a bunch of my teachers who, you know, came up through the 60s and did a bit of that and whatever, they basically had the same opinion. Like, look, just engage in the training and all sorts of weird stuff will happen anyway, but it's just not the point. I mean, every day that I do serious practice, I have experiences like the one you're describing. But that's not the point of the practice. Not exactly like the one you're describing it, but in the category. All sorts of weird stuff happens. But that isn't the point. Okay. Lots of chat going on. If you guys could go to the Discord, move the private chat to the Discord, because I can't find the questions by people actually asking questions, which is bad. So you can go to the Discord, go to the general chat, and just carry on privately there. But I do need to be able to find questions, and there's too much chatter for me to recognize what's a question and what's not. So please do take your private chats to the Discord. Why does it feel like something is getting uncomfortably close to me in mindfulness meditation? Grand craft. I couldn't say. You're probably getting uncomfortably close to yourself. I mean, again, so Gran, you have to remember, training your mind, you're training the thing that generates every other experience you have in reality your whole life, in the past, in the present, in the future. Every experience you're ever going to have is made by your mind through interacting with either its own content or the world. But it's all mentally generated. So your mind is generating reality as you see it. So when you sit down to train your mind, all sorts of weird stuff is going to happen because you're training the thing that makes stuff appear real to you. So most of what happens, 99% of what happens when you do meditative practice in the beginning is not important at all, other than some of it showing you that you're headed the right way. And then a bunch of it is just sort of like weird stuff that happens when you try to meditate. And some of it is like unique to you, and a huge amount of it is stuff that happens to everybody or most people. But none of it is super important, you know? Okay. Bonaboo, please help unravel how impermanence relates to the idea of many world systems with consistencies, Buddhas living archetypal lives, the realms of existence, form of human beings. Doesn't this imply permanent essence? No, but that's a good question. So everything that's making up caused and conditioned things in order to bring about the next moment of a caused and conditioned thing, the current thing, as I was saying with the pen example, right? The current moment of the pen flips over into the next moment of the pen. So in order for this to move from here to here, this has to change. If this object wasn't capable of change, even though it looks almost exactly identical to you from here to here, if it wasn't capable of change, it couldn't move from here to here. So the previous moment of the pen causes the next moment of the pen, and the pen looks almost exactly the same. But there's no particle in this pen that's in exactly the same location as it was previously. And in fact, there's particles from all over the universe popping in and out of existence inside the pen, according to modern physics. And the particles in the pen are popping in and out of existence all over the universe, or at least within a 1 light year radius of the pen at all times. Looks like it's just a pen to me. No, it looks like it's unchanging, right? This is the point. But in order for things to carry on doing things and causing things and becoming things and so forth, it requires that they're changing. Goenka retreats are donation-based. Yeah, I like that too. I like the donation-based aspect of Goenka. So Miwi asks, do you consider yourself Buddhist or agnostic? I consider myself to be Buddhist. I have taken a very, very, very long road to being convinced that there's very little mythology in Buddhism, and that most of the stuff that sounds like mythology is actually real stuff. But that has been a 21-year process of doing lots of retreat, lots of study, hanging out with practitioners that can do things that seem impossible, and so on and so forth. Especially because I also got an academic degree, and you're trained in all those skeptical tools, and despite hoping or whatever that some of this stuff might be true, I just couldn't make myself believe it until I saw stuff or experienced stuff in my own practice. And after experiencing a certain amount of stuff, and the doubt goes away, Okay. Kevin Mungai asks, is there a roadmap for beginners? Yes. So here's my roadmap for beginners. I teach the 5 foundations of meditation. So these are techniques drawn from across a range of different meditative disciplines, and they're meant to give you meditative skills in a logical order based upon the classics in Buddhism and what they say are the cognitive skills you need in a certain order in order to make progress in meditation. I've been training people in these techniques for 5 years, and according to them, extremely effective. And doing this now full time for whatever it's been, 4 months, trained a large number of people in these techniques all over again. Same thing. They say they're very, very effective. So I train people in the 5 foundations. If you wanted a physical and energetic component to your practice, I would recommend joining the 18 Lohan Palm course, link down below. That'll give you the meditative aspect, physical aspect, vital, subtle body training aspect, the full package. However, you still need a full-on lineage of Buddhist stuff to study, because you've got to have all of the knowledge that goes along with the practices, right? And what I teach, of course, includes some of that, and what you'd find in the Lohan course includes some of that, but there's a richness and the importance of doing some stuff in person. I'd be happy to help you find a community in person if you reach out to me on Discord or Facebook. And so yeah, finding a community near you to train in. If you want to do physical and energetic practice in addition to your meditative practice, do the Lohan Palm stuff. If you wanted to support what I'm doing and hang out and train more with me and people that I like. And then you could do the 5 Foundations course, which is here on YouTube, or do it through the 5 Foundations course materials that I have on School, where you'd have a whole community to train in that stuff with. So this is what I'd recommend for beginners at this stage of the game. Okay, David, if psychedelics are bad for Buddhists, how come, right? So psychedelics can give you some experiences that will lead you to the conclusion that you should train in something that gives you consistent and reliable access to those experiences. This is my view. Once you've become a Buddhist and you take vows to not consume those substances, you shouldn't be taking those substances. This is my view. Before you take vows, do whatever you want. No problem. After you take vows, you've now made certain commitments to not do certain things. So don't do those things, right? Like, it's a pretty simple math. It's pretty nuts and bolts. Gaining access to temporary experiences isn't a path anywhere. It's like a glimpse at stuff. If you do your practice, eventually you'll get glimpses of stuff anyway. But you'll be on a path of training that takes you somewhere, instead of just getting experiences and glimpses of stuff. So this is the difference. Also, hallucinogens can take you way off into the boonies, and you can have bad experiences just as much as good, and experiences that take you off a cliff just as easy as experiences that take you further on down the path. So again, for these reasons, it's better to just do the path and do the actual training with methods that are known to take you places. Yeah. Okay, Peter asks about mental illness, addiction, and practice and nirvana. So to attain nirvana, you would definitely need to overcome your addiction, whatever that happens to be. In terms of mental illness and practice, I spoke about this at some length earlier in the stream, but briefly, talk to your therapist, talk to your pharmacologist. I can't remember what that's called. The type of, what is a psychotherapist who does medications. So make sure that you're getting the right stuff to treat your mental illness so that you can be stable, relatively stable. From that position of relative stability, do meditation practice. Yeah. Work with your body, work with your mind. And over a long period of time, that should improve your mental illness. If you can treat your addiction and your mental illness and get back to functional life through conventional means and so forth, and then work with your doctors as you get better to reduce whatever you're taking and so forth, as is advisable according to your doctors, great. That's how you go. And then slowly, bit by bit, you'll make progress. And I know people who have autism, ADHD, bipolar, who have made progress significant progress against major mental illness in the course of 20 years of serious practice. Not 20 minutes, not 20 weeks, 20 years of serious practice. So it's a long road, and the people that I know who have made significant progress against those, if the mental illness was quite serious, in one case at least, has spent 20 years basically reducing their medication slowly over time with the help of their doctors. So yeah, it's doable. It's doable. It's beneficial. You can make progress. You just start where you are. Okay. Upaya could include psychedelics. Traditionalists will insist they're intoxicating. That's really context and substance dependent. No, it's not. So here's the thing. If by ingesting that substance, the normal ethical framework in which you would make decisions is no longer present and active, that is intoxication. If the normal level of discernment you would have between most days waking and getting ready to fall asleep is not present, this is intoxication. So if the normal decision-making process that you would use to make most decisions in your life, the normal ethical framework you would use to make most decisions throughout your life, the normal level of discernment you would have to make most decisions throughout your life isn't present, this is called heedlessness in Buddhism. And heedlessness is what you're trying to avoid by not taking those substances. That's why you have the vow against intoxicants, heedlessness. So since the normal ethical framework's not there, since the normal decision-making process isn't there, since the normal discernment isn't there, in addition to having hallucinatory experiences, right? These substances aren't positive from a karmic point of view. And this is very important. Many will argue, yes, but what about the benefits? What about this? What about the psychological benefit? And blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine. If you're in a clinical setting and your doctor gives you an ounce of mushrooms or whatever sub amount is appropriate, and in a clinical setting you do this and it gives you the neurological benefit, blah, 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 no problem. You know what? The Buddha said, a soldier, listen to this, a soldier who kills in battle for their king, isn't it true that they'll be anointed, they'll be lifted up, they'll be glorified, right? They'll be glorified. They'll get a bigger stipend, a bigger house, more money for their family, respect from the king, from the people of the realm, because now they're a hero. Isn't this true? So through killing, didn't they get all these benefits? Isn't that true? Does that mean the karma they've accumulated is positive since they're getting benefits here and now? That the karma they accumulated from killing in battle was positive? Is that what that means? Not at all. Not even slightly. Not even a little bit. That karma from killing in battle that they're rejoicing in over and over and causing hundreds of other people to rejoice in over and over and over again is leading them to an unbelievably, horrifically bad, negative, terrible rebirth. For eons, according to Buddhism, suffering, shredded again and again, dismembered again and again, stabbed, murdered, killed, taken apart, having their flesh regrow and burn off again and again and again and again. Horrifically, unbelievably bad suffering. But they got that one lifetime where they had some nice, cool stuff and cool experiences. This has zero to do with the benefits you get in this lifetime. None. Nothing. It causes heedlessness. Heedlessness is a negative mental state in which your decision-making is compromised, your ethics are compromised, your discernment is compromised. And in the future, the karma, you have just thrown a huge brick into your future, and the karma of causing the mind to be heedless ripens at a later time into realities you don't want, where your mind doesn't know how to make ethical decisions, where your discernment is gone, where you're confused, where you see shit that isn't there. This is what the Buddha is trying to help you avoid by not taking substances that make your mind heedless. It has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to get heart benefits from drinking a glass of wine a day. Maybe you do. It has nothing to do with whether or not you can regrow your neural connections by taking mushrooms. Maybe you can. Heedlessness causes negative karma that ripens into realities you don't want. This is why it's unskillful. It has nothing to do whatsoever with whether or not you get benefits in this lifetime. None. 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 Now, small caveat. Medications have side effects. If it comes to pass that in 10, 15 years, we have a whole bunch of hallucinogens that have been tested for this and this and this and this, and we've gotten the psychoactive components down to the whatever doses are appropriate through experimentation, and through taking those, you can get certain benefits without hallucinating all over the place and blah, 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 blah. And in addition to this, it causes all these extra benefits, and it also helps you treat your depression and this and this and this and this and this. And your doctor is prescribing this to you because it's a highly effective medicine in a clinical setting. Great. Because what's the difference? The intent is not to make my mind heedless and hallucinate so that I can have all sorts of experiences I want to have, some of which will be positive right now. That's not the intent. The intent is, I'm depressed and sick, and my doctor says I should take this medicine to not be depressed and sick anymore. Again, it's the difference in the four components of an action. It's the difference of the intent that makes all the difference. Not upaya. It is not context dependent and substance dependent. If it is causing your normal decision-making process, ethical decision-making process, and discernment to change and become different from the way they ordinarily are, which it most certainly is, this is heedlessness. Heedlessness, deliberately created heedlessness, is a huge karmic brick you're throwing into your future, where you don't know how to make ethical decisions, you don't know how to keep your thoughts straight to create the right kinds of stuff that you want to create in terms of your future existences, and where your discernment sucks. Your discernment, your ability to discern the fine details between things. Has anybody noticed that the Buddha included 2 mental factors out of whatever it is, 50 different mental factors in Buddhist psychology? He just threw 2 of them into the 5 aggregates model? That's really weird. Why did the Buddha throw 2 random mental factors, cognitive processes, into a model for the 5 things that make you up as a being? That's super weird until you spend 10 minutes thinking about it. Feeling is the thing that drives ordinary beings. You like certain things, you don't like certain things, you find everything else boring as hell. This is what drives 99% of the behavior of ordinary beings stuck in samsara. So he included it as one of the aggregates to make it a huge point about this fact. The next one, discernment. Why? Because this is the main factor that liberates you from samsara. Your ability to discern the fine details between different things. Your ability to notice the differences between things in a fine-grained way. Discernment. You know what you're royally effing up with heedlessness? Discernment. The thing that the Buddha says is the thing you need, the main thing you need as a practitioner to get out of all this mess. You've been here infinitely, infinite rebirths. the one major thing he's put in a list of 5 things that make you up as a being, the main characteristic, discernment. You're going to screw that up? To have some experiences in this lifetime? Okay. With respect. Clinical benefits? Sure. Medicine, eventually? Maybe. Yeah. Some medicines you take cause that to happen anyway. For depression, for this, for that, right? But you're not doing those things to become less discerning. Or screw your mind up in the way that these things screw your mind up. Because a lot of people taking these substances want the weird. They want the hallucination. They want their mind to blow out the top of their head. They want blue deities to come and whatever. They want all the weird. They want their ordinary ethical and decision-making process to break. They want their ordinary discernment to go away and for pink elephants to dance around the fire. And then to talk to their guides, and then to this and that, and then, right? This is creating even if you get immense benefits in this lifetime, which you very well may, especially if you're doing it in some kind of traditional environment where they're quite good at using these substances, maybe you get tremendous benefits. But the karma, the action, the imprint is an imprint of, I'm going to screw my discernment up to get these benefits in this lifetime. And that karma is a massive brick you're tossing into the air that's going to come down eventually as negative results in the future. This is why it's taught this way. And it's extremely explicit and scary, the language that's used in the canon. It is not at all vague. Okay, I digress. Let's see. Is there a good book that gives just the main Buddhist teachings without too much unnecessary fuss? Yeah. Go over to the Discord, Mystic Hermit. In Buddhist resources, I have a list of books. I would recommend maybe Essence of Nectar. Essence of Nectar is a lovely place to start. Is there any non-changing thing according to Buddhism? Yes. Do we have something like a permanent I? No. If not, how do we carry our karma from our next into our next lives? The continuum of consciousness, the stream of consciousness. So you have a causal continuum of individual moments of mind causing the next moment of mind, a bit like the pen, right? That example. It flips over and flips over and flips over. So this is never the same pen, but it's giving rise to the next moment of the pen. Likewise, the subtlest consciousness that you have is giving rise to the next moment of the subtlest consciousness that you have, right? I know I'm speaking a bit imprecisely here. That is what's sort of carrying the imprints from your various lifetimes. Do you have something like a permanent I? No. That would be the closest thing, would be that consciousness. But it's not permanent in the sense that it would be an unchanging thing, right? It's changing because it's a causal entity. So it's not permanent in that sense, but it is eternal because it is an infinite causal chain with no beginning. Is there any non-changing thing according to Buddhism? There's quite a few. Emptiness is non-changing. Selflessness is non-changing. Impermanence is unchanging. And nirvana is unchanging. Buddhahood, various aspects, certain aspects of Buddhism, of Buddhahood, full Buddhahood, are unchanging. So yeah, there's quite a few unchanging things in and around. Okay. Oh yeah, Essence of Mahayana Lojong. Definitely don't want to get into Shantarakshita work. So yeah, wouldn't recommend that for various reasons. Let's see. Have you ever explored the connections between pre-Christian Western European traditions and Eastern traditions like Santana, Buddhism, Taoism, Buddha's carve in Alexandria? It's fascinating. Okay, so Brian, I have spent, again, as I've said in the past, I'm the type of person that if I want to know what something is all about, I go do it. And so I have spent some time investigating Western esoteric traditions. That being said, I find really interesting things there, but the overlaps are not hugely significant, at least in the things that I have looked at and studied and trained in. But that could just be because it was the type of stuff I was training in. I have heard that Western Hermetics has all sorts of interesting stuff, but I haven't trained in it myself. What else? In terms of overlaps between Buddhism, Taoism, and Hinduism, tons of overlaps, because they spent a couple thousand years talking to each other about all this stuff. So there's huge overlaps. Maybe they depart at later stages, but in the beginning stages, huge amounts of what they're doing and using are the same, if you're talking about meditation and so forth. Austin asks, if all phenomena are dependently originating, empty, and not self, how is there any free will? Because the nature of consciousness includes the ability to exert will freely. Piled on top of that are all these predispositions that incline that the otherwise free will of the central mind to go left instead of right, or right instead of left, let's say. But the central mind is like this. The central mind is flipping over into a new moment of awareness, right? And one of the qualities of this central mind is that it has the ability to use intent to perform new actions. And that intent can be conditioned by all sorts of stuff, like what you've done in the past, etc. But with training, that intent can be increasingly unconditioned. So free will is quite difficult, but you can make tons and tons of progress in terms of developing a freer will. And then also you can use the free will you do have, you can use it to create new patterns on the surface of the mind that are, again, they're patterns, they're habitual, but they're taking you in a good direction instead of taking you in bad directions. Yanko says he prefers the hermit life. No problem, my man. No problem at all. I have done a bit of that sort of thing on and off. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. Who are my main interlocutors? Asks Daz for philosophy of science. My main interlocutors were Bas van Frassen and what's his first name? Peter van Inwagen. So Peter van Inwagen is a fictionalist who says that nothing except for, not at the physical level, nothing except for particles and what's the other thing? Particles. On hour number 6, the brain is starting to turn to mush. Well, in brief, his argument is that there are no composed wholes in physical reality. And then Bas van Frassen's argument is more epistemological and has to do with the fact that the postulates of science need not be regarded as real things, that one can simply do science without believing in the postulates of science, and it will work all the same. And he goes even further in saying that he doesn't actually advocate agnosticism, that one shouldn't go beyond their epistemic warrant in regards to things that they can't actually experience through the epistemological instruments provided by nature, in other words, your 5 external senses, and therefore a self-consistent epistemological stance involves rejecting anything that can't be experienced directly by the 5 external senses, which is a pretty radical position. Although I don't take him to task for that, because he has a lot of interesting things to say about the relationships between instruments and objects of knowledge in science and models in science and so forth. And really good conversation to be had there with the Madhyamakas. Are Buddhas impermanent? Yes. You can't ever stop being a Buddha if you become a Buddha, but a Buddha is a composed thing. So a Buddha is constantly creating the causes to remain a Buddha in terms of the various qualities of a Buddha that are composed qualities. So a Buddha won't ever fall out of that condition because they're constantly creating the causes to remain in that condition. And then there are aspects of their being that are uncaused, like the fact that their mind is in non-abiding nirvana and the fact that their mind is omniscient. So omniscience is a cessation, and non-abiding nirvana is a cessation. So since those are cessations, they're permanent, they're unchanging, they're reliable. And then there are certain qualities of Buddhas that are compounded things, and those would be impermanent. In other words, changing, in other words, caused. In other words, you need to continually accumulate the causes if you want them to go on existing. And Buddhas, being omniscient, know exactly how to create the causes for the things they want to become at all times. How do we will generosity of generosity is just a causal chain within a sequence of events that we have no control over? You do have control over it. It's not just a causal chain within a sequence of events that you have no control over. It is a causal chain in which you're, again, the central mind, as part of its nature, has the ability to use its intent to do stuff. And this central mind doesn't have the choice as to whether or not it will go on existing in the next moment. It can't will itself out of existence. But the will of this central mind, if it didn't have predispositions driving it and pulling it in a bunch of different directions, would be completely free. So the central mind can make free decisions, but it's mostly dragged around by its predispositions and habits from the past. So, yeah, I hope that helps. Still seeing lots and lots of chatter in the comment section. Please do take chat between yourselves to the Discord general chat, because I can't find the questions, and this is a big problem because then people are hanging out here right now. 38 of you hanging out here waiting for me to find the next question, which is not very polite to the other people in the stream. Yes? Okay. Also, I'm going to miss questions because I just have to skim until I find a question mark, and not everyone uses question marks. So please, please, please don't do too much chatter with each other in the chat. Take that to the Discord. If Joe Schmidt criticizes Buddhism, will you do a video? I mean, if it's interesting, if it's worth responding to. There's a lot of stuff out there that I don't respond to because it wouldn't be very productive. But yeah, I mean, if Joe Schmidt criticizes Buddhism and it's interesting and worth responding to and what have you, I'd be happy to do something in response. But my aim is not to destroy Joe Schmidt or, the standard YouTube thing. My aim would be to use whatever he's saying as a teaching opportunity to say, okay, he says this, a lot of people say that, here's why it's not true, here's what Buddhism actually says, that sort of thing. This is more my more my style. Okay. The number of beings born in samsara are innumerable. That's correct. How long would you remain in samsara? You don't remain in samsara. This is one of those trick questions. So if you enter non-abiding nirvana, you're no longer in samsara. You're out. It's done. You can emanate for beings. You can emanate, you can interact, you can create appearances for their benefit, but you're not in samsara anymore. You never will be. If you enter non-abiding nirvana, 7th or 8th bodhisattva level, I think 8th bodhisattva level, you're no longer in samsara and you never will be. All right. So how long will it take? A long time. You know, there's lots of beings. Could take quite a while. No problem. Your needs will be met. Their needs will be met on an ongoing basis, and it'll be a good time. Odhyana. I was looking for this term. Odhyana. Yes. I was looking for that. Pakistan. Okay, fair enough. Vegan says paying someone to kill an animal is not killing yourself. No, that is killing according to Buddhism. If you pay someone to kill an animal for you, that would be breaking your vows. So I think, vegan, it's important you understand what the Buddha is saying when he makes the arguments he's making. Because if you think that it's okay for a Buddhist, for example, for me to walk into a restaurant and order a lobster and have them kill the lobster for me to eat, that's not okay. That breaks my vows. That's an action of killing. So no, I agree with you. That would be killing. And it is laughable to think that it wouldn't be. You're basically using another person as an instrument through your request and exchange of value. You're saying, could you please kill that thing for me so I can eat it? Now, what's the object? The object is the lobster. What is the intent? To kill the lobster. What's the motivation? So that you can eat it. What's the effort? Asking someone to go kill it. They become the instrument used to kill the lobster on your behalf. What is the conclusion? The end of the action is you see it killed, or you become to know that it's killed, and you feel good, where you go, oh man, this lobster is going to be awesome. Right? This is breaking your vow, 100%. Now, alternatively, you go to a restaurant. All the lobsters are already dead. They've already been prepared. They've already been grilled. You ask the waiter, you say, are the lobsters already dead and prepared and grilled? He says, yes. You say, okay, could I order a lobster, please? What is the object? It's the dead tail of a being whose mind has already departed. What is the intent? To eat the flesh out of that tail. What's the motivation? To eat the flesh out of the tail, right? What is the effort? The effort is you ask the waiter to bring it to you, and the conclusion was, oh, this is nice lobster. At no time did you ask any being to be killed. At no time did you rejoice in a being being killed. At no time did you perform any unethical action in the process of ordering that particular lobster's tail that was already deceased when the flesh already existed. So it's important to understand the parts of an action if you want to criticize the Buddhist position. Okay. Kanil asks about the decline of Buddhism in India. No, I think the conclusion is basically that the Muslim invasion in the 14th century-ish wiped it out. To meet flesh when there is no necessity. Yeah, again, there's no teaching in Buddhism until it arrived in China that says don't eat meat. and it's only in a few places in the Chinese canon, and some of those places are in debate as later additions to the canon, and in all of the earliest sources, including most of the Mahayana sources, including other parts of the Chinese canon, it says it's okay to eat meat. So somebody's lying, right? And it's probably the people who got it later and contradicted their own canon by adding it. So there's no problem with eating meat in Buddhism as long as you're not having the animal, you're not requesting the animal to be killed. You're not turning up when you know that animal is going to be killed for you specifically at that time. And what's the other one? Someone remind me. Anyways, so there are 3. As long as you meet those criteria, you can, again, just in general, if you eat meat that's already there at a restaurant or grocery store, you're already fine as long as something is not being killed right there on your behalf. Don't we play with the senses and savoring the thoughts to eat creatures? Right in my Alan Watts. Krishnamurti, I don't mind Krishnamurti. I don't think his teachings are, how do I say? There is more methods, and he just ignores a huge amount of stuff that would be so helpful if you brought it on board. This is the only reason I don't recommend Krishnamurti, because there's just so much extra stuff you could be doing that's so beneficial, and he's just sort of like, no, just watch the content of your mind endlessly, and do that with great determination. If you could do that, no problem. Most people can't. So here's all the other stuff that you could do that makes it work. You know, it's it's kind of like, why throw out all the other stuff that makes the main thing that you're trying to teach everyone work? I digress. Don't we play with the senses and savoring the thoughts to eat creatures? Yeah, but you do it with vegetables too. You have attachment to vegetables. You have attachment to tea. You have attachment to the clothing you're wearing. You have attachment to your loved ones. You have attachment coming out your eyeballs. You know, you're up to here in attachment. The problem is the attachment, not the meat. Reasonable to consider, okay. Is it reasonable to consider Christianity, heaven, to be a pure lands of Jesus and not OT, jealousy, deities, palace? So Noel Thesis is asking about Pure Land and whether Christian heaven could be a pure land of Jesus. So Pure Lands are generated by fully enlightened beings, Buddhas. Jesus, at very best, is considered by some Buddhists, and I am skeptical of this a bit, to be a bodhisattva. I have some doubts, but okay, fine. Let's just say that's true. There wouldn't be a Pure Land associated with Jesus because Jesus is not yet a Buddha, but there could be a Pure Land in which Jesus would be residing. Could a person, I don't know, in sort of an Amitabha kind of style, through devotion to Jesus and faith in Jesus and that alone, enter into a heavenly realm in which Jesus is a really important bodhisattva? I don't know. You know, again, I wouldn't frame things in that way. I think there's weird stuff baked in there. You know, okay. Okay. Harsha asks, can you explain observer is the observed? Yeah. So one of my students, who's actually Eastern Orthodox, but who's been training with me 3 or 4 years now-ish, was doing his Mahamudra style practice focused on vision in this case. And he's standing, doing standing practice. And all of a sudden, the conceptual activity that divides the seeing process from the seen goes away. And he sends me a message, and he says, I was standing in my room, and all of a sudden, there was no furniture, there were no walls, there was no floor, there was no ceiling. I'm paraphrasing a bit. There was nothing there, but nothing had disappeared. Everything was still there, but there were no objects. And there was nobody observing. And so it seemed like the objects were doing the seeing, and the seeing was doing the objects. And I said, yeah, that's right. If you get, here's the thing, from a Western cognitive psychological perspective, your visual cognitive process, to put it broadly, your eye gets stimulated, right? The eye gets stimulated by light. That gets processed by your mind. Your mind generates an image of visual experience. And then it conceptually divides that experience off from the visual consciousness in such a way that it seems like my vision is over here, the object is over there, and the object has nothing to do with my visual process. I'm a passenger. I'm passive in this process. There's nothing I'm doing. I'm just happen to be here seeing this object. Nothing to do with me, really, other than the fact that I turned up. Not true. The qualia that appear to you, the qualia, the experiential things that occur to you, are generated on the mind side. Yes, the body is stimulated, but the thing that is appearing as a visual image over here in relation to your visual consciousness inside your mind, they're actually like this. The mind is generating the experience of the object, and the object is being known by the mind that is generating it, the very same one. So these two can't actually, in reality, be pulled apart. They never could. They were never separate things. They're not identical, because this one is a knowing thing and this is the thing being generated and known. So they're not one thing. The observer isn't the observed. But in terms of actual meditative experience, it certainly feels that way, you could say, when that occurs, because you can't pull them apart in the way that you thought you could. And one way of describing that subjectively is that the observer is the observed and the observed is the observer. To be a bit more precise, they aren't two. They're not one, but they're not two. You can't rip them apart. This consciousness, the visual consciousness, is generating the visual experience, and it's being aware of the visual experience at the same time. And then your conceptual process goes and tries to cut it, and then the visual experience ends up over here, and the experiencer ends up over here, cut off from what it generated. And you don't notice that this is happening until you train in concentration, and it goes bang. And you go, what the hell? So like this, non-duality is, a relatively speaking, a beginner's experience. It should be happening to you within the first somewhere between 6 months and 3 years-ish, depending on you and how much work you're putting in and how smart you are and how much experience you have from doing other stuff. This is a beginner's experience. It should be happening to you in your practice if you're doing enough practice. It's the beginning of something. It's not the end of something. Philly. Have you read any of the writings from older generations of Chinese monks? I mean those Mahayana Buddhist masters from mainland China and Taiwan who rebuilt modern Chinese Mahayana Buddhism. No, I would be interested. I've been trying to get the gentleman who's been filming Chinese hermits doing Chan practice. I'm trying to get him on the podcast because I'm really interested in Chan. I'm really interested to see what full-on living Chan practice in the modern era looks like when it hasn't been bastardized by the Cultural Revolution. I mean, it was for centuries one of the most powerful branches of Buddhist practice, having left India very, very early, right? It was a very, very powerful branch, and it just got smothered, by the Cultural Revolution and some other historical factors. So I'm very interested to know what the full Chan tradition experience is like, let's say. Brother says, I see subscriptions. I don't see 5 Foundations course. So the, yes, yeah, somebody said it's in the playlists. Gustavo, if your view is that the reality is eternal and cyclical, of course we can improve and therefore might become awakened. Does it all matter? Nirvana is not talked in Tibetan. Nirvana is definitely talked about in Tibetan. You can look it up. It's one of the 2 definite goodnesses, is the way that the Gelug talk about it. The 2 definite goodnesses. If you look into the past, rebirth is infinite, beginningless. The number of universes exploding into being and then going back out of being is infinite, forming an infinite causal chain going back into the past with no first universe, no first moment of your consciousness, no first rebirth for your continuum of consciousness. Is it cyclical? No, it's linear. The 12 links are cyclical. So in regards to the causal factors causing new stuff to come into existence, it's running like this. If you turn it sideways, every time the loop runs, it produces something new, not the same thing. It produces something new and unique, not what was done before. So the causal factors are the same. The actual entity being generated is different, because the names of the causal factors is the same, right? The categories of the causal factors are the same, but the actual content of the causal factors in a number of areas is not the same. For example, the imprints from past karma generating this universe, by the time you get to this universe, huge amounts of those karmas from all these sentient beings will be gone. There will be new karmic imprints generating the next universe that aren't the same as the previous one, which is why we have universes like this one that's called a fortunate eon, where we get whatever it is, 1,000 Buddhas in this fortunate eon. And there are some dark eons where there's no Buddhas at all. And there are some eons where you get 1 Buddha out of however many kalpas, right? So does it matter? Absolutely it matters. You have to attain nirvana to attain Buddhahood. Austin Hill, where do you ask questions? In the chat. Gustavo, hello. Welcome. Welkomen. What's my daily practice like? Depends on what I'm up to. Depends on what I'm up to, but fairly, usually a bit of internal Chinese martial arts, usually a fair amount of Neidan practice at the moment, and then, depending on the day, usually some aspect of the 5 foundations practices that I teach. That is it. Is it true that in Zen practice monks sometimes do rituals to insult the Buddha statue? No idea. That sounds terrible. What about addiction? I covered addiction a bit earlier in the stream. Get conventional help. You know, get every bit of conventional help you can for addiction, and then relying on that help, getting back to some normal functionality, then start to add on your meditation practice and Buddhist practice and so forth as a support, as a further support for that in the process of becoming more well. Juan asks if you can be gay and Buddhist. Yes, you can. You can be gay and Buddhist. Can Christians go to a Christian-like heaven? I tend to think yes. Because even when you look at Christians' descriptions of heaven from visionary experience and near-death experience and other odds and ends, they're not all described the same. They're described in very, very different terms, which makes me think that the map isn't the terrain, if you understand what I mean. That the descriptions being provided in Christian texts and so forth aren't the full description of what heavenly realms are like. They're just sort of like, it's like a subway map description instead of a Rembrandt painting. So from a Buddhist perspective, there are heavenly realms, there are heavenly beings, there are devas. You can be reborn there. I covered that earlier in the stream. I was even sharing most 2 hours in. Okay, why should I even want nirvana? Why would I want to wake up to all of reality? Fringe asking why they should want nirvana. Why would you want the fulfillment of everything you actually want? It's a weird question. I don't mean it in a snide way, but you want what you want. You want actual happiness, actual satisfaction, actual fulfillment, actual purpose, actual meaning. That's nirvana. Everything you think is worth having and doing is, in an important sense, contained in the concept of nirvana. The final genesis of all of these desires you have that are aimed at temporary things you think will provide, if you arrange them in the right way, the internal state you'd like to be in for a long time, where you feel mostly good and stable and safe and whatever. Nirvana is that. It just doesn't depend on the outside. Why would you want to wake up? I don't know what wake up to all of reality means. But why would you want to know what's true? Because if you don't know what's true, you're going to be living based upon a fantasy, and that's bound to lead you to places you don't want to be. Garbage in, garbage out. If you do things based upon the bad information, it can't lead you the places you want to go. Okay. Can dreams guide us or slow our progress in the path? I don't put too much emphasis on dreams, but there are dream practices in the tantras, and there are dreamless sleep practices in the tantras, and those can be quite important. In terms of just dreams in general, I can take it or leave it. I do know some practitioners have very, very, very important experiences in dreams, and the experiences that they have in dreams then bear out in terms of real life experience, and are, they're quite important insights that they're gaining that seem to be coming from nowhere. If it was just their own mind, they don't have that information, like highly specific, detailed, complex information that they're getting from wherever. So, there can be that, but I think most of our dreams is just our mind doing funny things, not so important. The mind is not dependently originated, asks Austin Hill. It is dependently originated. The current moment of mind depends upon the previous moment of mind. Depends. Dependently, it originated from the previous moment of mind. Dependent origination. So the current moment of mind, as part of its nature, has the ability to exert its intent to direct itself in various directions. That is conditioned but not determined by previous action, drive, impulse, right? We were talking earlier on the stream about karma. The result, one of the results of karma, is that the mind has this tendency to want to do it again. So the tendencies to want to do certain courses of action or pursue certain things again, coming from the past, conditions the otherwise free movement of your intent and your ability to make free decision. That doesn't mean it is determined by that. Otherwise, you couldn't become free. You couldn't attain liberation. But it isn't determined by that, and you can. Awareness itself, the ability to be aware, doesn't seem to change. How can this not be a self? Is awareness a self? Is awareness an identity called Austin Hill? The Buddha is not saying that you don't have that awareness or the central mind of clarity and knowing and so forth, that's not a real thing. It exists. But the person you think is in charge of that mind in the way that you see that person existing doesn't exist. In terms of awareness itself, it does seem to not change. Seem. This is why we have a whole second category of meditation called Vipassana, special seeing. Special seeing. Special insight. So you do analysis once you've gained concentration on consciousness. Are you following me? Once you've attained concentration on consciousness, it appears to exist in a way that it doesn't exist, which is why you need special seeing, special insight, a whole second category. We will now put the concentration sort of over here to the side and do this entire second realm of meditation practice where we learn to see things the way they actually exist. Why? Because the way they appear, sliding back over to concentration, even in the absence of normal conceptual thought, the way they appear to you when they appear, even in deep concentration, is wrong, incorrect. They appear in ways that they don't exist. How do you know? Because when you analyze them using special seeing, special insight meditation, you find out they don't exist the way they appeared. Like that. Okay. Can Christians... Oh, we did that. What is Buddhism's... Oh, sorry, there was a super chat that came in. PLWK, thank you so much. I appreciate the contribution. What is the Achilles heel of Buddha's Dharma? Oh, paying me to learn the secrets. Are you? Is this... You want to learn the spicy details? Here's the thing. I don't want to dodge the question. There are difficult questions. There are difficult points. But I've actually put up a lot of videos addressing the difficult questions, difficult points, the most challenging arguments I can find against Buddhism. I wouldn't be Buddhist if I thought it had an Achilles heel. I'd be something else. So I don't want to dodge the question. But genuinely, if you spend a lot of time doing the practices, a lot of time working through the arguments in light of what can be known through practice, I don't find any Achilles heel anywhere in the system. So, man, yeah, the deeper you go, the sweeter it gets. The deeper you go, the more profound it gets. The deeper you go, the more subtle and interesting in its subtlety it becomes. It's like a rock candy, you know? Like a rock candy, sugar candy, where it's just candy, candy, candy. It's just sugar everywhere. No matter how far down you go into the candy, it's still sweet. No matter which side you roll it over to and touch with your tongue, it's sweet on that side too. It's just one sweet, beautiful, you know, and of course you can do funny stuff with modern scholarship and this and that, but I don't know. I've spent years with people doing that sort of thing, and there's just not much benefit to it. I mean, if you wanted to be a rhetorician against Buddhism, you could find all sorts of stuff in the scholarship to come after Buddhism as a historical thing or this or that or whatever. But if you the Buddha's invitation is to come and see, come check it out, come do it and see if it does what I says it does. And the thing is, after 21 years of doing it to see if it does what it's supposed to do, I've found that it does what it's supposed to do. And like I've said before, many of the things I thought were mythology have turned out to be real things. Many of the things I thought were analogies have turned out to be real things. Many of the things I thought were just like Indian culture or Tibetan culture or this or that turned out to be real things. So I haven't found any Achilles heel to the whole thing. Okay. I hope you feel that's enough attention. Since you were very kind in your donation, I didn't want to leave it with just no, there is no such thing. What is the relationship between Buddhism, Hinduism, and Jainism? Is it similar to Christianity and Judaism? No. So Brahminism and Upanishadic traditions are like Judaism to Christianity. When you have the Brahmanical and the Vedic traditions becoming modern Hindu traditions through the addition of additional books, additional commentaries, additional epics, additional great saints adding their 2 cents to the conversation. So Hinduism is actually more like the Christianity, you could say, to the Judaism that is Brahmanical and Upanishadic and Vedic traditions, variously termed. Buddhism, in my humble reckoning, is the bottom line is it's extremely complex because Buddhism interacted with Jainism, interacted with Hinduism, interacted with the Shramana traditions, interacted with Indian atheism, which then becomes the Charvaka tradition, interacts with early Indian agnostic tradition. So it interacts with and rejects basically all of this and says, well, you're getting certain parts of it right, and you honorable good folks who are training in this are getting this part right. You honorable good folks who are doing this, you're getting that part right. You honorable good folks doing such and such and such. You can read the suttas, and the Buddha calls all sorts of non-Buddhists good and honorable folks who are doing their best, right? And they're just not getting far enough, or they're sort of hitting a glass ceiling based upon the types of clairvoyance that develop in this type of concentration, and that clairvoyance not reaching far enough to get the full picture. That's only available if you can see the full picture through omniscience. So what's the relationship between them? They've just been in conversation and debate for a couple thousand years. And along the way, they have split and recombined and sometimes borrowed from each other. And, it's just massively complex is the is the thing. But my sense is that Buddhism was, in brief, sort of its own thing, in the same way that the agnostic tradition, the materialist tradition, the Shramana traditions were sort of their own thing in conversation with the Brahmanical and Upanishadic traditions at the time. And there were big philosophical, religious praxis conversations going on about what are we all doing, what are we trying to do, and how do we do it. I hope that helps. Hope that helps, brother. Austin asks if an arhat would crave salt. No, an arhat does not crave. John says the observer must no longer exist to have an experience. How quickly you can full lotus sit? Not sure what any of this means. So John, it depends, like if you were, I don't know, if you trained in dance or something or sports, maybe you could full lotus sit pretty quickly. It took me, I don't know, a couple months and some yoga classes to do it for the first time. Now it's fairly easy, but unless you're doing certain energetic practices, there's no reason to do full lotus sitting. It'll blow out your knees. It'll blow out your hips. It'll screw up your back. basically sit in a position that's comfortable and keep the back upright. Don't screw up your body, and then it'll be much easier to do practice as you get older. Alicia says, do you know any good resources on Vietnamese Buddhism in English? Isn't Thich Nhat Hanh doing? Isn't he Vietnamese Chan? Am I mistaken? I thought he was doing Vietnamese Chan. Other than that, I wish I knew more. Vietnamese Chan is, I'm mostly unfamiliar with it. In the same way that I'm unfamiliar with Korean Chan, although I'd like to know a lot more about it. I'm most familiar with Japanese Zen. I know a bit about Chinese Chan, but in terms of the other streams of Chan, I basically know almost nothing about them. Okay. Mental moments are dependently originated, but mind itself, citta, is born, and does it die? We're talking about the citta. The citta in this moment flips over and becomes the next moment of citta. So this one causes this one, causes this one, causes this one. So it is a dependently originated entity, the citta, the central mind. Especially if we're talking the Theravada tradition, I think they call it consciousness without surface, the subtlest mind that goes from lifetime to lifetime, is flipping over in a causal fashion like this, from moment to moment. Is it born? I mean, in the sense that it's caused from moment to moment, yeah. Does it die in the sense that it goes out of it, that it ceases and gives rise to the next moment? Yes. But it is an eternal causal chain of events that is unique to your mental continuum and no one else's. Okay. Legendary Savage, good name. Curious what your take is on wrathful bodhisattvas like Vajrapani, and if Buddha ever discussed their purpose. Yeah, so the wrathful deities are expressions of compassion where they're expressions of compassion where great force and power is needed to overcome something very difficult. So, especially in degenerate times like these, where delusions are many, realizations are few, there's an emphasis, according to the Tantras and my humble understanding of such things that I know very little about, there's an emphasis on having more wrathful deities because, as a practitioner, you need to summon great force, great energy, great heart in order to overcome these great difficulties and distractions and an increase in delusional motivations and delusional mental states and so forth. And so that's what they're there for, is to help destroy as forcefully and quickly as possible and to give you access to the truth as quickly as possible. So it's a type of compassion. And if you do those practices, I have heard what they are intended to do is to transform your personality to give you more force and power in your ability to do your practice. Right? I mean, that's the idea. That if you're surrounded by demons, let's say, but you can generate yourself into something even scarier than a demon, then the demons run away. And So in the face of unbelievably difficult circumstance, you need to become that which can handle the extremely difficult circumstance. Is that making sense? Okay. Does Buddhism think everything is part of mind, like animals, plants, dead matter all eventually evolve to beyond human level? It depends on who you ask. Some of the Chinese lineages say that there are beings who will wander forever without attaining liberation. I tend to say that that is a necessary conclusion based upon the fact that the past is infinite. That the stakes are infinite suffering versus infinite freedom, because we've already been here infinite time. So the possibility for being here for infinite time in the future must be a real one for all sentient beings. And therefore, disagreeing with my Tibetan colleagues, I don't think it's inevitable that all sentient beings will attain Buddhahood. But I live in hope. I hope I'm wrong. But I think we have to admit that possibility based upon the theory of time that's put forward by Buddhism. Plants, according to Buddhism, don't have consciousness. Matter, according to Buddhism, doesn't have consciousness. Animals and other beings who take rebirth have a stream of consciousness, just like we were discussing before. Humans have stream of consciousness. Animals have a stream of consciousness, a mind stream. And any mind stream can be reborn in any realm of existence. So every animal has been a human-like being at some point. Every human has been an animal-like being at some point. Every god has been a human-like being and an animal-like being and a hell being and right? And so on and so forth. So every being has been up and down in the entire cycle at various times. Okay. Xiao Heng. The mind stream in other realms from near-death experience re-enters the human body. Rebirth is irreversible. Could it be they operate differently? Okay, so we're getting into a bit of weird territory here, but according to the Tantras, there's all sorts of interesting things you can do. If you could control your mind and what it's doing, you can stop the death process so that you don't die when you were supposed to, for example. And you go on living for 10 more years or 20 more years or more. You can stop the death process when the body has ceased functioning and the body doesn't decay. You can stop the death process and cause the body to turn into light. It's called a rainbow body. You can eject the mind from the body and cause the body to die because the mind has left the body. And then you can take your mind and go to one of the pure realms or go exactly where you want to go at the time you want to go. You can eject the mind from the body, and then enter a fresh body of a deceased person that still has the various energy centers and whatever active, and enter that body and carry on living with the full awareness of all of the things you did with the previous mind and body. So, according to the Tantras, it's actually much more interesting, much more flexible, there's way more stuff that can be done. But the typical experience of sentient beings is you die. If you're on the edge of death, sometimes you can come back to the body. But, if you die and you carry on from the edge of death into full death, then you rebirth again. The process of dying and then carrying on to the next rebirth is not reversible, as you said. But are there ways to operate it differently? Yeah. Yeah. Can we travel to other realms through such experiences? But rebirth is strictly human to human. No, rebirth is not strictly human to human. Rebirth can go up, it can go down, it can go sideways. Which came first, the small or the great vehicle? They came at the same time. They both have an infinite history into the past. When Buddhist teachings blends with local belief, animism, worshiping local spirits in some countries, is that a wrong thing? I don't know. I'm a little bit heterodox in this way of thinking, but I tend to think that having more diversity in doing all of this is a good thing. And I say that because people have different karma, different predispositions, different impulse. And if there's a type of shamanistic practice that fully integrates the path of Buddhahood or nirvana into it, and therefore the shamanistically inclined person will do the shamanistic stuff and carry on and do the full Buddhist stuff too, because there's a lineage that combines the two, fantastic. And maybe they do that for one life, and then the next life they do the full-on Buddhist thing because they've gotten rid of the shamanistic aspect of the karmic process. You know? There's a lot of stories like this in the canon. The Buddha was a fire worshiper in one of his past lives. He spent like an entire lifetime worshiping, I think it was Agni in the forest. You know? I mean, come on. So, like this, I think having more syncretic traditions and sort of on the edge traditions in this thing is probably a good thing from a karmic perspective. That there are these different pathways for different people that have different degrees of stuff from the path. And then, of course, that there are lineages that don't do that, I think is very important for those who want to do the full-on thing without all that stuff added on. Having said this, in Buddhism, there is ancestor worship practice, you could call it, that's in the Pali canon. It all goes all the way back to the Pali. The placating of local spirits and so forth and local deities and all this, you find elements of that in the canon also. So, I don't think all of that falls outside the canon. If you're talking about full-on shamanistic animism or whatever, that's a bit different. But if you're talking about just doing stuff with the local deities and all that, you find that in the canon. That's part of the canon. So it's definitely not problematic as far as I'm concerned. Jay says, bro, you've been going like this for over 6 hours. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking this would be like a 3-hour stream, and now it's almost 2 in the morning. Sorry we keep circling near-death experience. UVA seems more acceptable. Yeah, I like UVA's research. John says, Buddha wanted no idols to be made. Nope, that's not true. You have, in the earliest sources, instructions for making paintings, making statues, making stupas, building monasteries, establishing monastic orders, establishing female monastic orders, male monastic orders, lay monastic orders in the form of people carrying the 5 precept vows, etc., 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 all the way down the line. You have the veneration of relics from the earliest possible stages of the tradition, etc. So, no, this idea that idol worship or whatever in Buddhism is some later accretion to the tradition has absolutely no basis in the archaeological record, nor in the textual record, nor in the oral traditions whatsoever. As a matter of fact, there are stupas. One of the earliest archaeological things we have for Buddhism is from the time of the Buddha, a stupa that is attributed to one of his foremost female disciples. And the Buddha instructs in the Pali Canon that you build stupas for the Buddha, for his foremost disciples, etc. You put their relics inside, and that when people see them and generate faith, that they'll be reborn in the upper realms, and then eventually attain, if I'm not mistaken, and then also eventually attain non-return on the basis of the karma accumulated from venerating those objects. So, definitely not. Definitely not. That's not a thing. No such thing as whatever, idol worship in Buddhism. We create things that allow you to create powerful karma. You do stuff with those objects like make offerings and feel faith and so forth, and those karmas ripen, and it's for your benefit. Okay, Trudy, Dr. Jared, can you share why you're not a Christian? What about Christianity does not attract you? Here's the thing. Like who, not Christianity? What do you think Christianity is missing that Buddhism compensates for? Is there another one? I'm neither Buddhist nor Christian. I'm very interested in Buddhism. I find the meditation helpful for mental health. Okay, cool. So proud Muslim, I'll just jump to that and say I am a Buddhist. I've been Buddhist for 21 years. And why Buddhism rather than Christianity? Okay. So when I was getting my degrees, bachelor's, master's, PhD, I as a religious studies person, I studied a great deal of theology. So I studied mostly Abrahamic theology, so Judaism, Christianity, Islam. And during my master's degree in particular, I studied a lot of Christian theology in particular. And the thing is, I just don't find, I have studied what I think at least are the very best arguments for Christianity from a historical perspective, from an archaeological perspective, from a textual perspective, from a philosophical perspective, you name it, ethical perspective. And I just don't find the arguments compelling. Here's the bottom line. And then let me frame it from a Buddhist standpoint. I've said this before. As a Buddhist, I can give the Christians the miracles. I can give Christians the resurrection, even. I can give them rebirth in a heavenly realm on the basis of faith in a particular deity, ethics, generosity, humility. So I'll give you the miracles of Jesus' lifetime. I'll give you the resurrection. I'll give you rebirth in heaven based upon the principles you're putting forward. Okay? I'll even give you that there could be a highest deity of this universe who has the most power of any deity in this universe, and that deity might have a heaven. I'll give you all that and still say, I'm not interested. Thank you so much for telling me. Why? Because if you study the arguments in great detail, what the Christian thesis, if I may, comes down to, in my mind, is special pleading for a type of causation that's impossible, that an uncaused, unchanging, eternal deity acts. He does something. This is one of the great mysteries of Christianity, and I have seen some very creative theological approaches to this problem. But in brief, the fact that an unchanging, unitary, well, in this case, triune, but one in being, three in nature, being, right? So unitary. That this deity who is utterly unchanging can act, can do, can interact. It's not possible. Can decide. Not possible. Because all of those are change. So the unchanging deity can't change to do anything. But let's just say this. Let's say that somehow that is possible, just for the sake of argument. Okay. If you wanted to convince me that argument is true, you'd need to provide some evidence that it's true. Yeah? Where are you going to point to for evidence that unchanging things can cause changing things? Besides the Big Bang, which is the point of contention, just point anywhere whatsoever, no problem. Probably won't be a big deal for you, my dear Christian friends. I've given this challenge before. It's now been up for the better part of 6 months. Name something besides the Big Bang that is caused by something unchanging. Something unchanging, uncaused, and unchanging. Just name something, anything whatsoever, that comes into being based upon something that is uncaused. Besides the Big Bang, because that's the point we're arguing about, is the Big Bang, whether or not that's the first moment of things coming into existence or not, based upon an uncaused cause. So just name absolutely anything else that comes into being that we can point to and go, ah, yes, this cup, it comes from uncaused cause. No. Every single example in reality, things come from caused causes. So every single thing any person whatsoever from any point in history can point to in reality will be coming from a caused cause. So every single example of every single phenomenon in all of reality supports the Buddhist position that causes or that effects only come from caused causes, never come from uncaused causes. So the Christian case is, by definition, a case of special pleading for an uncaused thing bringing into being a caused thing. This is why it's a mystery. Because there's no other examples like this. And if there was, then God wouldn't be God, right? God would be one amongst other beings that are uncaused that can bring caused things into being. So the argument ends up falling apart because you can't point to any examples in reality that support the case by logical necessity based upon the nature of the being that you're putting forward as the cause for everything else. By contrast, I'm saying causes and conditions that were themselves caused brought into being the cup. If we go back to the Big Bang, causes and conditions brought into being the Big Bang. Those causes and conditions were themselves caused. If we go back even further, those causes and conditions that brought into being that stuff, that brought into being the physical universe as we see it now, were also caused by caused things, which were caused by caused things, and so on and so forth, because that is all we ever see in reality. So when they say, well, give me an example of how that works, well, here's my cup, here's my microphone, here's my body, here's my mind, here's my phone, here's absolutely everything in reality that's always caused by caused causes. So all of reality is my evidence. All of reality is against your case. So which is the better explanation? Name a cause that isn't an effect. Name an effect that comes from an uncaused cause. Name a cause that isn't an effect. Name an effect that comes from an uncaused cause. Besides God and besides the Big Bang. The fact that you can't do that is a clue that you're special pleading. The fact that you can't do that is a clue that you're giving mysterious, special, logic-breaking, reality-breaking powers to an explanation. In the Buddhist case, I don't do that. Nothing exists that way. It's an infinite series of causes going backwards in time. So I never have to break the rules of logic. I never have to break the rules of reality as we see them, because I'm saying the way that it works now is a causal continuum going back to the Big Bang. And then what you find at the Big Bang is sentient mind streams that have karma, and maybe not physical stuff yet at this level of reality, but subtle physical substance associated with consciousness. So we find consciousness, subtle physical substance associated with consciousness, and karma. What do we find in reality now? We find consciousness, coarse physical substance, subtle physical substance, and karma. The coarse physical substance having come out of the subtle physical substances. So we have, going back infinitely in time, causal chains of things of similar nature, never having to invoke an explanation of something of different nature. You see it? So it's just a better explanation, is the bottom line. As a thinking person, this explanation is better, actually. And some of you will say, if you've trained in theology, but what about contingency? Don't we have a contingent universe? Don't we need something non-contingent to explain the contingent? Well, do you? Do you actually need that? Can you name anything contingent that doesn't come from something else contingent? No, you can't. So we're right back to the uncaused-caused argument with a different term slapped on it. But let's be nice and say, okay, fine. The type of God that you put forward is non-contingent. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Okay, fine. What does that mean? Well, what it means is it couldn't fail to exist. What does that mean? It means it's a necessary being. What does that mean? It means that there's no conditions under which it could have not existed. Okay, that's interesting. Let's describe an infinite causal sequence. Is there a condition under which an infinite causal sequence could have failed to exist? No. An infinite causal sequence has existed infinitely into the past and doesn't depend on anything outside itself to come into being for the first time, and therefore it is a necessary being. It's the exact same argument that you have for God. Every instance in an infinite causal sequence is contingent. The causal sequence itself as a whole is non-contingent. Necessary being. Couldn't have failed to exist. Doesn't depend on something outside itself to exist. Better explanation. My explanation doesn't invoke anything outside the system. My explanation invokes the same logical necessity for being, entity, as your God. It's a necessary being. Except I don't have to invoke anything extra outside the system to explain the system. So it's a better explanation. This is why I'm Buddhist. This is why I don't find creationist theological positions compelling, no matter where they're coming from. Okay, 7 hours. I'm getting loopy. All right, my friends, let me do a brief commercial, and then we shall return to answering questions, and then we will wrap it up. So I do all of these streams for free. I don't have ads on my content. And I do a fair amount of phone calls with people for free. And generally speaking, sorry for that bang. Generally speaking, if I'm doing something that involves being paid for something I'm teaching, I also have it somewhere else for free, where you could have learned it there instead of doing it in a paid way. So if you'd like to have this carry on, and if you'd like me to do this, continue doing this full time, I do need support from the community. So if you'd like to donate so that I can carry on doing this with all of you and answering your questions each week and doing the sit and see classes, making content and so forth, just click on one of the links below the description, hit pause now, donate whatever you can. We're near the end of the month and I'm still quite a bit short for the month, unfortunately. So if you have it in your heart to support what we're doing, please do chip in. If you want to train with me a bit more hardcore, go to the 5 Foundations course, which is also listed below the video as a school course. I've described a couple times on the stream the big picture for that, which you can go back and listen to. But it's much more than just learning my meditation techniques. It's a community. And we eventually, I'd like us to support each other doing long-term retreat. The last bit is if you wanted to support me while also learning how to do physical aspects, energetic aspects, in addition to the just pure meditation techniques, join the 18 Lohan Palm community. That's also linked below. This is a full cultivation system as taught by Master Neil Ripsky, 40 years Chinese martial arts experience, and a lineage holder for 18 Lohan Palm, which is one of the great arts of old Shaolin, supposedly passed to Shaolin by Venerable Bodhidharma, who some of you will know, the founder of Chan. Okay, so that would be great, great, great things to do if you want me to be able to carry on doing this with all of you. Otherwise, in a few months, I might have to go back to doing something else and doing this 5 hours a week instead of however many I can put in now. Okay. Do you know if rebirth happens right after death or after some time? It depends. Both near-death experience research and childhood past life memory research and the reports of great meditators and the traditions of the classics that describe all this say it can happen right away or it can take some time. It depends on the rebirth, depends on you, depends on your karma, etc. Usually it happens within 49 days. El Bori asks about Tumo practice, inner fire, which is the first major practice, if I'm not mistaken, in completion stage practices of highest yoga tantra, which makes it a bit off limits for discussing specifics in public. In brief, I'll talk about this from a Nadan perspective because they have the same practice, but you don't have to have empowerment to talk about it. So from a Nadan perspective, it's not the subtlest mind that's creating that warming up, but you're taking Shen, you're taking subtle consciousness, you're moving it into the lower part of the body. You take your breath and put it in the lower part of the body. You take Jing and Qi and put it in the lower part of the body. You take the 5 elemental energies coming from the large solid organs of the body, and you put it in the lower basin, and you mix all of these together until you've put basically all of you in one place and refined it and packed it in and refined it again and so forth. And it's just because you're sort of putting so much of these substances and so much of what you are in one place that it warms up. It also doesn't hurt to have the breathing practices that go along with that can also be warming just by themselves. But they've done testing on this, and even without the breathing practices, the warming effect still occurs. So the main thing is moving all the subtle energies to one place. And by the way, for those who are interested, these sorts of practices, Nadan, Qigong, etc., are part of the 18 Lohan course. The 18 Lohan course includes Qigong, includes Nadan practice, which is sort of like Tantra without Tantra. Okay. Questions. Holy cow. Where are we? Okay, time for the speed round. Do you see bad karma as different kind of force from the good one, or are they the same in the eyes of the universe? Bad karma is avoided just because it causes suffering. Good and bad karma cause suffering. Chew on that one for a while. They just cause different kinds of suffering. Merit is really what you want. You want good karma infused with the type of result, sort of path result process that takes you further down the path. You don't just want to have nice stuff in the future. That is by nature suffering because it's the suffering of change. Okay. What is it for Buddhism, Torah, Bible, Quran? What's in the book? Torah, Bible, Quran, what's the book? Oh, for Buddhism, it would be the sutras, the Vinaya, and the Abhidharma. The Tripitaka. Someone put that in the chat. So Mohammed, the Tripitaka would be the primary sort of core material. After the Tripitaka, then in the Sanskrit tradition, you have really important commentaries, which you could maybe sort of consider sort of like, what is it called? The legal interpretation, schools of legal interpretation, fiqh, sort of like fiqh, right? That's like Abhidharma. Abhidharma is sort of like the fiqh tradition. And then you have, it would be sort of like hadith, but not quite, because there's too many things directly from the Prophet, right? But sort of, kind of, if we stretch a bit, sort of like hadith, you would have the really early commentaries on the tradition, where the great accomplished practitioners are commenting on the tradition from a very, very early stage in the tradition. And you have that material, a sort of Sanskrit stream of that material, and a Pali stream of those commentarial materials from different masters in the different streams. And so besides the Tripitaka and the Abhidharma, which is included in the Tripitaka, which is the earliest interpretations attached to Vinaya and suttas or sutras, then you have that first layer of commentary and addition to the canon by great masters of the very early days. And those are equally revered in many cases, because anyone can attain the realizations that the Buddha attained. Yeah. So it's not just the words of the Buddha, it's the words of any realized being who has the same attainments that are important. Okay. Drew. Doesn't rebirth with enough redundancy mean that there's one soul or experiencer experiencing infinitely? Not sure what that means. Lagging Games. That's a wonderful name. Does the world... Hold on. Does the world have an end in Buddhism? Yes. The universe will come to an end. Everyone of sound mind knows no gods exist. Nope, that's not true. Some of the sharpest, most capable, most sound minds I have ever met in my entire life were convinced that gods or a god are real. Jesus said we're all children, but not the church. Okay. Like the sunshine, I studied politics and religious studies, how to transition to PhD in Buddhism. You could, from a political angle or a religious studies angle, address anything in Buddhism you found interesting. One really hot topic at the moment is meditation sickness. I'm probably going to have a scholar come on the podcast to talk about meditation sickness. I don't know. The only thing I would kind of avoid are identity politics based stuff, which just frankly is not that interesting in a Buddhist context. I'm sorry if I offend anyone by saying that. Those are, as a Buddhist, maybe the least valuable aspect of modern scholarship. So if you're going to do something in politics, do something like hardcore old school in the like political science-y kind of looking at stuff. But again, that's not really my bag. I would really stick on the religious studies side and try to find something really worth digging deeply into that will add value to the whole Buddhist community. And if you do that, there may be ways to turn that into a career either in the academy or independently afterwards. If you do something that has real value. If you do something that's just sort of weird that the academy likes, it'll last for a few years and disappear, and then you're screwed. So don't do that. Okay, let's see. Okay, Xiao Heng says, how do you interpret the bodily resurrection of Jesus in Buddhist cosmology? In the Tibetan corpus, there's a whole class of practitioner. The name of that class of practitioner I'm forgetting, but I have it in the comment section on my YouTube. You can find it. There's a whole class of practitioner who come back from the dead. Sometimes they come back from the dead in sort of a near-death experience-y kind of way. Sometimes they do something called tukdam, where they are clinically dead, brain dead, heart stops, no breathing for days or weeks at a time, and then they come back to life. So this tukdam phenomenon is very well established. It's fairly well studied at this point too, actually. And there are practitioners that sometimes enter tukdam for days and the body is dead. Dead. I mean, completely dead, stone cold dead. And we've done studies on this. And some practitioners will come back out of a tukdam state and return to conscious awareness. The body will reanimate and they'll go on living for a number of years. So there's a whole class of practitioners in the tantras who have that capability and do that sort of thing to benefit people. So I can give you the resurrection, bruh. I can give you the resurrection. I can give you the miracles. I can give you the heavens. I can give you a powerful deity. I just can't give you an eternal heaven or an eternal creator God. Hey? So the thing is, I can give you most of Christianity. I need to throw out like 2%, and it's a pretty important 2% for you as a Christian, but I can give you the rest of it, and that's giving you a lot. And I can still say, no, thank you. I'll stick with my Buddhism, please. Thank you so much. Not that there's nothing valuable there. There's a ton of interesting and valuable stuff in Christian theology, but okay. Do you need Sanskrit for a Buddhist PhD? Nope. It's fun to study a bit of it if you want. Why is it always war? Always a war and prophecy. There's a degenerate periods of time in Buddhist cosmology, and then there are good times. So we are coming out of a good time, heading into a bad time. It will bottom out relatively quickly, and then we'll be heading back into a good time. So there's this cycle like this of good times and bad times, to put it colloquially. I appreciate that, Xiaoheng. I really do. We're very near the bottom of the chat now, so I'm doing a lightning round to get to the bottom. Wow, lots of deleted comments. Okay, is consciousness material or immaterial? According to Buddhism, the foundational unit of reality is a neutral monism that has a subtle physical component and an immaterial conscious component. So the subtle immaterial consciousness is unified or inseparable with a yuganada, with the subtlest physical substance. And it is out of this subtle mind, subtle physical substance unity that the rest of reality arises. So consciousness is immaterial. If we're talking about your human level consciousness, there are winds or subtle substances associated with it. But in terms of your direct experience of what consciousness is, it will be experienced as immaterial. Okay. Trudy, what's your perspective on other forms of Buddhism that may not be traditional, such as Nichiren? Nichiren's fine. No problemo. I mean, it's not for me, but it's pretty cool. If somebody was asking me, should I do Nichiren as a new Buddhist, I would say, you know what? Don't do Nichiren. Go Tendai. Nichiren himself was a Tendai practitioner. Just go to the source. You know, if you're really, really nuts and bolts kind of person, do Nichiren. No problem. But if you want like a full-on, full system, full spectrum of interesting stuff, do Tendai Buddhism. You can go straight to the source instead of... Okay. Do you think Nietzschean view of Buddhism as a remedy for a dying civilization is accurate? I'm not sure. I haven't read that. His description of it as a sick man's religion and his view on Buddhism as a devaluation of values. I don't know. Nietzsche has a lot of weird ideas. He has a lot of weird ideas. And then didn't he get like kicked by a horse or something? And then, or no, he saw a horse get injured and then he spent the rest of his life in a mental institution drinking himself to death. Like, this just isn't a very inspiring figure to be taking my life and values and advice on how to have a good life from. I'll leave it at that. Does Mahayana teaching exist during the Buddha's time, or was it after the Buddha passed? So I answered this already. According to even the Pali tradition, okay, Buddhism is an eternal tradition. Buddhism has no beginning. There are Buddhas going into the past infinitely, teaching new Buddhas. So, yeah, the Dharma is infinite. The Dharma is the same Dharma that's taught by all Buddhas. Shakyamuni was the most recent one and taught this stuff again. According to the Mahayana, within that stream are Theravadan teachings, not Theravada, individual liberation teachings, Pratyeka Buddha teachings, and Mahayana teachings. So the Pratyeka Buddhas and the Arhat and the hearers, the Shravakas, are aiming at arhatship. They want to attain nirvana for themselves. The Pratyeka Buddhas want to attain nirvana during a time when there's no other Buddhist teachings around to inspire people and connect them to the Dharma before they enter nirvana for themselves. The Mahayana practitioner wants to attain non-abiding nirvana and carry on to full Buddhahood. Okay. Lightning round. Can we definitely be reborn in other realms? I think the best evidence for this actually is reports from great yogis, is the bottom line. If you're a faithful Buddhist person, listen to what the great meditators of our era have said, and they will tell you, it's very reliable people who spent many decades training in the forest or training in caves or both, and they'll say it's exactly like it's described in the canon. Or not exactly like that, but there are these realms, and you can take rebirth in these realms. That's the best evidence that extremely reliable people say that it's true. As a practitioner, eventually you do the practices, you encounter things, and it becomes clear to you that that's not mythology. Before you have practice and faith and blah, 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 probably the best evidence is near-death experience. Zero Clout. That's a fantastically self-effacing name. Apologize if I already answered. I'm curious what you think about the claim that the fullness of Advaita Vedanta is talking about the same thing as emptiness in Buddhism. I think some streams of Advaita explicitly incorporate Nagarjuna's teachings, for example, in the modern era, and that is referring obviously to the Buddhist concept of emptiness. I think streams of Advaita Vedanta that stop at meditating on consciousness, just consciousness, without investigating the nature of consciousness, that those are not talking about Buddhist emptiness. They're talking about meditating on consciousness, which we understand very well, but it's not emptiness, and it's not the end of the path, according to Buddhism. Okay. Is there no deity in Buddhism, no theology? So, Mohammed, there are deities in Buddhism, and there is one highest deity in Buddhism who is not an eternal creator, but is the most powerful deity in this universe, at least in my reading of Buddhism. That the deities form a hierarchy. There is one at the top. You could think about it a bit like there's a highest God, and then there are angels. In some sense, to sort of translate it as best I can over to your world. But that highest deity is not an eternal deity. It's a deity that has come about due to previous karma from previous universes. And it's not always the same deity. It's not always the same being. You've been that deity. I've been that deity. And yet, here we are as human beings again. So there are deities, and you could say a theology of a kind in Buddhism because of deities, but there are no creator deities, ultimate creator deities in Buddhism. Okay. Lots of Sanskrit dictionaries. You can find them all over the place. What's my argument against materialism? Half of your life doesn't occur in the material realm. It's probably the best argument against materialism. Imagine an apple. Now show me any instrument designed by nature or science that can look at that apple. Let me say it again. Visualize an apple in front of you. What is that apple made of? And why can't any instrument designed by nature to detect physical things, and why can't any instrument designed by scientists to detect physical things directly look at this phenomenon? Half of your life is made up of stuff that doesn't exist in the physical universe, isn't made of material stuff, because this apple's not made of particles. It's not made of protons, electrons, and neutrons. The movement of stuff in your head correlated with that image is made of that stuff, but this image isn't made of that stuff. And your mind generates that apple like that. So the only thing in the universe that you know of that can detect this apple and generate this apple is your mind. And maybe the minds of other people if they're clairvoyant. Maybe. Right? So think about this. Half of your life at least is made of stuff that isn't physical. Did you know the color orange doesn't exist in the world? Even the room you're sitting in isn't the physical room. It's your mind's image of the room. You've never seen a room in your life. You've only ever seen the mental image of a room experienced as a room. You've never seen a color. You've never seen an apple. You've never seen a person. You've never heard a person. You never tasted a piece of fruit. That's qualia, not qualities. Orange isn't a quality of the object. It's something your mind generates, just like the apple. So actually, everything you've ever experienced has been non-physical. And you're asking me what my best argument is against materialism. Again, it's weird. It's really weird. We should be asking the opposite question. Why are we convinced that there's material stuff? It's obvious that the immaterial is there. What's not obvious is that the material is there. Okay. Okay, I recently finished the long and connected discourse. I want to know how you came to terms with the idea of rebirth. I've answered that on previous streams, and I have. Oh no. Oh yeah, I think I do. In the common questions area of the Discord, I think I have that linked there. I spent about 45 minutes on it on one of the streams, so it was a long process. So I'll just leave it at that since we're winding down. Tyler, does Buddhism view psychedelic experiences more or less real than your current experience? Less real. Are alcohol, marijuana, LSD, etc. viewed as inherently demonic or divine? Depends on which source you read. The sources I tend to think are correct see them as if you were to consume them casually for the effect that they have on your mind, that doing this, as I said earlier, deliberately creating heedlessness creates karma in which your mind doesn't have the normal ethical framework, decision-making framework, or discernment, which is your key to getting free from all of this nonsense. And that karma is a brick you've thrown in the air, regardless of the benefits you get temporarily from taking the substances, which might be, for you, important benefits, like the drive to go get on the path and do some training, some real training somewhere. This is a significant benefit for some people, but the action is, I'm going to take this substance. The object is the substance. The intent is, I want to change my mind and have these weird experiences. The motivation is, again, I want to have these experiences. I want my discernment to be different. I want my ethical framework to be different. I want to be out of my mind for a while, etc., right? The effort is going to Peru to have a ayahuasca ceremony and all the complications involved there. And the completion is that afterwards you go, oh man, I had these wild experiences and this happened and that happened. And you go on all the Reddit forums and tell everybody and get everyone excited and blah, 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 right? Or whatever. I know that hallucinogens are really big at the moment. I'm just not a hallucinogen guy. And I'm not a hallucinogen guy because I believe in karma. And if you kill and lie and steal and you get away with it, according to the Buddha, you could get tremendous benefits in this lifetime. But the karma, the action, is bad. The pathway is bad. Even if you get only unbelievable, amazing, perfect, wonderful, pleasurable results from all of your negative actions in this lifetime, you've just thrown a ton of bricks in the air that have to come down at some point, and it's not going to be pleasant. In the same way, the Buddha says, taking substances that cause heedlessness, like alcohol, marijuana, LSD, etc., these, even if they have temporary benefits, and some of them do, it's like throwing a brick into your future. It has to come down at some point. Now, if you were to take marijuana because you had cancer and it's the best thing for treating your pain or something, that's medicine. That's different. But if you're doing it recreationally to screw up your mind and create heedlessness, the karma's bad. The action's bad. Is it inherently negative or bad or blah, blah, blah? No. I mean, if we isolate the best compounds inside hallucinogens and yada, 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 and we make them clinical and we find out the right doses and all this stuff, and this is prescribed to you by your doctor, and you have absolutely no interest in screwing up your mind, you just want to get over your depression so you can get back to functioning and doing your practice and all this stuff by taking a little bit of LSD or something, great. You know, if that's faster, easier, better than taking lithium for 20 years and screwing yourself up and destroying your internal organs and whatever, fantastic, do it, right? There's nothing wrong with that if it's medicine. But the movement right now in the culture is not about medicine. Okay. Is the 18 Lohan Palm course, a weekly video call, or scheduled video releases? Okay, it's both, and or, right? The 18 Lohan Palm course is designed like this. Every week you get a video. That video has a certain amount of material, and you practice that material for the week. There's also a Facebook group associated with the video course, so you can hang out and talk to the senior students in the style. You can talk to me, you can talk to Neil Ripsky, and get feedback directly from people who know what they're doing on the video course. As an option, you can also sign up. Once you're signed up for the video course, you can also sign up if you want to. There's a weekly video call class with Neil Ripsky, or with me, or with one of the senior students, but mostly with Neil Ripsky himself, where he's teaching the system every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. Canada time, which serves every time zone in the world except for New Zealand. You could attend that Saturday class, and you get access with the group classes. You also get access to past group classes. So we film the classes, and they're in an archive associated with the group class sign up. So that's the deal. Okay, S is talking about the fourth jhana. So neither perception nor non-perception is the eighth jhana. I don't have any experience of that. I'm also curious about how Buddhism PhD makes a living. So there's a lot of ways you could make a living as a Buddhist PhD. You could sell books. You could work at a uni. You could work at a nonprofit. All sorts of stuff. As for me, this is what I'm doing. I'm hanging out, talking to you guys, answering questions. And yeah, hopefully providing some benefit. And if the benefit is there, hopefully the community thinks it's valuable enough to ensure that I don't crash and burn financially and therefore become unable to do this. All right. Yes, so just to cover Lohan one more time. Video course, Facebook group. So video course, monthly subscription, 3 months at a time. And then once you have that material, you have it. Then there's the Facebook group to support the video course. In addition to that, you could sign up for the group classes and group class archive, where you'd have access to all the past group classes that we've filmed, and a group class every Saturday. Also coming soon, you'll be able to take private lessons if you would like with Neil Ripsky and or the senior students in the style. So we're working on that right now. How similar to Aristotelian idea? I'm not sure. Is the lotus below the Buddha? What qualities does it have? It's a good question. Generally, it's described as being light and soft. Okay, yes. So for those who are happening through or watching this later, do hit the like button, hit the subscribe. That helps the algorithmic whatever. Will help people find it, etc. Is Buddhism nonsense? Is it wrong? No, it is sense. It is right. You're welcome. Now that I've cleared that up, we'll move on to the next question. Where's the long video on rebirth? It's on the Discord, I think, under the common questions section. Lagging says that qualia is just the brain doing complex stuff. How do you know? Exactly what kind of access do you have to the brain that isn't coming through the five senses? That isn't the mind generating an experience that is qualia-based experience of stuff, which, by the way, isn't showing you what's there. It's showing you cliff notes that are beneficial for survival, according to cognitive psychological models of our time. It's not showing you what's there. It's just cliff notes, like helpful sticky notes, not the whole textbook. Again, I'm not saying that's the best argument for this, but a good argument is half of your life, at least, is non-physical. And that's directly accessible to you right now, sitting here listening to this. And there's absolutely no way, according to the best, not the best, sorry, it's overstating the case, but according to neurologists, there's no way to show that qualia comes from the brain. It correlates to the brain, but we have no causal mechanism established whatsoever that solves the hard problem of consciousness. Zippo. Okay. Theravada. Oh, nice. Thanasaro's good stuff. Good. Metta, good to see you. How much each day to spend on experiential portion of the practice, meditation? In the beginning, maybe if you're like going full on Buddhisty, maybe 2/3 study, 1/3 practice. And then later on, 2/3 practice, 1/3 study. A bit like this. And then in retreat, sometimes 100% study, sometimes 100% practice, sometimes a little bit of study, a ton of practice. Depends on what you're up to. Does Buddhism reject the laws of logic? No. Are they foundational to the universe? Not sure what you mean by that. Is it possible postpartum, transition phase where we can travel between realms until our karma arrives? So according to the Pali Canon, in between lives you become a Gandharva, and you travel as a Gandharva being to some of the realms. Other realms, you're reborn there instantly. So as a human being, if you're going to be reborn as a human being, you'll go from human being to Gandharva to searching for a womb and then entering a womb again. And I think it's like this for animals too, animal rebirths. If you're entering the Deva realms, I think that's instantaneous. Basically, you die, and then you go bang, and you're in the form realm, or bang, you're in the formless realm. Some of the hell realms and spirit realms are like that also. So it just depends. It depends on which realm you're headed to. That's right. Nietzsche went nuts after seeing a horse getting beaten. So for me, not a very inspiring example. Some of his work is interesting, but not my favorite Western philosopher. Weird Walk, good to see you. I should debate Dr. Rob. So a couple notes on Dr. Rob. Dr. Rob, Robert, is not a PhD, is not a doctor. I've chatted with him a bit, and I think our approaches to all of this are very, very different. And I don't understand a huge amount of the stuff that he does. And it, to me, It's a bit unusual. And there's some other things there as well. So, it's not something I'll talk about too much because I don't like criticizing anyone, but I have some hesitations. I'll leave it at that. Okay, if we had a comprehensive explanation of how consciousness in general from material process from some benefits, so allow immortality. I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. Is developing psychic power to directly verify past life seeing other beings recommended? Okay, so this is a bit different, right? So you can develop memories of some past lives on purpose, or develop the ability to travel or see various realms on purpose, or all sorts of other abilities on purpose before you attain enlightenment. You can just do that as a sideline thing. And then you sort of, let's say this was the path, and this is the sideline of gaining those capabilities. You can sort of go this way and gain them earlier, but it's a long road off to the side when you could have gone this way, and you'll probably gain them anyway. And then when you attain nirvana, you'll remember all your past lives and see the past lives of other beings and the karma of all beings, and of course attain nirvana. Are dharmas qualia atoms? I don't know, mate. I wonder what kind of karma arises from a miscarriage or a deliberate abortion. Abortion, generally speaking, in Buddhism from the time of conception is considered to be an act of killing a human being, so that's pretty bad from a karmic perspective. A miscarriage, not really any, if it's just a, unfortunate situation. But this idea that abortion is a type of killing of a human being that violates your vows as a Buddhist for avoiding killing doesn't necessitate any sort of political action on your part to block women from getting abortions if they see fit, or if there's a medical purpose for doing so. So this is what separates the Buddhist view on this from the Christian one. Any thoughts on Thomas Campbell's theory of everything? No. I do like... Oh, no, not Thomas Campbell. I'm thinking of someone else. Okay. Okay, so I go live Monday, Wednesday, Friday and do sit and see, which is my meditation class. Tuesdays or Thursdays, I do this, normally not for 8 hours, but I do this where I go live and I answer questions. So once a week you can do this. Also, if you just want to hang out on the Discord and ask questions and talk and whatever, or if you want to hop on a phone call, reach out to me on Discord and we can just talk about the Dharma and your practice. Do you have to have perfect ethics to gain concentration? There's debate. There are Sith, there are beings who have great power that don't have good ethics. But to do that, usually you need different methods. You need different methods than the ones that are typically taught in Buddhism to accomplish it in that way. But okay. Sorry, I know I'm being brief, but we're at the end. Aborting animals is the same. It's a killing. Anytime you're ending the life of a being before its natural time, it's killing. My question was not always a transition phase, then human postpartum. Sorry, I'm not understanding the question then. But I have run out of gas, I think. Let me see. I'll read it one more time. Okay, so the big problem with what I think I'm reading is, can you just sort of float around in the transitional phase until you can enter a human rebirth again? And if not, why not? The problem is that you're not in control of the process. The problem is that your mind will present you with scenarios, will present you with environments, will present you with beings that are mentally projected beings that you don't know are your mind projecting stuff. And you, because of your predispositions coming from your past actions, will follow those projections, will follow those beings, will follow those environments, and end up in a rebirth. You'll end up being in a wandering spirit realm. Also, if you spend too much time in the bardo, in the in-between state, you become a wandering ghost. So you can end up a hungry ghost just by not taking rebirth, basically, by being indecisive. Is my understanding, at least. So unfortunately, you can't do it this way. Trying to develop psychic powers is not a violation of your vows. No. Do you know much about Mahayana deities? I do. Do plants have souls? No. Dream yoga practice? Fantastic. Yeah, I was thinking of Joseph Campbell. Okay, my friends, I must most unfortunately draw it to a close here, but thank you. Thank you so much for attending, and I do hope to see you all again soon. This has been a whopper, 3,400 people stopping through. My goodness. So, yeah, glad to have you all here. This has been lovely. I wasn't expecting it to go on this long, but I don't mind that it did. Please do, if you are compelled and able, chip in what you can. I do all of this based on donations and contributors who join the courses and so forth. So if you're willing and able, chip in however you can, and especially, as I said, since we're here at the end of the month, whatever you can chip in to keep this going will be very, very much appreciated. Best way is Venmo or PayPal, or to just hop into one of the courses, and I can shepherd you through much more detailed information and training as your time and energy allow, which would make me very happy indeed. So, yeah, having said all of that, what is left to say? Thank you all so much for being here. Hope to see you again very soon, and try not to disappear before I do. Cheers.